Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had a Soul-Reading Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku used to love fire. One of the few things he remembers about his dad is the fact that his quirk allows him to breathe fire. And fire is good. It keeps him warm during the winter. It dances and writhes with beautiful orange-yellow wisps like something living and breathing, and it offers a source of light when it's dark. That love wasn't really dampened even when Kaken got his quirk and turned on Izuku with it when his own failed to appear. Izuku still watches those explosions with stars in his eyes, noting everything he can and praying that one day, somehow, his own quirk will come in soon. The joke was on him in the end. As they always say, be careful what you wish for. His life was fine until he turned 9. Not great, but it was okay. He has an amazing, loving mother, a comfortable home, academic smarts, and a love for analyzing quirks. He didn't have friends or his own quirk, and he's picked on a lot, but it's fine. Alas, life isn't destined to stay that way. It starts on an evening like any other. His mom is down in the kitchen, making them dinner. He's upstairs in his room, making notes on the latest villain attack on the news. Unfortunately, he couldn't be present for this one, but there are a lot of news clips, most of them at good angles to observe the hero and villain trading blows. Despite that, his mind is elsewhere. Earlier that week, his mom mentioned something about meeting some relatives, her brother, and his partner. Izuku hadn't even known that his mom had a brother, or any siblings for that matter. She had been weirdly cryptic about it all, but she looked excited, so Izuku didn't question it. Still, he's curious. What about her brother, his uncle, he realizes, would excite her when he's never even heard of them before? Maybe they weren't on good terms? But no, that didn't make sense. Why would she be excited or even want to visit in the first place? His mother's voice, raised and agitated, rips him from his thoughts. Izuku can't hear what is being said, but the fact his mother sounds distressed is enough. He's quick to jump up from his desk and rush downstairs, his heart beginning to thunder in his ears, but he's forced back with a yelp as flames whoosh past the entryway. Those flames are quickly followed by glittering shards of a glass-like substance, which each burst like firecrackers when they come into contact with the fire. A thick plume of smoke erupts from the tiny explosions, filling the hallway and clinging to the ceiling and making his nose and throat sting. What's happening? Is someone else in the house? Who could it be? Is Mom okay? Are they trying to hurt her? Izuku knows, logically, that he should back away and hide in the event this is something he can't handle, but his baser instincts conflict with him and make him want to rush in blindly. He's stopped altogether when he hears a scream from his mother. Mom! He cries without thinking, coughing as smoke enters his lungs. Mom! Figure steps out. From the kitchen, eerie onyx black eyes pinning him in place. A manic grin spreads over the man's face, his throat and the gaps between his teeth glowing yellow as smoke trails from his nostrils. Distantly, Izuku knows this man is the source of the fire, but he's frozen in terror. He feels his breaths getting shallower as panic begins to set in, his mind racing and blank all at once, but the smoke already makes it hard to breathe. The hall feels like it's closing in on him, and his vision begins to tunnel, focusing on those onyx irises. Ah, so she didn't get rid of you. Should have known. The man chuckles, flecks of ash and embers flying from his mouth, still glowing yellow from within. Izuku catches a glimpse of sharp canines when he speaks, highlighted by the flames surrounding him, which he doesn't seem bothered by at all even as they lick at his feet and legs, and by those in his mouth. Salamander, it's been done. A second male voice calls as another figure steps towards the first, taller and broader but more hunched, belying his true height. Blood coats his strange, jagged fingers, like they were plated in sheets of broken glass. Izuku feels horror set in with the panic. He's starting to feel lightheaded and overheated, even as a cold sweat breaks out over his skin. It's uncomfortable, he feels sticky and like he can burst into flames at any moment, but nothing truly registers past the horrified terror pulsing through his veins. Good. Salamander purrs, grin somehow widening as his eyes meet Izuku's again. Let me just deal with my little useless runt, then we can move on. Standing there frozen, terrified, Izuku comes to a sudden realization as Salamander effortlessly steps through the burning flames towards him. That's his dad, Hisashi Midoriya, with close-cropped curly dark hair and slitted eyes, exactly the same as the few memories he has of the man. And, apparently, that same man is the elusive supervillain known as Salamander. As he struggles to process the sudden mental revelation, a large hand roughly grabs a handful of his hair, yanking him forward even as he yelps in pain and struggles against the man. Hisashi was never especially tall, only a little shorter than average, but he still towers over a still 9-year-old Izuku, staring down at him in glee like a predator that had successfully pounced on its prey. He closes his eyes in the hopes he can avoid feeling that stare pierce into him, feeling colder and colder like he had already been swiftly dispatched and was left there for his body to lose its heat. See you on the other side, runt. Izuku's eyes open in time to see a wide grin, flashing sharp white teeth, before it's filled with white, yellow, and orange. His face hurt, it burns. Then his world fades to black. Shoyuta had just been in the middle of reviewing the police reports of the most recent case he's assigned to when he gets the alert that the very villain involved in said case had just been sighted in a residential area near the Shizuoka prefecture. The alert is swiftly followed by an order for him and another nearby underground hero to investigate. He's out the door almost immediately, only pausing to write a quick note for Hisashi, fast asleep in bed. Shoyuta sprints over rooftops and swings between buildings with his capture weapon. It's strange that the villain is wandering around when, last time he checked, Salamander knew he's being tailed at least occasionally, being watched by heroes like himself. Even then, something else keeps nagging at the back of his mind as he travels. Shizuoka? He tries to rack his brain for a reason to his uneasy thoughts. Sounds familiar. More so than usual. He shakes his head. Now isn't the time to ponder. He has a job to do, and his focus is required for it. It doesn't stop the way his throat begins to tighten as several of the landmarks he passes start getting more and more familiar. He doesn't realize why he recognizes them until he's staring at the apartment building in horror as flames eat hungrily at its walls. Izuku. Shoyuta doesn't realize he's holding his breath until his shoulder is grabbed, and he spins around on instinct to lash out at his potential assailant. His fist swings right through the head of the other underground hero assigned to the call, Shadow. Geez, Eraserhead. He huffs as the misty shadows dispersed from Shuta's swing begin reforming into the shape of his face. Chill just a little, yeah? Sorry. I lost my composure. Shoyuta grunts, turning back to the burning apartment to better evaluate the situation. He's starting to feel an icy cold fear in his chest, spreading through his veins and making it hard to breathe, but fear isn't new. He breathes deep and focuses on the here and now. There will be time for fear later. The apartment building is separated from the other buildings in the area. As long as it doesn't completely collapse all on one side, or explode, the fire shouldn't spread. There's a crowd a good distance from the building. A few are in sleepwear. Evacuees, then. Where's Inko? And Izuku? Lost your composure? Eraserhead? Now I've seen it all. Shadow snarks without any bite to his voice. This is a real bad matchup for me though. And it is. Shadow could only make himself into smoke if it's dark. Fire is one of the worst things for him to work with. I'm going to ask that crowd if they think anyone else didn't make it. Scout around and see if you can spot anyone shady leaving the area, or anything else you might find relevant. Shoyuta says, checking that his earpiece is in place. We'll stay in contact. He very carefully leaves out the fact that he's investigating what is also a bad matchup for him because he's worried about family. Personal connections should never get in the way of hero work, but something makes him run his mouth before he can stop. Shadow nods and dematerializes into wisps of purple-gray smoke, blowing away in the direction of one side of the apartment complex. He practically vanishes in the darkness of the night. Shoyuta doesn't waste another moment before sprinting towards the crowd of civilians. Oi, is this all of you? Did everyone get out? He calls over the agitated murmurs of the gathered civilians. A few of them eye him wearily, Hardly anyone's heard of him, after all, and he looks a little suspicious sometimes in a full black jumpsuit with messy untied hair, but two young women rush forward anyway, frantic. "Are you a hero, sir?" The first titters, though the second quickly pushes past her. Please, the Midoriyas aren't here. I heard screaming from their apartment, and I think the fire started there." Shoyuta feels his heart leap into his throat. The ice in his chest begins reaching spindly fingers into his limbs. This is exactly the opposite of what he's hoping for. "Which room number?" he prompts, listening to the hurried directions with a short thanks before he turns and sprints towards the burning building, lifting a hand to his earpiece. That icy feeling in his arms and legs really needs to back off for a bit. He has something important to do right now, damn it. "Shadow, I'm going into the apartments. One of the families didn't make it out," he reports. There's a brief crackling of radio noise. He worries for a second that something has already gone wrong before he gets his response. "You're acting awful flustered today, you know that? You're crazy." Shadow chuckles, voice lowered to a near whisper. Shoyuta almost can't hear him over the roar of the flames that steadily grow louder and louder as he nears them. "Don't be rash, Kay? I've spotted some real shifty dudes and I'm tailing them. Think one of them might be Salamander, but he's got a friend with him. Can't do backup in a pinch right now. I'll keep you updated." The feed goes quiet. Shoyuta nears the building enough that he can feel the sheer amount of heat radiating from the fire, hear them roaring and snapping in his ears like a wild beast, and the taste of smoke stings in his throat. Shame that heat doesn't seem to want to melt away that ice in his chest. It's getting rather infuriating. That's what he tells himself, anyway. His capture weapon shoots out and wraps itself around the nearest stable balcony he can see, yanking himself into the air towards it. He lands on the smoking wood with a high, piercing creak, pausing to ensure he has his footing before taking off into the nearest hallway. He keeps himself as low down as he can to avoid breathing in the thick blanket of smoke clinging to the ceiling while he sprints down the halls. As soon as he finds the apartment number he's looking for, he slips past the smoldering door frame, carefully stepping over the splintered remains of the door. It looks like it had been punched out or smashed through, the hinges twisted and torn from their frame. It's an eerie green glow shining weakly against the orange-yellow light of the fire that gives him pause before he can begin quickly scanning the area for Inko or Izuku. The glow flickers like the flames around it, a small mote of light floating in sluggish circles around the small, crumpled form of Izuku. Shoyuta takes a few steps forward, but hesitates at the mote. He isn't sure what exactly its purpose is. It's a wispy little thing, pulsing not unlike a heartbeat. There's a single thin strand of green light connecting the mote to Izuku's back. He considers just using erasure to get rid of it, but he has no idea if doing so would be detrimental to the kid. Izuku is already heavily injured from what he can see already, burns marring his face and arms heavily enough that Shoyuta is sure they will scar. He just doesn't have enough information. So, Shoyuta inhales a short breath. It stings against the back of his throat, like he's inhaling fire itself, and scoops up Izuku's small, frail body. The ice in his veins eases just a little, but he's still finding it frustratingly hard to breathe. The smoke certainly isn't making anything better, and the building is beginning to make some worrying groaning and creaking noises. It seems he still has some time, though, so he turns his attention to the rest of the apartment. Next up, Inko. Shoyuta turns his head, searching for a more familiar form somewhere in the nearby rooms. He's standing at the bottom of the stairs where Izuku had been curled up, and he has a clear view into the living room and a view into the kitchen only obstructed by the dining table in the middle. The fire and smoke makes it hard to see, and it's aggravating his already chronic dry eye to the point of tears. It takes a little longer than he would have liked, listening with tense muscles as the building groans louder in protest at the mistreatment of being set on fire, but he does find her eventually despite the fact he's starting to feel lightheaded. It isn't good. There's blood staining the kitchen tiles. Too much blood. Shuta's heart feels like it's seizing in his chest, thumping erratically and roaring in his ears. The cold sensation that had been mainly in his chest the whole time spreads through his entire body in an instant as his eyes land on her body. She's lying on the floor limply, slightly curled in on herself with her back facing him. The most immediate glaring injury is the sight of the burns marring the expanse of her back, charring through her clothes and skin. They're fresh, likely done by whoever set the fire. It's Salamander, it had to have been Salamander, he's the only one right now who has the ability to do something like this, and there's a spark of rage that flickers in the hollow space in his chest. On top of the burns he can see, a multitude of stab wounds litter her body, each one messy and rough like it had been done with a jagged blade. Some of them look shallow and superficial, others cut so deep he can see little flashes of bone. Shadow mentioned that he saw someone like Salamander leaving the area with someone else, but he can't be sure if those wounds are from the friend, or just from a dagger Salamander could have been carrying. Shoyuta desperately wants to believe she's alive, that through some miracle she's survived the evidently brutal assault. She isn't moving, isn't breathing. He's afraid to investigate closer, lest he find an injury that guarantees she's dead. It's logical to assume there is one such injury. Salamander hasn't been known for messy kills that had the potential of leaving their target alive. If nothing else, he's thorough. Shoyuta doesn't want to think about what that fact might mean for Izuku. It's already strange that the kid is still alive, the barest brush of shallow breaths rustling against Shuta's arm the only signifier that he isn't too late for at least one of the Midoriyas. He's logical by nature. Shoyuta knows it's illogical, borderline suicidal of him to grab her, to take Inko with them too. He knows that. But still he hesitates, feet frozen to the burning floor with indecision. Something in the room groans and creaks harshly in his ears, sending ash raining down on his head. A chunk of wood dislodges itself from the support beam above him, and he's barely in time to avoid it. The dizziness is getting worse now, and the wise choice is to just leave, but he can't break his gaze from Inko. His movements jostle the boy in his arms, a small, wavering whimper reaching his ears, and Shoyuta shakes himself. Izuku is still alive. He still has someone important to save. It's with a lump in his throat and his heart weighing him down that he turns his back on the body of his sister. Weak, you're too weak, you're leaving her behind, and evacuates himself and his nephew from the burning building. He can hear sirens in the distance as he hits the ground as gently as he can, mindful of the frail body in his arms. He still stumbles from the leftover dizziness of inhaling too much smoke. He'll have to get that checked out later, he knows, but he remains standing. Fire trucks speed into the empty street, firemen pouring out of the vehicle to get the hose ready as soon as possible. A few ambulances follow close behind, both screeching to a halt near the crowd of evacuees. Shoyuta jogs towards one of the vehicles as the doors to the back are thrown open and paramedics jump out. One makes a beeline for him while the rest swarm the civilians, checking for injuries. "How is he?" The paramedic that approached him prompts. "I'm not sure. Not good. He might have inhaled smoke, but he had already collapsed when I found him." Shoyuta replies, trying not to panic. Now that he's away from the flames that had been roaring directly into his ears, it's only now that he notices just how shallow Izuku's breathing is. He also smells strongly of coppery metal, blood staining the top of his shirt and burns blistering over his forearms. Like he'd tried to protect himself from something. He was left all alone. To face Salamander. You weren't there for him, or for Inko. You're a failure. We'll take him from here. The paramedic pulls him from his thoughts, reaching out to take the young boy. Shoyuta hesitates but hands him over with no other resistance. His whole body feels numb as he watches the paramedics shout something at some of the others, two more joining them as they hop into the back of one of the ambulances. The doors shut behind them and the emergency vehicle drives off, sirens wailing sharply in the otherwise quiet night. His earpiece crackling makes Shoyuta jump. A low curse hisses through his ear before Shadow speaks up. "Damn it, what the heck was that?" He isn't whispering anymore. Closer to shouting, but honestly Shoyuta is having trouble registering anything besides the ringing slowly getting louder in his ears. "Status," he prompts, lifting a hand to his ear. Part of him is glad for some kind of distraction, but he still feels hollow and cold despite just being inside what is practically an oven. "Alright, so," Shadow huffs, indignant. "I was tailing these two guys, right? One of them for sure was Salamander. I got a nice look at his face, then suddenly they turn a corner, wait for like a minute, then barf up this, gray gooey stuff. It looked freaking gross. Then the goo just consumed them, and the two guys were gone. Shuda's brows furrow at the information. He's never heard of anything like that before. Gone. He repeats, incredulous. Gone. Vanished. Vamoose. Shadow confirms. I went down to check if there were any traces left behind, and there's a little bit of the goo on the floor, but Salamander and whoever he was with are nowhere to be seen. A teleportation quirk of some kind? Roger. I'll have Detective Tsukauchi look into it. Stay there for now, I got the last of the civilians out. The ambulances just got here too, so it looks like everyone will be okay. He says. You didn't save Inko. What are you gonna tell everyone? That you left her there? What will Izuku think? Shoyuta grits his teeth and promptly tells his own thoughts to shut up and take a hike. She was already gone when he got there. Izuku had been more important in the moment, and he'll think whatever he's going to think when the time comes. There's nothing more he can do. Nothing. Shadow, oblivious to his internal conflict, chirps a confirmation, cheerful in his own way despite the fact he's likely frustrated at losing his targets, and the line goes silent again. Shoyuta spends a few minutes watching the firemen work to put out the flames, water pouring from the hoses and dousing large areas as fast as they can. It stays stubbornly alight for a while, but they eventually get the situation under control. Were it any other time, he would have felt some relief at seeing the situation handled. But now, he still feels empty and numb. Relief is like a distant object that he reaches and reaches for but always falls short of. Inko's gone. That night, one underground hero stands there before the smoldering remains of an apartment building, having just lost his last remaining immediate family and about to be saddled with a responsibility he doesn't think he's ready for. And that night, one quirkless child gains a power like he always wanted, at the cost of his mother and his eyes. Be careful what you wish for. The past week has been exhausting. Shoyuta is used to working long hours and getting very little sleep. It's part of the job description as a hero. He's used to spending hours staying up late dealing with paperwork, reading through police reports, and getting his new teaching duties dealt with on top of it all. It is arguably worse for Hisashi, who not only works as a popular public eye hero and a teacher like himself, but also runs his own radio station. Granted, he's way better at time management than Shoyuta is, and he has a multitude of co-hosts and backup plans in the event he's unexpectedly called out on a job, but he still often has his busy days. This, however, is a very new type of exhausting. On top of filling reports of the apartment fire, giving the police any details he can about what he and Shadow saw that night, there's also the most exhausting part for him, dealing with the paperwork and processes that would give him custody of Izuku. That process is made easier by the fact that Inko's will explicitly stated she wanted Shoyuta to take him in, but there's still the matter of having social workers come in to investigate his and Hisashi's home, give them interviews to make sure they're in a position to take care of a child, things like that. Thankfully they both check out, which makes things run smoothly. Their house is deemed appropriate, and between their jobs as heroes, teachers, and Hisashi's extra job running his radio station, they have money to spare to properly take care of Izuku. Now to deal with Izuku himself. Shoyuta has never liked hospitals. They're important, kept people from dying preventable deaths and all, but they just always seem to bring down his mood. Too white, too clean, too bright, the stench of chemicals and disinfectants too strong. People are always there either because they've been injured or they're sitting in tense silence over someone they care about being injured. In short, hospitals are a good thing to have, but he would really rather not deal with them at all, ever, if he can. Of course, life always has other plans, but then again, when doesn't it? Life rarely listens to what he wants, and it seems now is no different. Despite being so busy over the past week, Shoyuta and Hisashi both take any chance they can to visit Izuku in the hospital. It happens enough that the staff at the front desk now wordlessly wave them in the direction of Izuku's hospital room and sign them in without a fuss. Most of their visits, Izuku is either unconscious from exhaustion, between dealing with such a traumatic experience, the injuries from it, and the energy-draining healing quirks being used on him, or he's barely awake while under heavy painkillers that make him a little loopy. It's a rare sight for Izuku to be fully awake and aware, but it starts getting more common as the week progresses and he truly starts recovering. Every time, however, he's unnervingly quiet. It's already hard to see Izuku, pale and thin and swaddled in a slightly too big hospital gown, wrapped with a multitude of bandages around his arms and head, an oxygen mask secured to his face over them. The last time Shoyuta saw Izuku face to face before now, he'd been a toddler, barely walking, but even then he'd been bright and bubbly and chatty, babbling nonsense to himself at a breakneck pace. The Izuku he sees now is subdued, doesn't make a single noise to anyone or anything. The most anyone can get from him is a nod or a shake of his head, and even that's hard to elicit. Today sets a much different tone from the usual routine so far. Shoyuta feels it deep in his very being that something different is going to happen as soon as he and Hisashi step through the front doors of the hospital. Izuku, previously completely unresponsive, tilts his head towards them as they enter his room, evidently listening for their footsteps. His head, still covered in bandages around his eyes, tilts in a way that's vaguely expectant. Shoyuta sees Hisashi open his mouth to give his usual greeting, but Izuku interrupts him before he can. "She's dead, isn't she?" Hisashi's jaw immediately snaps shut with an audible click, and he shares a worried glance with Shoyuta. The question is clear in his forest green eyes. "Want me to handle this?" "No, this is Shuta's problem to deal with." He shakes his head, and Hisashi simply gives his shoulder a light squeeze, "I'll be nearby if you need anything," and leaves them alone. Shoyuta is definitely going to do everything in his power to get his husband some exclusive vinyls later. He's eternally grateful for the other man's empathy and patience. "Hey kid." He sighs, then shuffles over to one of the seats nearest to the bed and plunks down in it. Izuku's lips visibly purse and twist, like he's debating whether he should voice his thoughts or not. "You didn't answer me." His voice is quiet and raspy, almost a whisper, and he swallows thickly when he's done speaking. Shoyuta isn't really sure what to say in response. Sure, he deals with people, distressed people, on the job and while he's teaching, but this is a whole new level of uncharted territory. After a few seconds of weighted silence, filled with the steady beeping of the heart monitor attached to the boy, Shoyuta settled with saying, "You seem to know the answer already." Almost immediately he feels like he said the wrong thing. It's rare that anyone doesn't get sad or upset at his blunt, deadpan deliveries, and he usually doesn't care. But this time he does care. This is his nephew after all. The last piece of immediate family he has. Another few beats of heavy silence, timed by the beep, beep, beep of the heart monitor. Izuku breathes deep, something between a near inaudible huff and a sigh, before biting at his lips. "Please just tell me." His voice is actually a whisper this time, wobbly and breaking towards the end. Shoyuta sighs quietly, long and hard. Curse his soft heart when it comes to children. "Yeah." He murmurs, the wound left in his heart still fresh and raw from her recent death. "She's gone." A third silence. Shoyuta hopes this won't be a trend. Izuku's head tilts towards him a little more. "Why do you care about her so much?" Now that is a question Shoyuta isn't expecting. His mouth opens and closes a few times. "What do you mean?" Izuku works his throat for a second, searching for the words he wants. "The nurses and doctors that check on me seem sad when they look at me. I think they know about her, but you seem more. Just more deeply hurt." Shoyuta realizes very suddenly that Izuku probably has no idea who exactly he's speaking with. Is that why Inko wanted to meet us so suddenly? To properly introduce Izuku to us. He swallows heavily as another, much more depressing thought occurs to him. Was she expecting this to happen soon? He shakes his head. Now isn't the time to think about that. "I'm her younger brother, Shoyuta Aizawa." He says instead. A small escapes the boy's lips, and he directs his face blindly towards the hands subtly twisting together in his lap. Another moment of silence. Shoyuta realizes something suddenly. "How could you tell the difference between what the staff and I were feeling?" Izuku pauses, and sits there very still, for several seconds, like he has no idea what to say, then he shrugs. "I dunno. I can just tell." He mumbles. Strange, is Shuda's immediate thought, but he shakes his head again. It's probably just children's intuition or something. He's heard of stuff like that. Has Inko ever talked about me? He asks, wondering how wise it is to keep bringing her up when her death is so fresh for them both. Izuku just shrugs again. Not that I remember. She only mentioned we would be visiting her brother and his partner later before we were. His voice wavers and trails off. Shoyuda visibly winces, and he really has no clue what to say in response. He barely notices Izuku take a deep, steadying, if wobbly breath through his internal panic. She knew he was coming. And that isn't concerning at all, Shoyuda thinks with his usual deadpan sarcasm. He hesitates asking for an elaboration. He really doesn't want to turn this into an impromptu interrogation, but Izuku continues anyway. I saw him. It was Salamander. He had someone else with him, but he was definitely leading it. He stared me in the eyes and I was so scared. The words seemed to be pouring from him now. Shoyuda suspects this was a week in the making. Izuku was all too likely spending his silent time awake reliving it all, and it's finally coming out. Shuda's more than ready to let him ramble, let him pour out his feelings, but Izuku's next words chill him to the bone. And it was Dad. Salamander is my dad, he killed Mom dash. Izuku cuts himself off with a choked sob, finally starting to cry. A villain dash. The green-haired boy buries his head in his hands, shoulders shaking with his sobs. His heart monitor picks up at this point, the once steady beep, beep, beep increasing in frequency, becoming more erratic. And, for the same reasons Shoyuda fought tooth and nail to become a hero, he can't just let Izuku cry alone like this. So, he scoots his chair right to the edge of the bed, and gently curls an arm around his nephew's shoulders. Izuku doesn't really respond to the gesture at first, muffling his sobs and sniffles into his hands, but after a few moments he curls into Shuda's side, gripping his shirt and crying into that instead. I'm scared. He almost can't make out the words, but he hears them all the same and lets his eyes slide closed with a heavy feeling in his heart. I know. He rumbles quietly. I want Mom. I know. Everything hurts. For some reason, that more than anything makes Shuda's chest ache. Izuku's still only 9, he has no reason to see or experience horrors like this so soon. Not for the first time, he blames himself. If only he'd been there faster, he could have stopped Salamander before any of this happened, but he knows, logically, he did what he could. He swallows thickly and gives Izuku's trembling shoulder a light squeeze, mirroring what Hisashi had done for himself earlier. I know. So? How did it go? Hisashi watches his husband slump out of Izuku's hospital room 20 minutes after he left them there. He looks more exhausted than before, which, considering how he usually looks, is extremely telling of his current state. Shoyuda rubs at his eyes, and Hisashi pretends not to notice the wet glimmer on his cheeks, shining stark under the harsh fluorescent lights. He cried himself to sleep. The blonde winces in sympathy. That explains a lot. This is a lot worse than we thought, Hisashi. How do you mean? He asks, tilting his head. He already knows the situation is bad. A well-known villain had barged into Izuku's home and killed his mother after all, but how much worse could it be? Shoyuda groans lowly, rubbing at his eyes again. He'd probably aggravated them earlier on top of his already chronic dry eye. Izuku saw Salamander up close. Hisashi, he recognized him. Don't understand. Hisashi admits. Salamander is high profile, it's not so far-fetched that he'd recognize. The blonde trails off as he suddenly understands. Dread pulls his stomach into a tight knot, and suddenly the mild hunger that was previously starting to gnaw at him turns almost immediately into nausea. Oh no! Oh no! Shoyuda agrees in his usual deadpan. He slumps forward in the next moment, ragged black hair falling about his pale face. I don't know if I should be glad we have an identity or not. It'll help us track him down, but Izuku. Hisashi nods in agreement. It's no wonder the poor kid cried himself to exhaustion. At least this way he probably vented at least a bit of everything he'd been bottling up the past week. How about his eyes? Any news there? Ah, I actually came by to grab you for a report from the doctor taking care of him. He said he had some things to discuss. Shoyuta nods and follows the blonde as they make their way to the doctor's office. He's there waiting for them, a man with white, almost translucent hair and with eyes near pitch black, even the irises and sclera. It's like staring into a void. Hisashi dimly wonders what his quirk is, but they can worry about that later. Thank you for coming, the doctor says as they take a seat. My name is Yamikage Shirioku. Hisashi Yamada. The blonde greets in return. This is Shoyuta Aizawa. Shirioku nods and flips through a few pages on his clipboard. The lack of visible pupils makes it hard to tell where exactly he's looking. First things first, Midoriya-kun is well on his way to recovery. As long as no other complications come up, he should be free to go in less than another week. His burns, however, are quite extensive, so he will have permanent scarring. We advise you occasionally apply some warmth and balms to them to help with any phantom pains or aches, but they shouldn't negatively affect his motor functions otherwise. Most of his sensory nerves were burned away, so he won't feel much in those areas, though. He reports, tone professional and to the point. Well, that's a relief at least. He can still use his arms. Hisashi thinks, remembering just how heavily bandaged the boy's forearms had been at the beginning of his week of recovery. What about his eyes? Shoyuta speaks up. Shirioku's head shifts in a way that suggests he's glancing up at the underground hero. Well, they were already extremely damaged when we got to him. Unfortunately, all we can do is ensure they won't degrade or collapse over time, but all their visual function has been completely destroyed. He still has his eyes, but at this point he is clinically blind, permanently. That pulls the mood down significantly. Hisashi glances back at Shoyuta, who's staring blankly at a spot on the floor in front of him. However, that's part of the other thing I'd like to talk to you about. That gets their attention. Hisashi and Shoyuta look back towards Shirioku expectantly. Midoriya-kun's records have no quirk listed. He's quirkless, yes? Confused, the two heroes nod. Shirioka hums, frowning down at a sheet on his clipboard. Interesting. Hisashi and Shoyuta are both ready to wait for the information that's coming, but considering who's involved, they can't be blamed for being a little more impatient than usual. Well, by all means, he definitely should be quirkless. Shirioku continues, flipping through a few more pages. He showed no signs of either of his parents' quirks, or anything from close relatives, and he has the extra pinky joint. However, he is most definitely no longer quirkless. What? Hisashi almost screams with his quirk, but a quick flash of red eyes from his partner ensures it's just a normal shout. But how? It's not completely unheard of. The doctor says, completely unfazed by Hisashi's outburst. It is certainly an extremely rare occurrence, but there have been instances where someone previously quirkless force-activated a quirk when put under a particularly stressful and traumatic experience. To put this into perspective, there are actually more cases of forced manifestation than you might think, but usually the violent burst of their powers is too much for their body, which isn't designed to hold any kind of quirk whatsoever, and they die to their own powers. Now isn't that a chilling thought? So, his quirk didn't manifest violently enough to fatally hurt him? Hisashi elaborates. Shirioka nods. Wait, what even is his quirk? Is it either of his parents? Well, that's the part we aren't sure about. Shirioka taps a pen against his clipboard absently. While he's been recovering, we've observed several changes, for lack of a better term, to his eyes that were happening on their own without any of our interference. And this has been happening despite the fact most of both his eyes are completely made up of damaged tissue now. My quirk allows me to see the aura of another's quirk, and Midoriya-kun's is concentrated heavily around his eyes and the area of his torso where his heart is located. Those are some oddly specific spots. Hisashi muses, humming thoughtfully. Is there a common trend with auras like that? Shoyuta asks, always to the point. It varies from person to person, but yes. Shirioka nods. If an aura focuses on the eyes, then it almost always has to do with some kind of vision enhancement or activation via the eyes. Much like your quirk, Aizawa-san. He gave the underground hero a nod of acknowledgement. Auras around the heart tend to be a little trickier though. The common pattern usually ties them to some sort of empath aspect, but it's also varied much more between individuals in my personal experience. I met someone with an aura focus there whose quirk made their heartbeat and circulation more efficient. Hizashi nods. It makes sense. Basically, none of us will really know what his quirk does until he meets with an actual quirk counselor. My educated guess, based on the combination, is that he will be able to see some kind of aspect of people, such as their emotions or their quirks like myself. Shirioka flips the pages neatly closed on the clipboard and sets it on his desk. I advise that you arrange an appointment as soon as you can. The sooner you know exactly what his quirk does, the better. Of course. Shoyuta agrees with a shallow bow of his head. Is there anything else we need to know? No. That's all. Shirioka bows in return. Hizashi sees the underground hero stand out of the corner of his eye and scrambles to follow suit, almost tripping over the leg of his chair in his haste. Take care of him, you two. He's going to need a lot of support. He calls after them as they leave. Hizashi nods with a grin that feels a lot more strained than he wants to come across. They take their leave, heading back to Izuku's hospital room. He's still fast asleep, the visible areas of his nose and cheeks slightly red and damp. Evidently he'd been seen by a nurse while they were busy, for he had less bandages on him than before. This is Hizashi's first time seeing just how extensive the damage Izuku sustained is. There are still bandages wrapped around the upper half of his face, from the swell of his cheeks to the edge of his hairline, and a layer wrapped neatly around his forearms, but they still expose some of the other scars left behind from the ordeal. The right side of Izuku's face has it the worst. From under the bandages around his eyes, freshly healed burn scars trail down the right side of his face, obscuring some of his freckles and leaving part of his ear charred irreversibly, continuing down the side of his neck and disappearing into the collar of his hospital gown at his shoulder. Hizashi wonders if he had suffered any more scars besides those on his arms and face that would be hidden under his clothes. A glance at Shoyuta tells the blonde that his husband is thinking along the same lines. Even though his week had been almost as exhausting as Shuta's, it wasn't until now that Hizashi wants to groan out loud, and he has to physically fight the urge to do so. Don't get him wrong, he's excited to be able to look after Izuku, his sweet, adorable nephew, and he's glad they can officially meet now that he's older and would better remember them, but to have all of it happen like this, and so suddenly. It's a lot. Hizashi isn't easy to overwhelm, not really, but right now he's more than ready to just go home and curl up in bed with Shoyuta and their cats and forget about everything for as long as he can. Shoyuta takes a seat positioned nearest to Izuku's bed and slumps into it with a huff. Hizashi grabs one of the spares by the wall and sets it beside the underground hero, letting him rest his head on the blonde's shoulder a moment later. They sit there in silence for a while, with the steady beep of the heart monitor as background noise. For once Hizashi doesn't feel the need to fill it with his own voice. It's been a while since he was tired enough for that to happen. You'll have to stop leaving your clothes on the floor. Shoyuta comments suddenly. Hizashi snorts. How will I ever manage? He responds in kind. It earns him an unimpressed glance, but Shoyuta doesn't comment on it. I wonder what his favorite food is. It's katsudon. Easy enough to make. Don't make him katsudon every day, Zashi. Hizashi gasps in mock outrage. The audacity. I would never. I'll only make it every other day. Shuta's response is an equally exasperated and fond stare, but he looks a little more relaxed now. Hizashi is glad he can manage that much. His partner isn't always up for banter when he's feeling down, but when he is, it rarely fails to make both of them feel at least a little better. And sure, things are bad now, would be rough for a while, but they have time. Izuku will have time. Maybe he'd never be the same again, but that's all right. Hizashi and Shoyuta will always have his back, no matter what. Consciousness comes to Izuku slowly. First to register in his senses is the warmth of his duvet, draped over his body and containing his own body heat. Second is the solid ball of weight settled on his legs, offering a second source of warmth. Third is the gentle, quiet rumbling coming from that ball. Based on the pitch and volume, Izuku can tell that Mocha decided his legs are a good sleeping spot at some point overnight. Izuku slowly sits up and stretches, Junji blindly at his nightstand for the soft strip of fabric that was always placed there when he sleeps, his fingers closing around it a moment later. Most of the time he would go right to tying it over his eyes, but today his uncles had promised they could have a relaxing day, so he ties it around his neck like a bandana instead. Another few moments of blind yearning earns him a pair of hair clips that he shoves into his pocket. Mocha mules and uncurls from his little ball, copying Izuku's stretch before clambering up into his lap and meowing loudly for ear rubs. Izuku complies readily, even if it takes him a moment to find the right spot since he couldn't see it. The attack that took his sight from him was 5 years ago now. So much had happened since then. He's living with his uncles now, who are both pro-heroes, which is so cool, and he'd almost passed out trying not to fanboy incessantly when he found out. He's homeschooled and taught a lot by them and their fellow teachers at UA, another thing he had to curb his fanboying over, and he now has a quirk. Sometimes he still can't believe any of it, but it's all real. The smell of pancakes and bacon wafts into his room, pulling him from his thoughts. Izuku stretches again, feeling the weight in his lap lift followed by a muffled thump beside his bed as Mocha jumps off it. He sighs and rubs at his eyes. The skin there is slightly lumpy and rough, permanent reminders of what happened to him that day, before slowly opening them. Izuku blinks a few times, letting the tingly feeling of his quirk settle into his eyes. He's used to seeing his world in black, but thanks to his quirk, he isn't quite as blind as they all feared at first. Thin, white lines begin to fill his vision, forming outlines of the things around him. The edges of his nightstand. The sections and raised edges of the unsolved Rubik's Cube on its surface. The deeper wrinkles of his duvet. The outline of his hands settled in his lap. All of it weaves together in the usual black darkness to give him an unusual form of sight. Smiling, Izuku hums and slips out of his bed, his bare feet landing on soft carpet. Mocha's outline sits obediently by his open door, mewing impatiently. He shakes his head in fond exasperation, only pausing to grab his walking cane before leaving his bedroom. Cheerful humming comes from the kitchen, which is definitely from Zashi. He's usually the one to make breakfast in the mornings, and it seems he's going for something American style this time around. Izuku turns the corner from the hallway into the dining room, smiling at the outline of his boisterous uncle, who is practically bouncing around the kitchen in time to the song he's humming along to. It's something English, and he recalls hearing it on the radio before, but Izuku otherwise can't remember what it's called or what it's about. Around Zashi's form, a pure white, feathery cockatoo flutters around his shoulders, mirroring the man's good mood. It's larger than the average cockatoo, almost twice as big, but even with its unusual size it takes up more space from the soft glow it emits than anything else. Izuku can tell when he's noticed immediately, for the cockatoo turns to him and chirps happily, the sound a distant echo in his ears. Its beak is smooth and black, and its large green eyes are emphasized by a single red triangular marking at the outer corner. The cockatoo flutters towards him as Izuku takes a seat at the dining table. Zashi exclaims a cheerful greeting as he does this. "Morning, Izu. How does pancakes for breakfast sound?" "You know I will never turn down your pancakes, Zashi." Izuku responds eagerly, hopping onto the nearest seat at the dining table and placing his folded walking cane in front of him on the wooden surface. His own soul, a giant direwolf covered in green fur not unlike the shade he remembers his eyes used to be, joins Zashi's cockatoo as it dances around on the floor next to the table. "Does that mean you'd turn down my pancakes?" Shuda's tired voice comments from behind him. Izuku turns in time to see the man's slumped form reach out and ruffle his hair affectionately. "We all know you SEK at American Foods Show." He giggles, pretending to ignore the stifled laughter coming from Zashi's direction. Shoyuta scoffs without heat and slowly sinks into the chair directly opposite Izuku. The teen watches his soul, a panther with deep gray fur and a long, wavy mane, leap gracefully onto the table's surface and settle on its side, its long tail hanging off the edge and flicking lazily. Ruby red eyes slowly blink at Izuku, a low, echoing purr reaching his ears. Zashi's cockatoo chirps happily at the panther's arrival and hops closer to the table to peck at the tail dangling there. Izuku remembers when he first saw the souls, and found it fascinating that they were opposites in so many ways but were still so comfortable with each other despite everything. Over time, Izuku found that souls can't hide what the person they belong to is feeling, so he knows for a fact that the ease they interact with each other isn't fake. Izuku watches them with a contented smile even as he listens to the white noise of his uncle's banter. Coffee, be nice or I'll dump salt in it. Has there ever been an instance where that stopped me? And reaches for his own soul sitting faithfully at his side, giving its head a gentle but firm pet. He feels the sensation of soft fur on his palm even though there is nothing physically there, and feels a strange, tingling pressure on the top of his own head in tandem. Touching souls, especially his own, has always been a slightly strange thing to experience, but Izuku finds himself relaxing when he interacts with the souls of those he trusts, which usually includes his own. He tried touching his own soul to calm down in the middle of a panic attack, though, and the resulting sensations of overstimulation and a very intense feedback loop of negative emotions meant he never tried it again and never will. On Izuku's worst nights, when he's too scared to be in his room alone, when the heat and roar of flames lingers on his skin and in his ears, Izuku finds himself sandwiched between his two uncles in a pile, the distant sound of purring and chirping lulling him to sleep better than any lullaby he can remember. Izuku examines his own soul again, somehow never tiring of taking in the various features it displays. Green fur, curly and fluffy, covers the wolf with a pale brown underbelly and speckles of black all over its muzzle in a mimicry of the freckles covering Izuku's face. Two sharp fangs protrude from its upper jaw, with long, thin spikes lining the shoulders and spine. Ragged black marks cover the area around its eyes and right ear in a near-perfect mirror of Izuku's own scars. The forelegs bear black marks too, where his arms had been scarred from burns all those years ago. It sits straight and proud next to the souls of his uncles, looking the very image of a dire wolf that Izuku had seen in books when he was young. He looks between the three of them, the warm contentment in his chest welling as he takes in how comfortably all three of the souls interact with each other on and around the small space of their dining room table. He would have been happy to watch them until the food was ready, but the panther suddenly levels him with an expectant stare, and he blinks at it in confusion. Izuku, we have something to tell you. Shoyuta says a moment later, shifting in his seat to presumably level him with the same stare. What is it? He replies. We were going to make it a surprise for later. Shoyuta turns his head, and Izuku gets the distinct impression he's giving Zashi a glare from his tone, but since someone can't keep a secret, we're telling you now. Zashi lets out an indignant squawk, but Izuku ignores it and tilts his head. A surprise? Repeats. Yeah. You want to go to UA, right? Zashi pipes up, flipping a pancake in the process. Izuku watches it sail through the air before landing back in the pan almost perfectly. Of course. That's why I asked you guys to train me in combat. And they had been training him for 3 of the 5 years he's lived with them. It's mostly done with Shoyuta, since they both have very non-physical quirks. While he's nowhere near a master at anything yet, he's at least proficient in hand-to-hand and using various melee weapons, both completely blind and with the vision his quirk gives him. He still has a long way to go. He doesn't even know the full limits of his own quirk yet, but he can hold his own well enough if it ever comes down to it. Well, we entered you as a potential recommendation student, with me as your primary sponsor since I've handled most of your training. Shoyuta continues. Netsu accepted your application along with 4 other kids. Izuku's brain does the mental equivalent of a record scratch. Recommendation? He repeats, incredulous, wondering if it's a joke. Netsu accepted? Me? Yep. Zashi chirps in near-perfect sync with his glowing white cockatoo on the table. He begins setting down plates stacked with various food items, including those pancakes. Of course he accepted, why wouldn't he? Izuku can think of many reasons UA's principal should pick someone else, such as someone who isn't blind for starters, but he can feel both of them practically daring him to say something even mildly self-depreciating, so he wisely says nothing and just shrugs. So, for the normal exam there's a written and practical portion, right? He says as he forks a few pancakes onto his plate along with some bacon and toast. Is the recommendation exam any different? You still have to do the written portion. Shoyuta replies. And there is a physical portion of sorts, but it's more to demonstrate you can effectively use what you have at your disposal to complete a goal. You'll also participate in a gathering with the rest of the chosen students and their sponsors. Doing the written and practical parts sounds amazing. Izuku loves his studies just as much as before he was blinded, and he loves his training and exercise routine almost as much. Having to deal with potentially judgmental people over the circumstances of his blindness, however, is very much not amazing. Don't worry about people looking at the scars. Shoyuta will keep them from giving you a hard time over it. Zashi assures, sensing the disdain in his silence. And if they do anyway, well, Nedzu will make sure they stop. Or regret it. Probably the latter. Izuku smiles to himself. For as small as Nedzu is, he sure has an intimidating presence when he wants to. So, will you take the recommendation spot? Of course. Izuku gives Zashi's outline a stare of disbelief. Yeah, I'll take it. Shoyuta nods like he's expecting the response. Alright, bullet. Netsuno, you agreed. Izuku nods as well and chews on a bite of pancakes. A burst of chocolate and blueberry tells him Zashi added them to the batter today. He must be in a pretty good mood. When is the recommendation exam? It's at a different time than the normal one, right? He asks, reaching for the outline of the syrup between himself and Zashi. He wonders if it's before or after the regular exam, and by how much. It's a week before regular exams. Izuku squeaks and almost drops the bottle. A week before? He repeats. But the regular exam is in 15 days. You're saying you were going to keep it from me when it's already in a week? He hears Shoyuta sigh. Yes, because we all know that you'll work yourself up unnecessarily until then when you have nothing to worry about. But dash. Izuku protests. This is recommendation exams. Of course I'd worry, there's gonna be so many people with amazing quirks and skills and dash. Izuku. They'll be amazing and then there'll be me dash. Izuku. Zashi's shout is accompanied by his cockatoo whizzing by Izuku's face with something between a scream and a tweet, startling him into silence. This is why I opted to wait, Zashi. Shoyuta deadpants. Spare me, is Zashi's instant retort. Then, to Izuku, you don't give yourself enough credit, Izu. Seriously, the only way you'd fail it is by not showing up. You study a lot every day, the written portion will be a piece of cake. He assures. And like Sho said, the practical's just demonstrating what you can already do. You'd have to be trying to fail it to actually fail. Izuku really wishes he believes that. If you say so. And that's how Izuku finds himself standing in a testing room on UA's campus. He has a room separate from the other recommendation students so he can use a computer designed to accommodate his blindness. It isn't like he can read even with his quirk. Spending the past 5 years living with 2 pro heroes who also teach classes at UA means Izuku has been on campus grounds before. He's even met every teacher at least once. So, being at UA itself isn't especially nerve-wracking, but somehow being there as a potential student gives the whole building a different vibe. He feels more nervous than usual. Thankfully, the written section isn't too bad. There are a few questions that trip him up, but he answers them to the best of his ability. After the allotted time is up, he's led to the practical testing area, where he meets up with the rest of the potential recommendation students. He can't sense any of their sponsors nearby, and the lack of Shuta's presence makes him feel vulnerable. He only relaxes marginally when Nedzu's presence nears and he calls for their attention. Greetings, children. He begins with a clap of his paws. I hope you all did well on the written exam. There's no response, nervous tension thick in the air, but Izuku is pretty sure the mammal isn't expecting one. With the written portion done, now you have your practical. The goal is simple. You each have to collaborate in order to find and rescue each of your sponsors from various disasters or accidents. They aren't truly in any danger, but you should treat each situation like there is. Use whatever means you feel are necessary to perform the rescue. There is no time limit, but as always, time is of the essence, the sooner the better. He pauses, probably to grin or something. Izuku has his eyes completely covered with his usual black bandana and his hair held back by a pair of hair clips so it doesn't cover his face completely, so he wouldn't be able to see even with his quirk activated. And remember, cooperation is key. Apparently that's it, because in the next moment Nedzu is walking back towards the main campus building where he came from. What? No hints to figure out where we should go first? One of the other boys huffs. That's a little unfair. Maybe, but this is recommendations, so perhaps it is to be expected. One of the girls replies, though she still seems a little put off. Well, we should start with what we can collectively contribute. The second girl suggests. Izuku actually recognizes her voice, but for the life of him he can't remember where. All he remembers is her family name, Yaoyorozu. My quirk is called creation. Basically, as long as I can understand the related atomic and structural composition, I can convert the lipids in my body into inorganic materials and objects. Izuku nods slowly at the information, his mind already running a mile a minute. That's a recommendation student for you. Such an incredible quirk. Almost limitless potential for support. I wonder how small and intricate she can make things, such as computer chips. The second girl speaks up, pulling him from his train of thought. My quirk is called Lizard Tail Splitter. I can split myself into several different pieces, and if any of the parts are destroyed or otherwise unusable, I can regenerate them over time. Another amazing quirk, perfect for scouting and infiltration, depending on how her senses transfer between parts. Good for distractions too. My quirk's called softening. One of the boys begins. I can soften any inorganic thing I touch, so I can turn the ground into quicksand, for instance. I can also undo these effects if I touch the material again. Potentially useful in rescue situations, he could soften and remove rubble from disaster sites. In a fight he could cause structural damage and limit mobility. He realizes they've been standing there in silence, rather awkwardly, for a few seconds as the first three students wait for him and the third boy to explain their quirks. Sorry, Izuku stutters, flailing for information on his own abilities. My quirk is called, soul sight. It can get kind of complicated, but basically I can see and sense the souls of others. So, I can sense all of you and tell you apart. There's more to it, but nothing I can think of that will be useful in rescue situations. There's a murmur of interest from one of the girls, but they wait quietly for the last boy to explain his quirk. Izuku, even without actively concentrating on his quirk, can feel the disdain radiating from him, like he would rather be anywhere but here. Hopefully it won't make him insufferable when it comes to cooperation. Shudo went into this exam hoping to go in, do them, then leave and hope he could catch a nap before he got dragged away for more training, but no. He has to deal with other people, which is already not his strongest point. My quirk is half cold, half hot. I can produce ice from my right and fire from my left. Don't ask me to use fire in a fight, because it's not happening. He keeps his summary as brief as possible, leveling the other four teens with an icy glare, daring any of them to so much as mention his scar. Except for that short green-haired boy. He's facing them in the loose circle they've formed, head tilted in their general direction, but unless his quirk does way more for his sight than he explained, there's no way he can see through that black fabric covering his eyes. Shudo wants to ask about it, but he also knows better, so he keeps quiet. Apparently the third boy of their group, Shudo is pretty sure his name's Hananuki, doesn't have the same tact. So can you see through that bandana or something? Why even use it? If he's more socially inclined, or cares more, Shudo would probably feel bad for the shorter boy. Obviously the mask is hiding something, though what exactly he isn't sure. The teen visibly tenses in a way Shudo is very familiar with. He sees himself react that way a lot when things like his scar or his mother or his siblings or using his left side in a fight are brought up, but he doesn't really know what's going through his head. Setsuna slaps Hananuki's shoulder and hisses something at him, probably to scold him for being too blunt. Green Hair's jaw tenses a few times before he sighs and lifts his hands to mess with the black fabric covering the upper half of his face. Well, you guys will probably see eventually. Just please keep this between us. He says, voice very carefully neutral as he slides his fingers to the back of his head. The reason for the bandana is clear as he pulls the fabric down around his neck. Shudo has seen scars. He has his own over his left eye. He's seen gruesome ones on new and veteran heroes alike, but he's never seen anyone his own age with scars far more extensive than his. And the pale, milky shade to his green eyes gives him a reason for the presence of the folded cane at his hip, though he seemed fine walking over to them earlier. Maybe because this part of the testing area is quite flat. I've been blind since I was 9, Shudo almost winces. Even though his left eye suffered from the scalding water poured over it, he still hadn't been completely blinded, but thankfully my quirk helps make up for it. Green hair. Blinks a few times before his irises begin to glow faintly, chasing away some of the pale fog from them. It's a strange but not entirely unpleasant sight. Right now, I can see outlines of shapes and some details in black and white. The only color I see is from the forms that represent your souls. For example, he glances at a point just above Setsuna's left shoulder. Your soul looks like a large blue gecko. Shudo blinks at the information. That's a strangely specific description. Did all souls look like animals? What were they influenced by? What did his soul look like? Curiosity wasn't something that he usually feels particularly strongly, compared to, say, hatred at his father, but he has an almost burning urge to ask and find out. Green hair glances over at him in that moment, eyes focusing on a point a fair distance above the top of his head, before they widen and his mouth parts slightly. He stares for a few seconds as the other recommendation students comment on his description of Setsuna's soul, like he's seen something that surprised him. The moment passes when green hair gulps and looks away with an unreadable expression. Shudo suddenly doesn't want to find out what his soul looks like anymore, not if that's the reaction he gets. With the exchange of information and names out of the way, green hair's name is Midoriya, so he hadn't been too far off on the green part. They buckle down and focus on the task at hand. Since Midoriya can focus on souls and sense their presence, they give him a few moments to collect himself and point them in the right direction. Apparently Midoriya can sense everyone in the testing area, students and sponsors alike, and tells them as much, but they collectively agree to start at the nearest spot and work their way out. The testing area itself is expansive and sectioned into several parts, each representing a different disaster or accident scenario. From where they're standing at the entrance, the closest area Shudo can see is a recreation of a massive vehicle collision. Nothing is on fire, but he can very easily imagine they should consider the possibility of something catching fire or exploding, even if it won't actually happen for the purposes of safety. Shudo almost doesn't notice at first, but he starts to realize that Midoriya is leading them, intentionally or not. It's a subtle thing, a suggestion here, a possible application of a quirk there, but he notices that, collectively, the recommendation students are looking to him for ideas and plans. That isn't to say the rest of them aren't giving their own suggestions, but Midoriya seems to have this gravity to him, like a star that pulls things in, guiding them into orbits around himself as nature demands. They work through each scenario bit by bit, examining every situation and pinpointing exactly where each sponsor is with the help of Midoriya's quirk. They find endeavor last. Shudo almost thinks Midoriya made that happen on purpose, but it's a ridiculous thought, and he quickly dismisses it. If the way the hero stands there burning and glaring is any indication, he isn't happy with being supposedly overlooked. Well done everyone. You each handled the situations remarkably well. Netsu praises once all the students and sponsors are gathered back in the main building. Now, this is more of a formality than anything, especially since we did something a little different for the practical by making it collaborative dash. Midoriya quietly snorts something that sounds like a sarcastic little, he says, from the corner he and Eraserhead are standing in, then immediately tenses and tilts his head down as a flush rises over his cheeks. Perhaps he hadn't meant for that to come out. But this is a perfectly opportune time to better explain your quirks and your ambitions if you so desire, and get to know each other better before the school year starts. Netsu finishes without even blinking at Midoriya's interruption. Shudo already knows he would rather do anything but talk more, especially about himself, so he remains standing at one of the walls and tunes everything out for a while. Thankfully he isn't pushed to say or do anything, so he lets his mind wander. Shudo is just in the middle of pondering the likelihood that he'll get some cold soba for dinner when a startled shout makes him jump. "You can copy quirks?" Setsuna exclaims loudly. Midoriya stands awkwardly in the middle of the room, looking about as surprised at the sudden noise as Shudo feels. Sort of." Midoriya replies, and now he has Shudo's attention. Quirks like that are almost as rare and sought after as healing quirks, especially if the owner is good at wielding them. It's not like perfectly copying a quirk, more like mimicking aspects of the quirk. And I can't mimic mutation quirks, much like Eraserhead can't erase them. How exactly does it work? Yaoyorozu asks, her head tilted curiously. I could demonstrate? Midoriya offers, the lifting tone in his voice phrasing it like a question. There's a murmur of agreement from the other students. Shudo watches Midoriya turn to Eraserhead, his sponsor, as his eyes take on that subtle emerald glow again. Neither of them say or do anything, but they come to some kind of agreement all the same. Everyone in the room watches in fascination, except Endeavor, who continues glaring as usual, as Midoriya's form seems to start glowing with an eerie green light, flowing and wispy like mist. A tendril materializes between his and Eraserhead's chests, giving them some kind of intangible connection. Something in the air pulls taut as this happens, and Shudo can't pin down exactly what it is, the sensation akin to some kind of unnatural pressure. Midoriya's eyes suddenly brighten, turning a near caustic shade of neon green, his hair lifting and swaying with an invisible force. He focuses those dangerously toxic eyes on Endeavor, who's silently burning the hole. Then, suddenly, Endeavor's flames are gone with little more than a spluttering puff of smoke. There are several moments where no one moves. Endeavor blinks, like he's struggling to process what just happened. For once in his life, Shudo can relate. Setsuna makes a noise somewhere between awe and shock. Shudo stares between Midoriya and an extinguished Endeavor. Endeavor himself just stares at Midoriya. Well, whatever the boy had just done, Shudo can give him some of his respect. Anyone who can bring Endeavor down a few pegs for even a moment is worth more than a passing glance in his eyes. Rage flashes in Endeavor's cold blue irises in the next moment. Shudo mentally prepares himself to intervene somehow if things turn ugly, but Midoriya flinches ever so slightly, as if he can feel the sudden anger, and closes his eyes. Like a switch being flipped, Endeavor's flames whoosh back to life. When Midoriya opens his eyes again, muttering something about dry eye and blinking a few times, the toxic glow is gone and replaced with the presumably usual dim emerald. Whoa! Hananuki murmurs, voicing what they're thinking. I saw it all happen, but I'm still not sure I completely understand what I just watched. Midoriya hums as he closes his eyes and wraps the bandana around them, hiding his scars once more. Well, I'm not sure what exactly you can see compared to what I can see, he begins, but basically I formed a link between mine and Aizawa's souls. As I am now, I can't force the connection with people I'm not familiar with, but I can do it with strangers provided they're truly willing to let me do so. Once I form the link, I can very clearly sense the other's emotions and mimic the effects of their quirk. The simpler the function, the closer I can replicate them. Familiarity with the person I'm linking with helps, too. Shudo isn't blind or naive. He knows what potential and strength looks like. Midoriya has both in spades, but in entirely unconventional forms that he rarely gets to see up close. He's strong, not necessarily in the physical sense, but in his quiet, unassuming charisma, and he's smart, evidenced by the way he was consistently looked to for advice during the practical part of the exams that day. In short, once Midoriya enters the market as a fully licensed pro, he would be a force to be reckoned with. At the very least, Shudo's glad he can go home that day and both reminisce over the memory of Endeavor's bewilderment at having his flames snuffed out like a candle, as well as the fact that he doesn't have to endure extra training since Endeavor got so worked up over the short green-haired teen that he wordlessly leaves on an impromptu patrol to blow off some steam as soon as they get home. Fuyumi makes him some cold soba as a treat for dinner as he tells her all about it. He's in a much better mood than he'd anticipated being in that morning. Today has been a good day. No matter what his uncles say to him, there's still a viscerally tangible kind of relief that rushes through Izuku when the letter from UA arrives in the mail. The week and a half waiting for it was a blur. Izuku still studied and trained, got thrown on the ground several times while sparring, as usual, but he's constantly distracted until the letter is in his hands. From what he gathers, even without Shoyuta and Zashi's assurances, being recommended and accepted to take the tests would pretty much guarantee his spot in UA. The tests were Nedzu's version of double-checking that he'd made the right choices and as a formality of sorts. Izuku knows that if he gets into UA the usual way with a lot of work and effort only to find out the recommendation students just got in, he'll be pretty salty about it. Speaking of salt, Izuku just closes himself in his room with the letter after watching in amusement as Zashi poured a generous spoonful of salt in Shuta's coffee again. They both watched in horror as the underground hero chugged the whole thing without flinching even once. Izuku has seen this scenario several times over the years, but it never gets any less terrifying. Shoyuta stood there with a grin filled with something smug, at least his version of it, at their terrified faces. Anyway, the UA letter. Izuku sits at his desk, calling his quirk to his eyes. The white outline of the letter stares at him from his desk, and he stares back at it. Mocha startles him by jumping into his line of sight and quickly flops on top of the letter. He giggles and humors the cuddly cat with a few chin scratches before carefully prying the letter out from under him. All right, just open it, he tells himself, pulling at the seal stamped in the middle of it that holds it closed. It isn't until he's sliding the letter from the envelope that he realizes there is a very good possibility he won't be able to read it. Izuku hesitates before unfolding it, relieved when he sees little raised dots covering the page in patterns he instantly recognizes. Braille is something he's very fluent in. Running his fingers over the paper is more from habit in his early days of learning Braille, but he reads it all the same through both touch and sight. Dear Izuku Midoriya, congratulations on being accepted into the hero course through recommendations. You demonstrated an excellent level of both intelligence and skill as evidenced by your performance in the exams. We at UA are proud to welcome you into our school. Nedzu. Short and to the point, with just the right amount of flowery filler. It's so much like Nedzu that Izuku almost starts grinning. It's a relief that he can finally confirm for sure that he'd gotten in, though. He tilts his head when he realizes there's more to the letter underneath the main contents. He runs his fingers over the additional text. P.S. All of the teaching staff are aware of your blindness, so we have accommodations prepared for you. You will also be spending your Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays during English PRD with me for some personal lessons. If anyone, and I mean anyone, gives you trouble for any of these things, tell me or your uncles and teachers immediately. An involuntary shudder crawls up Izuku's spine. Thankfully he's never gotten more than a scolding from his uncles or Nedzu, usually for being reckless or self-depreciating, but he's been present for a student getting expelled a few years ago. He doesn't even remember exactly what the student did to warrant the punishment, because he'd been too busy trying to sink into the couch he was sitting on to concentrate on what was actually being said. More for the sake of his future classmates, he really hopes they won't be JRGs. No one deserves to be on the receiving end of Nedzu's vast intelligence paired with his quiet, roiling wrath. He shakes himself out of the slightly traumatic memories and focuses on the important bit. He got into UA. There is, of course, still that little voice of anxiety that's waiting to yank the proverbial rug out from under him, but he breathes steadily and ignores it. It's truly a wonder what therapy can do for both trauma and anxiety, something he found out when his uncles made him take a few sessions when he first settled in with them. Shuta's a giant hypocrite, though. He occasionally goes to his therapy sessions, but more often than not he digs his proverbial claws in and refuses to go, much like their cats when they figure out they're about to be given a bath. Bean especially will do everything in his power to either sprint around the house between their legs or just hook his claws into the nearest piece of furniture and cling. With that amusing image in mind, Izuku grabs the letter, jumps out of his seat, and darts into the living room where he can sense Zashi and Shoyuta sitting on their main couch. They turn their attention to him, but he shoves the letter in front of himself before they can get a word out. "Guys, look!" he exclaims. There's a pause. "I mean, we all know you got in, and I'm super proud of you, Zashi begins. But you know we can't read Braille as well as you can." Izuku blinks and turns the page back around, as if that would make him see anything besides the raised dots all over its surface. "Wait, there's nothing printed on it?" he asks, a little surprised. "Nothing besides UA's logo and Nedzu's signature." Shoyuta confirms. "So what does it actually say?" "There's an awful lot of Braille after his signature." "Oh, Izuku gives the letter another glance. "Basically that my blindness is being accounted for, that Nedzu wants me for personal lessons, and to tell him or you guys if anyone gives me a hard time. Wait, what?" Zashi screams, the slight enhancement from his quirk causing the windows to rattle. Mocha, Bean, and their third cat, more of a kitten at the moment, Kuro, each bolt from their resting spots with disgruntled yowls. Izuku can feel Shuta's exasperated irritation at the sudden outburst. "Repeat that again?" "You?" Izuku stutters. "Nedzu said to tell you guys if someone tried to pick on me?" "And no, the other thing." Zashi corrects, sounding weirdly faint. "He said I have private lessons with him?" "Oh God. I don't know why that surprises you, Zashi." Shoyuta sighs. Zashi just groans in defeat. Shoyuta shakes his head. "Well, what is he asking for you?" he prompts. Izuku fumbles with the letter, skimming through it again to remind himself of the exact details. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays during English." He replies. Zashi releases a very exaggerated, overdramatic wail of despair at the information. "No. First he's corrupting you to the dark side, then he's stealing you away from me. Zashi, I'm fluent in English. You took every chance you had to teach me, like, everything." Izuku deadpants. But still. The pout is clear in the man's voice as he dramatically slumps over the back of the couch, his hair dangling almost to the floor even in its intricate braid. His uncles must have been sitting there for a while with Shoyuta braiding it for him. Kuro's scrawny outline darts over and starts batting at the end of the braid. Zashi continues talking as if he doesn't notice the occasional tugs at his hair. "He's stealing my cute little nephew away from me. When will I ever get to see you again? Zashi, we literally live together." Izuku deadpants again. "We see each other every day. Izu, you need to stop sounding like Shoyuta." Zashi complains. "Both of you and your rationality and logic." Shoyuta coughs lightly, sounding suspiciously like a cover for a chuckle. Of course, having known each other since their own days at UA High School, Zashi sees right through it. "I'm wounded." He huffs. "Truly, utterly. How will I ever recover?" "Like the past 100 times you've said that, you'll manage." Shoyuta hums. Izuku doesn't bother hiding his snicker as he bends down to pick up Kuro. "Yeah, if you really couldn't handle it, you'd have died a lot by now." The kitten wiggles in his arms for a few moments before finding a comfortable position and promptly begins purring like a motorboat. "Anyway," Zashi interrupts any further attempts at teasing, "we'll go out shopping tomorrow to get you supplies for school. Like a good backpack." "Perfect." Izuku nods sagely, running his fingers through the fur on Kuro's head. "I'm definitely buying as much Eraserhead-themed stuff as I can get my hands on." Zashi bursts into raucous laughter, and the teen can feel Shuta's irritated exasperation. "Why? Get some of my merch too." Zashi howls, ignoring the underground hero and continuing to laugh. "You give me your merch all the time. It's like the English thing all over again." Izuku protests. That gets the hero to choke on his laughter with a mildly offended gasp. "Why would you get my merch? You wouldn't be able to tell what colors they are." Shoyuta says again. "Because. That's not a reason." "Of course it is. It's not a logical reason." Zashi groans loudly. "Geez, you too, your arguments are worse than mine and Sho's." He abruptly jumps up and strides towards the kitchen, pausing to ruffle Izuku and Kuro's hair. "I'm making lunch." Let me know when you two are done. Izuku snickers over Shuta's grumbling. You know you can't stop me, Sho. He doesn't get a response besides further grumbling. He grins and pads into the kitchen, hoping to steal some bits of food while Zashi is distracted. As they eat lunch, Izuku realizes he almost forgot all about his nerves over you, and he feels warmth spread through his chest. If there's one thing his uncles have gotten good at over the years taking care of him, it's effectively taking his mind off of his, usually unnecessary, anxious thoughts. Not for the first time, he muses over how grateful he is to have them in his life. Sure, Inko's gone, and that fact on its own still brings his mood down, but he definitely could have ended up a lot worse off in the aftermath. He couldn't have asked for better parental figures. Izuku goes to bed that night with a warm feeling in his chest, excited for his first day at UA. Izuku is no longer excited for his first day at UA. That morning had been fine. Great, even. He ate breakfast with Zashi and Shoyuta, grabbed his Eraserhead-themed backpack, which had been pre-packed the previous night, made sure his bright blue hair clips were secure in his hair to keep his bangs from falling over his eyes, and all three of them drove cheerfully towards UA's campus. It starts going downhill when he gets distracted by the multitude of presences he can feel roaming the halls, his vision blocked by the bandana over his eyes that hides his scars from curious gazes. He comes back to himself only to realize there are a lot of people staring at him anyway from the prickling awareness at his nape, then comes to the realization that he's incredibly lost, at which point he extends the range of his quirk to try and pinpoint any familiar souls to help orient himself. A hint of earth and iron mixed with fresh grass pings in his subconscious, the combination almost instantly recognizable, and he realizes he had wandered all the way into the support department. How on earth did he get so lost that he's in the opposite direction of the heroics department? Izuku pads up to the room where he can sense Majima, also known as the pro-hero power loader, and peeks his head through the door. A good percentage of the loud, enthusiastic chatter goes quiet at his partial entrance, and he tries not to shrivel under the sudden attention. Hello, Izuku. What brings you here? Majima greets, and the remaining conversations go silent at the sound of his voice. Izuku fidgets uncomfortably and sheepishly clears his throat. Can you help me? I think I got lost, he mumbles, barely loud enough to be heard. Majima chuckles, the scraping of a chair and some shuffling indicating he stood up. His presence nears, followed by a firm hand and the hint of blunt iron claws ruffling his hair. Got distracted again, eh? Majima muses. Izuku nods with a glum pout. That's all right, kiddo. Just need a pointer in the right direction. Why, yes, please. He squeaks. Down the hall to the right, then take a left and follow it towards the end. You'll be able to sense Aizawa by then. He lurks around as homeroom classroom before school starts on the first day. Just head in his direction. Majima instructs. Izuku nods with no shortage of relief, his mental map reorienting itself, and gives the support teacher a shallow bow. Thank you, Majima-sensei. He says. The hero chuckles and ruffles his already unruly hair again. No problem, kiddo. Now off you go. Aizawa might have a soft spot for you, but no one's safe from being late on the first day. He prompts. Izuku nods again and wordlessly turns to hurry off towards his intended destination. And despite his previous awareness of all the eyes trained on him, he doesn't notice the focused interest from a pair of pinpointed, bright golden eyes following him as he leaves the room. He has no trouble finding his way from there. The presence of Shuta's soul is, indeed, lingering a few corners away from the door to 1's classroom. For a moment, he considers going over and asking what he's doing, but realizes he probably doesn't have a lot of time left before the bell rings. As Majima said, not even he's safe from the consequences of being late to day 1. There are already multiple souls gathered in the room, their sensations mixing and clashing confusingly. It's hard to make them out individually, especially from outside the room. He can't feel any negative emotions besides nervous anxiety, but he expects that much regardless. Izuku really has no reason to stall besides his own nerves, so he draws in a steadying breath and finds the door handle, pushing it open. All chatter stops immediately, and the sensation of a multitude of gazes boring into him intensifies in tandem. He's a little put off by the sudden silence and wavers slightly where he stands before awkwardly clearing his throat. Hello Dash. DKU? The very loud, very familiar shout makes Izuku flinch back with an instinct he hasn't even thought about in almost 5 years. Ever since Salamanders, he refused to call the villain his father, especially since he had much better parental figures now. Attack. Nearly everything Katsuki had ever done to him pales in comparison. Nothing could compare to that day. Not the entire week after, while he was hospitalized, and not even all the bullying he had beforehand could come close to what he experienced. He finds it hard to be truly afraid of his old friend? Bully? But there is still that learned instinct lingering in his very bones that makes him move without permission. Izuku swallows and makes his voice very carefully neutral. Katsuki. Don't just Katsuki me, you Bisudi. The explosive teen practically snarls, his chair scraping loudly before he stomps towards him. Izuku tenses but remains motionless otherwise as a roiling hot wave of anger crashes through his senses. Despite that, little trickles of something cooler, but almost as frantic as the rage threatening to smother him tickles over his skin amidst it all. Izuku is inclined to think it's coming from someone else in the room at first, but no, it's definitely coming from Katsuki. Interesting. Izuku only ever saw the other boy's anger before, so it's a little weird that he can feel other nuances to his emotions now. He can't really tell what this other emotion is, though. Katsuki really knows how to hold on to his anger and do everything he can to smother everything else in the process. Honestly, Izuku is amazed he can even feel anything else in the first place. Well, what else am I supposed to say? Izuku snarks in response. The anger recedes slightly, replaced with a mix of shock and surprise, before the heat rushes back almost twice as intense as before. Oh, I don't know, how about starting with where the hell you've been for the past 5.5 years? Katsuki barks. 5.5 is oddly specific phrasing. Usually when Katsuki is particular about something, it's because he secretly cares in some way. Granted, the type of care varies. He could care because he's worried or because he somehow thinks Izuku is trying to one-up him for whatever reason, but it's still peculiar that he's been keeping that close an eye on the passage of time since that day. Even Izuku himself doesn't really dwell on it, only thinking over it when the anniversary of Inko's death nears and he ponders over what kind of flowers to bring to her grave. Once again interesting. Living with extended family. Izuku responds flatly. He really wants Katsuki to leave this for later when there aren't so many people staring. Bullshit, Auntie never said anything about extended family. Even the old hag had no effing clue where you ended up. Katsuki says. Izuku breathes a long, exasperated sigh. He forgot how self-centered the blonde can be. Just because she didn't say anything doesn't mean they don't exist. He says, propping a hand on his hip. He continues almost as an afterthought with a burning venom in his voice that surprises even himself. Besides, don't call your mom a hag. At least she's still around for you. Izuku immediately regrets saying that. It's a low blow, and his guilt is further enforced when the waves of anger break apart like glass, replaced with something cold and brittle that Izuku can't quite identify. The air turns tense, which is enough of a signal that this is a terrible place to have this kind of conversation. He decides to backtrack and try to gain some more control of the situation. Now is not the time for either of them to be running their mouths because of charged emotions. Alright, look. He sighs again, pinching the cloth-covered part of the bridge of his nose. I know. You have questions, but now's not the time or the place. If you want answers, wait until the day's over. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. There's a long, heavy silence. It feels a little like everyone is holding their breath, lest they make a noise or movement that shatters the atmosphere around them and ruins the moment. Whatever you could call this moment. Katsuki shifts, the movement slight. Dash, his voice sounds angry, but there's a waver to it Izuku has never heard before. That combined with the still-present chill brushing his skin from whatever emotion had taken hold of the blonde makes him uncomfortable in ways he can't really understand in the moment, so he cuts the other teen off before he can say anything else in that wavering voice. Katsuki, he says, short but forceful enough to make the blonde's jaw snap shut with an audible click. I know habits are hard to break. I've spent too much of the past 5.5 years breaking my worst ones. He admits. But I'm not the same Deku you knew, Katsuki. That part of me died that day. You're going to have to accept it eventually, one way or another. The following silence is almost heavier than before. There's far too much curiosity bubbling through the air from the rest of his classmates for his taste. Izuku wishes someone can just save him from this whole conversation. As if answering his mental prayers, Shura's voice pipes up from behind him, gruff and monotone but with the tiniest hints of concern. Izuku can literally only tell it's there because he lives with the man. Everyone settle down and get to your seats. There's a cacophony of shuffling and scraping chairs as everyone scrambles to obey. Izuku takes a quick moment to scan the room for the placement of each soul and heads for the spot that's left empty. It's still hard to distinguish individual souls with as many as there are packed together like this, but the unmistakable presence of Katsuki's soul is seated directly in front of him. Wonderful. Shura's presence shuffles into the room, a zipping noise indicating he's shedding his sleeping bag. Zashi had gleefully informed him a couple years ago that the underground hero looks like a giant, offensively bright yellow caterpillar while inside it, and even now he finds it hard not to snort out loud at the mental image. It took you 8 seconds to sit and be quiet. You kids aren't rational enough. Shoyuta drones, completely ignoring the bafflement filling the room. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuta. Nice to meet you. There's a collective round of gasps and surprised murmurs. Izuku just rolls his eyes behind his bandana. What else are they expecting? That Shura's some random homeless person rolling into their classroom for no reason? There's some more shuffling before Shoyuta speaks up again. This is kind of sudden, but put these on and go out onto the field. He says, presumably holding up a PE uniform. There's a moment where no one moves, so Izuku takes initiative and stands up first, taking the set of clothes that are moved briskly but not unkindly into his arms. The whole time, even as he walks towards the changing rooms, Katsuki's piercing yet strangely unreadable gaze burns into the back of his head with an awareness far different than he usually feels from anyone else's staring. Izuku is no longer excited for his first day at UA. Izuku ends up being one of the first to finish changing, but he's also officially on edge. Because, not only is Katsuki still staring at him, there's a second set of eyes following him around. Sure, the whole class may as well be staring, but he knows they're just glances due to the passing static of awareness he occasionally feels at his nape. That begs the question, who else is staring at him and why? He feels around for a presence linked to the steely gaze attached to him, but there's still too many people in one space to make out anything distinct. It's incredibly frustrating. If he stomps his way indignantly to the field when he finishes changing, could you blame him? He's forgotten how stressful school is. Shura's much more familiar and calming gaze follows him as he stands a few feet from the few students already gathered. The underground hero's concern is much more prominent now after seeing what Izuku imagines is a pretty uncharacteristic scowl for him, but he isn't approached. As comforting as his uncles are, Izuku's glad for the space. He really just needs to fume quietly on his own for a minute or two. A presence nears him as he takes a few deep breaths, and he's about to be irritated before he realizes who it is. Midoriya-san? Are you all right? Yaoyorozu's voice calls hesitantly from behind him. He turns slightly to face her general direction. Hi, Yaoyorozu-san. Izuku replies, sounding about as tired as he feels already. I'm okay, just. I forgot how stressful school is. He admits. Oh, were you homeschooled then? She guesses. Yeah. I see. Adjusting to a new setting can indeed be trying, especially when others insist on making a scene in a public space. Izuku hums in agreement. Yeah, but. He trails off and sighs with a shrug. It's just complicated. He has his reasons for being angry. I won't pry, but if you need someone to talk to, just let me know. Yaoyorozu offers. Thanks, Yaoyorozu-san. Izuku says gratefully. I'm glad we made it into the same class. You seem really smart, and your quirk is so cool. He adds, excited for a chance to learn more about her quirk as the year progresses. Oh, thank you, Midoriya-san. Izuku could practically hear the blush in her voice. He never would have taken her for the type to find it as hard as he does to take compliments. I think the same of you. I've never seen or heard of a quirk like yours. Remember what Izuku just said about his difficulty taking compliments? Yeah. He bashfully turns away, fighting a smile. Thanks. He murmurs. And, you can call me Izuku if you want. Midoriya-san just sounds too formal for me. Oh, of course. Then you can call me Momo or Yamamo. She offers in response. He nods with a smile, about to continue the conversation, but Shoyuta speaks up the next moment. Everyone's done changing. He didn't notice. Thankfully, with more immediately pressing matters before them, even Katsuki and that second set of eyes stop staring as much, but he realizes that ever since Momo started talking to him that there's now a third set of eyes glaring daggers at him. Katsuki, he understands. But what has he done to be glared at by two more? And this third gaze is incredibly irritated for some reason. He can't for the life of him think of a single thing he's done that day to make anyone that said. Izuku's so done, and the day's barely even started. With his internal rant, he realizes he's missed a good portion of Shuta's instructions. Wonderful. Amazing. Today's going great. But Kogu, you got first place in the entrance exam. Shoyuta states. The new information doesn't surprise Izuku very much. Katsuki always strives to be the strongest, and he never half-buttes anything. Take this and go stand in the circle. There's a rustle, followed by the swish of something sailing through the air towards, presumably, Katsuki. There are some footsteps moving away from them as the blonde follows Shuta's instructions. Izuku's sure to take note of where Katsuki ends up standing relative to himself. He really doesn't want to ask for help yet, if at all. Use your quirk however you like and throw the ball as far as you can. Just don't leave the circle. Shoyuta instructs. Izuku can almost see Katsuki's wide smirk as there's a pause, a scream of, die. Then an explosion that ripples in the air around them. Hushed awe settles amongst the collective student body, only broken a couple seconds later by the ball thudding on the ground far away and a beep sounding from Shuta's direction. 705.2 meters. Several of Izuku's classmates' voices raise in shock and excitement at the declared score. Whoa, seriously? That was so manly. This is gonna be so much fun. As soon as Izuku hears the last word, he feels a crackling snap of irritation coming from Shoyuta. Well, if someone's gonna pull the fun word, they get what's coming to them. If there is one thing that's been drilled into his head being amongst several pro heroes on a regular basis, it's that heroism isn't all fun and games. Other people's lives are on the line. You can't afford to treat it like a game. Life is not nearly fair enough to get away with an attitude like that. Well, those who understand that will probably take the incoming threat seriously. They'll be fine if that's the case. Fun, you say? Shoyuta borderline snaps, his usually low and quiet voice cutting through the noise like a hot knife through butter. It's enough to shut everyone up almost instantly. You're planning to enter a career where you're responsible for the lives of everyone around. And you're calling this fun? Izuku resists the urge to shake his head at the absolute terror coming from the loudmouths that made the earlier ruckus in the first place. Seriously again, what else are they expecting? If this is going to be fun and games to you, let's raise the stakes a little. The wide, near-manic smirk is clear in the underground hero's voice. Anyone who gets last place in these tests will be deemed to have no potential and will be expelled. The resulting uproar is expected but still noisier than Izuku likes. He shifts uncomfortably, about to think of a way to intervene, but Shoyuta speaks up again before he can even open his mouth. This is what it means to be in the hero course at UA. All or nothing. Go beyond, plus ultra, and all that. Izuku has to stifle a snicker. Shoyuta sounded like he would rather swallow rusty nails than use the school's motto, but it achieves the desired effect regardless. The noisier teens quiet at his words, seemingly starting to realize exactly what they've gotten themselves into. And so, testing begins. Shoyuta watches his newest batch of potential hero students run through his tests. Contrary to what many believe, he doesn't just make his classes do them to weed out those undeserving of their place. He looks for things like drive, determination, and creativity. Even if a student's physical scores are less than ideal for incoming hero hopefuls, that's something that can be fixed so long as they have drive. No matter what anyone says, you can't make someone work hard for something if they didn't truly want to. So far, this class is promising. He would have been in a much better mood over it if he hadn't watched 10 minutes ago in complete bafflement and with no small amount of concern as Izuku stormed onto the field with a scowl and a dark aura that's completely unlike him. He'd been tempted to go over and ask what was wrong, and maybe contemplate the immediate expulsion of whoever made his problem child look like that, but he figured Izuku would appreciate some space. It's far too likely a large part of his irritation is due to the stress of being in school surrounded by other teens after years of studying from home. He's proven right when the boy he's gradually come to see as his own son calmed significantly after a few deep breaths. And if he's grateful to Yaoyorozu for giving him a nice distraction while they wait, probably with some talk of quirks, then he's the only one to know that. Despite the fact that everyone's now occupied with either watching or participating in the tests, Izuku still looks very twitchy, which is unusual for him even in very public areas. He usually only gets this bad when it's crowded. That will be investigated as soon as the day is over. Regardless of any nerves, Izuku's doing very well in his tests. Better than usual, actually. Perhaps having peers to compete against now is pushing him just a little further than usual. And admittedly, this group of students are, so far, showing more potential than he's seen in a while. He may complain readily about teenagers, but that's usually because he gets stuck with a bunch of lazy, entitled brats. This is exciting. So far, at least one student has excelled somehow in at least one test. Others have remarkable scores in several, where their quirks are more versatile for these kinds of activities. They each have their own strengths to cultivate and weaknesses to cover, and he had 3 years to whip them into shape. He almost can't wait. Last on the list is the ball throw. He calls Bakugo up for a second go, so that fatigue and quirk exhaustion can be taken into account. Somewhat surprisingly, Bakugo actually improves his score by wiping the sweat collected on his brow onto his palm and uses it as extra fuel for his explosion. That is the kind of creativity he's looking for. This also means that Bakugo will be well suited for long, drawn-out battles if he learns the best way to regulate himself in the early stages of a fight. He's a pretty classic case of a slow starter, actually. His attitude, on the other hand, well, it's something. As explosive as his quirk, for sure. Shoyuda had actually been worried the Ashen Blonde would end up being an unlucky contender for Entitled Brat of the Year, but he keeps sending glances Izuku's way, something unreadable flickering in his eyes, before a steely determination firms the line of his shoulders. If he's honest, Shoyuda really has no idea what his relationship with Izuku is, but for now he'll just keep a close eye on it, especially if Izuku doesn't offer the information himself first. No need to step in needlessly, after all, especially when Shoyuda doesn't sense anything wrong going on. He trusts his gut. Shoyuda gradually calls more students up to the circle one by one, taking particular interest in Uraraka, who easily knocks everyone's score out of the water. He watches the ball float further and further away, and the score on the screen of his phone rises higher and higher for only a few moments before keying it in as infinity. It's clear they could wait for a long time before quirk exhaustion even starts to become an issue for her, so he doesn't bother wasting time. As he calls up a few more students, he notices Izuku slide up next to Uraraka and talk quietly with her for a few moments. She looks confused but evidently agrees with whatever's being asked. Shoyuda has a good guess, after getting an encouraging nod from Yaoyorozu, standing by Izuku's side. Well, it looks like Izuku is about to show everyone one of the reasons he deserves a place in the hero course. Shuda's honestly a little surprised he didn't use his quirk earlier, but he understands waiting for the right moment. That's the MO of most underground heroes, after all. Izuku Midoriya? He calls after the rest of the students are done, "You're up." He tosses the softball at the teen after he positions himself in the marked circle with an ease that makes even Shoyuda forget the kid's blind sometimes. Izuku catches it with a similar ease without even looking, taking a moment to test the weight of it in his hand. "Uraraka-san, may I?" Izuku calls suddenly, resulting in most of the class looking incredibly confused. Uraraka still looks a little lost at what exactly is being asked of her, but she nods nonetheless. Izuku wouldn't have seen it, but he must sense her acceptance, for his form lights up in that unearthly green glow a moment later. The only ones who aren't some degree of surprised are Yaoyorozu and Todoroki as they watch a faint tendril of green energy form a link between Izuku and Uraraka's chests, flashing with shades of pale pink here and there around the latter's side of the line. Izuku hums in interest as the link settles. "That's cool," he says before promptly chucking the ball as hard as he can. And the ball keeps going up and up and up, just like Uraraka's toss. "What the hell?" Kaminari exclaims, looking torn between gaping at the ball that is steadily disappearing into the sky or at Izuku. Shoyuta just enters another infinity for Izuku. Midoriya, oh boy, he'll have to get used to calling Izuku by his last name. Drop the ball before we lose that one too. Izuku nods readily, pauses, then turns sheepishly in Uraraka's direction. Sorry, but how do you turn your quirk off? Just press all 5 of your fingertips against the fingertips of your other hand. The brunette sounds as faint as she looks. Izuku nods in thanks and presses the tips of all 5 fingers to their opposite counterpart. There's a brief flare of faint green light emitting from his fingertips before the ball in the distance suddenly plummets. He'll collect that later. Shoyuta gives the class a few moments to talk amongst themselves, and sweat over who might have gotten last place, as he compiles the scores of each test and arranges them in order of highest to lowest. Hagakure ends up with the lowest score, which he's kind of expecting. Her invisibility quirk doesn't lend itself to any kind of physical enhancement after all, but it's still a very useful ability. She'll go far if she decides to try for underground heroics. She isn't who he's worried about, though. Shoyuta has been keeping an eye on Mineta. It's honestly a waste that such an amazing capture-oriented quirk belongs to someone with worryingly perverse intent. He'd been hoping the kid would either prove him right or wrong during the tests, but he's continually leered at his female classmates even though he has yet to make any condemning moves. And he can't exactly use his last-place excuse to expel him since Mineta ended up in 18th thanks to utilizing his quirk on the repeated sidestep, so he doesn't have a logical reason to. "Excuse me." Shoyuta glances over at the sound of Izuku's voice without making it obvious that he's watching. Izuku is standing in front of the shorter purple-haired teen he's been thinking about, Yaoyorozu and Uraraka watching them worriedly a few feet away. "What?" Mineta responds, a leer on his face. Izuku can obviously feel the kid's clear animosity, but continues regardless. "Have I done something to irritate you?" That explains some of Izuku's nerves. Izuku, Hisashi, and Shoyuta have figured out over the years that Izuku can feel the moods of everyone near him via certain tactile sensations, unique to the emotion and the person feeling it, though certain emotions follows trends, such as anger usually giving Izuku some kind of hot sensation. Apparently he's also developed an instinct for being able to tell when others so much as look at him. That being the case, Izuku is usually aware of if he's being watched, especially when he isn't relaxed. Mineta blurts, evidently not expecting the observation. "What do you mean?" Izuku shifts, clearly uncomfortable. "You've been staring at me since before the test started, and I can feel how annoyed you are." "So, what did I do?" He explains. Mineta scowls, eyes narrowing. "You like hogging all the pretty girls to yourself, huh?" Shoyuta blinks slowly. Izuku's mouth opens and closes a few times. Yaoyorozu looks a mix of startled and repulsed. Uraraka looks ready to murder Mineta, or just throw him into the sun. "I'm not. We've just been talking." Izuku replies, disbelief clear in his voice. Mineta continues as if he hadn't said anything, apparently on a roll now. "Why are you even near them anyway? It's not like you can see them. What's with that BLNDFLD even for? 'Cause you don't look good under it? Are you somehow drawing women in with it? How about you take the BLNDFLD off, huh? Or are you dash? That's enough." Shoyuta snaps. "Gather over here. Now." His tone is enough to make everyone shut up and obey instantly. He takes note of how Izuku's hands shake slightly, balled into fists at his sides, and temporarily buries his anger. There will be time for that later. A few taps on his phone reveals a projection that displays the test results. These are your total scores in order of highest to lowest. He states, pocketing his phone as he glances at Hagakure. He can't see her expression, but the way her shoulders slump and the posture of her uniform wilts speaks volumes. Some of the rest of the students are glancing between the invisible teen and the scoreboard, which is when he speaks up again. By the way, about the expulsion. He purposefully pauses, letting them sweat, before a wide grin spreads over his face. It was a logical ruse to bring out your best. He ignores the cough. Izuku breaks the stunned silence with, knowing it was done to hide a snicker. They both know his record of expulsions, but neither are about to say anything. The next moment, almost everyone breaks into an uproar, protesting against his deception. He isn't done though. However, passing these tests doesn't mean you're safe. His voice cuts through the noise. They go silent quickly, eyes wide. Mineta, don't think I haven't noticed your behavior, not to mention your blatant disrespect to one of your classmates for reasons incredibly unbecoming of a hero. Change and meet me in the principal's office and think of a reason I shouldn't expel you on the spot. Shoyuta ignores the purple-haired teen's indignant cry and turns to the rest of the students. The rest of you change and head back to class. Your schedules will be waiting on the front desk, then you can head home for the day. He doesn't wait for a response before striding back into the main building to prepare for another expulsion. Accuse him of being biased if you want, but no one gets away with openly insulting Izuku, especially right in front of him. Izuku is exhausted, and almost none of it is related to the exercise and quirk use they've just gone through. He changes back into his uniform in a daze, aware of the returning stares causing a buzzing static to skitter across his spine, but too tired to really care anymore. He's honestly amazed that he doesn't get lost on the way to pick up a copy of the schedule, only realizing it's literally useless for him when he has one in his hand and there's no braille on it. He knows, logically, that one of his dads probably has a copy with braille, or he could literally just ask, but he does not have the energy for it at the moment. He really just wants to go home and curl up with Mocha. The day has SCKD way more than he anticipated, and not for the first time he wishes he isn't so broken. He immediately shakes his head at the thought, slapping his own cheeks. He gets a few stares for it as other students file in to get a copy of their schedule and walk out to head home, but he ignores them. No, you promised. No more thoughts like that. Remember, be careful what you wish for. Izuku huffs and places the sheet on his desk as he reaches for his backpack, wondering if he could convince Zashi to make him katsudon for dinner. The answer's probably yes. Even the obnoxious blonde himself has absolutely no shame in admitting he'll bend over backwards for Izuku. It isn't until a presence that is starting to become very familiar approaches him that he realizes he's almost forgotten about what he promised to do earlier that morning. It's hard for him to resist sighing aloud, but he schools his face into a neutral expression and straightens up, bag slung over his shoulder. Katsuki, he says in greeting. Katsuki says nothing for a few seconds, which is kind of weird. Izuku. He mumbles eventually. Okay, this is so weird. Katsuki is not acting at all like Izuku's expecting, and for the first time he can't even read his voice. There are little flickers of something brushing his skin, fleeting emotions coming and going too fast for him to distinguish properly. Izuku has never seen him so subdued before. You wanted answers? He prompts. Yeah. Izuku can sense curiosity again, as well as some of their classmates lingering and staring, so he huffs and starts making his way out of the classroom. Come with me, Izuku says, aware of Katsuki wordlessly falling into step beside him. He leads them out of the main building. But, instead of heading through the front gates, he turns them onto a path leading along the side of the building instead. Izuku isn't sure if he likes this silence. While it's usually his preference, the current company does not suit it, and that isn't even mentioning the charged tension between them. He doesn't know if he wants Katsuki to be yelling or not. Regardless of his feelings about it, neither of them break the quiet air. Izuku reaches for the side of his backpack, unclipping the folded cane attached there and flipping it open until it's fully extended. Katsuki says nothing as he begins using it, lightly tapping the ground in front of him, but Izuku feels his gaze on the side of his face more than once. He's still completely unreadable, and Izuku is still unsure how he feels about that. He does have a destination in mind, which they reach soon after. It's secluded and quiet, away from any main traffic areas, so the chances of being interrupted are slim to none. The area in question is surrounded with trees, leaving a small area open in the middle shaded by their leaves. A bench is placed to one side, which Izuku sits down on. Katsuki hesitates before doing the same on the other side. Then, Izuku lifts his hands to pull the bandana down around his neck, exposing his scars to the quiet air. There's a hitch of breath from Katsuki, shock sparking along Izuku's skin for a brief moment, but he still says nothing. It looks like Izuku will have to initiate this after all. Well, what do you want to know? What happened, Izuku? Katsuki asks in a hushed whisper. Izuku has to physically stop himself from gaping openly. Since when could Katsuki ask things quietly? This is so weird. The blonde almost sounds like he's struggling to speak, his voice thick and slightly choked. Izuku swallows and hums, suddenly feeling incredibly nervous. This is uncharted territory, and he has no clue what to expect anymore. You mean 5 years ago? He begins. Katsuki says nothing, but he takes the signal. Well, putting it bluntly, a villain attacked us. Katsuki's breath hitches again, but he waits for Izuku to continue, so he does. Mom didn't make it. I think she was their main target. Then they did this to me. He gestures at the scars marring his face like a mask, and left me in the burning apartment to die. Whatever Katsuki's feeling, Izuku still can't really feel anything distinct. It wavers slightly. Who was it? How did you get out? The blonde's voice is unreadable. Weird. Very, very weird. The villain? It was Salamander. Izuku says bluntly. He had a friend, but we still don't know who it was exactly. He hasn't been seen since. And I didn't so much get out as someone saved me. He admits. Oh, was it a hero? A little bit of Katsuki's usual inflection returns too. His voice at the introduction of a subject they're both familiar and passionate about. Izuku allows a small, teasing grin to spread over his face, thankful that the tension is easing somewhat. Yeah. It's someone you know, actually. He replies. Confusion cuts cleanly through the muddy mix of emotions previously tickling Izuku's skin, and Katsuki's breathing deepens in tandem as he thinks about it. Someone I know? He repeats. How familiar are we talking here? 'Cause you of all people know I'm not good at the whole making friends thing. Izuku lifts an eyebrow at the admission. That isn't something Katsuki would casually admit 5 years ago. Something in his old childhood friend clearly changed between then and now. We're gonna be seeing him almost every day from now on, so you're gonna get familiar with him really quickly. He hints very unsubtle. It's obvious when the blonde gets the message since he radiates disbelief a moment later. No FNG way. He denies instantly. There's no way he's actually a hero. He looks like a hobo that rolled out of bed in the clothes he was wearing. Izuku burst into laughter. Now that's a very Katsuki thing to say. He does do that sometimes, actually. He chortles. We keep telling him to get proper sleep before he gets to the point of collapsing in his hero costume when he gets home. It isn't until a fresh wave of confusion mixed with even more disbelief washes over his skin that Izuku realizes what he just said and subsequently admitted to. The hell are you talking about? You're making it sound like you live with him or something. Katsuki says, clearly trying to joke about it. Izuku can practically see the suspicious narrowing of the blonde's eyes in his mind. He coughs awkwardly. Yeah, so, remember when I mentioned I've been living with extended family? He says carefully. No way. Katsuki exclaims instantly. There's no way Auntie Inko had a pro-hero for a brother. I was as shocked as you are. Izuku affirms. Imagine my surprise when I found out he's married to another pro-hero. Stop FNG around, Deku. There's no way. Why didn't Auntie say anything? The blonde bursts, though his shout lacks the usual hate and fury Izuku is expecting. It's like he's shouting more to get his disbelief across than out of any anger. The sensations skittering across his skin aren't exactly calm, but there's no anger around him. It's such a huge difference from Katsuki's usual past behavior that Izuku almost misses the fact he didn't even flinch at the old nickname that was previously used as a means to beat him down. It's truly a wonder what a difference in tone can do. Well, there's a reason none of you knew who he was until today. Underground heroes do their best work when no one knows they even exist. Izuku retorts. She never said so explicitly, but I'm pretty sure Mom didn't say anything because she knew we couldn't keep a secret when we were kids. We would have bragged to everyone that a relative of ours was a pro. Katsuki starts to protest, pauses, then grumbles in acceptance. Alright, fine, you have a point. But anyway, what was the ball throw? You're not actually quirkless. Izuku is surprised when a short but prominent spike of anger lashes at his skin, mixed with something hurt that leaves a fluctuating heat in its wake. Were you lying the whole time then? You know that's not something I do, Katsuki. Izuku says lowly, a little hurt himself at the fact someone who used to know him so well would think so little of him. He's a little soothed when a thin string of regret winds around him at his words, but he continues before Katsuki can say anything in response. Anyway, yes, I have a quirk now. A little complicated. Have you heard of a process called forced quirk manifestation? Little streams of cold dread trickle from Katsuki's direction. No, he admitted. But it's not good, is it? That probably depends on your opinion, but yeah, it usually doesn't turn out great. Izuku shrugs. This is summarizing the technical details a bit, but basically if certain conditions are met and someone quirkless undergoes an extremely stressful situation, they still have dormant quirk genes that activate and thus they forcefully manifest a quirk. He explains. There's a pause. But it's not that simple, is it? Katsuki says. Why don't people hear about stuff like this more if it happens? Izuku sighs. Because when a quirk is forced to come out like that, it tends to mutate more often than not violently so. If you pair that with a body that wasn't even meant to hold any kind of quirk whatsoever, they usually succumb to their own powers and die in the process. The fact that I'm alive right now is because I was lucky. Forced quirk manifestation is a rare occurrence already. The chances of survival are even lower. DMN. Katsuki whistles. What kind of quirk do you have then? Is it a copycat quirk or something? It's obvious he's diverting the topic to something less heavy. Regardless of if Katsuki is doing it for Izuku's comfort or just because he can't think of anything else to say, Izuku is grateful for the distraction and smiles sheepishly. That's an aspect to it, but that's not what it really is. He admits. So? Katsuki prompts when he doesn't elaborate. I called it soul sight. There's a lot to it, but basically I can see a manifestation of people's souls, or energies, whatever you want to call it, in the form of animals and various other creatures. Izuku says, I can also sort of feel the emotions of people near me. Each emotion feels a little different. For example, happiness is sort of like standing next to a nice, warm heater, while fear is like shards of ice pelting my skin. So you weren't kidding when you said you could feel great fucker's irritation. The blonde observes. Izuku isn't sure why Katsuki called Mineta a name like that, as he has no idea what the teen's quirk has to do with grapes, but he decides not to comment on it and nods instead. Teach looked FNG said too. Little Sheet deserves what's coming to him if you ask me. Izuku tilts his head slightly. He'd known Shoyuta was upset, but to be so angry it was visible on his face speaks volumes. If that's the case, he's not escaping expulsion no matter what he says. Sho's expelled a lot of students in the past. Katsuki snorts. Figured it wasn't as much of a logical ruse as he wanted us to believe. He grumbles. Anyway, back to your quirk. You said you can see souls, so you're not completely blind then. Yes. This is probably because it mutated, but I can channel my quirk into my eyes, and it lets me see. Well, white outlines against the black I usually see. I can't see colors or patterns unless it belongs to a soul. Izuku says. That's pretty cool. Katsuki admits, and that more than anything else surprises Izuku the most out of everything that has happened today. Katsuki never compliments anyone, not before anyway. What's mine look like then? He continues. Dunno. I've barely even opened my eyes today. Izuku shrugs. Well, what are you waiting for then, you nerd? Tell me what mine is. Izuku smiles at the good-natured jab. Katsuki has a point, and he is curious what the blonde's soul is. So, he opens his eyes and channels his quirk into them. White details begin to fill the black void. The familiar spiky head of hair belonging to Katsuki sitting beside him on the wooden bench, along with the trees surrounding the area, comes into focus. He glances down, where he can sense the presence of the soul taking up the space between them, and, Izuku hums thoughtfully, blinking down at the soul before him. What's that supposed to mean? Katsuki is instantly defensive, and the quills previously flat along the soul's form begin to bristle in tandem. Nothing. Izuku assures quickly. It wasn't what I was expecting, but it's somehow still fitting. And it is. Because, sitting proudly with its nose high in the air, is a pale tan porcupine, its back lined with quills that blend several shades of darker tan until they're near black at their sharp tips. Well, what is it then? Katsuki prompts, but Izuku is in the middle of holding his hand out to the porcupine in offering. It blinks a few times, but eventually tilts its head to the side in a show of acceptance. Izuku smiles and gives it a scratch under its chin. Katsuki visibly shivers as soon as his fingers make contact with the soul's, surprisingly soft, fur, one of the blonde's hands lifting to his chest and the other smacking himself in the jaw. What the F was that? I was just petting it. I'm not effing you, dog. No, you're a porcupine. Your soul. It's a porcupine. Katsuki sits silently for a few seconds. Izuku grins cheekily. My thoughts exactly. Oh, shut up. The blonde snaps without agitation. What's your soul look like then? A green direwolf. I was expecting a rabbit or something. Honestly. Izuku shrugs with a helpless smile, glancing at his own soul. It's seated on the ground by his legs, head tilted curiously as it stares at the porcupine. They sniff each other a few times before turning back to their owners, seemingly satisfied. So, we've talked a lot about me. Izuku says slowly. What about you? How have things been the past 5 years? Katsuki's mood, which has actually been rather content if a little strained as they talk, immediately sours. The change is a little startling, but Izuku waits patiently for the blonde to get his thoughts in order. They've been fine, I guess. He mutters eventually. Izuku hums, knowing there's more to it than that, but still allows the other teen time to speak on his own. Katsuki's emotions get more and more jumbled and muddied as the seconds tick by. The warm contentment is gradually replaced with little tendrils of regret, slowly twining together and getting thicker, like whatever's on Katsuki's mind is becoming more and more twisted the longer he thinks about it. Unsurprisingly, anger begins to join in on the conglomeration, but it's restrained, directed more at Katsuki himself than at anyone nearby. What is surprising, however, are the ice-cold droplets of fear prickling at the hairs of Izuku's arms. Kaken. He calls gently, the old nickname slipping out with an ease that's oddly relaxing. In a way, it kind of feels good to speak it aloud after 5 years of intentionally pushing thoughts of his past relationships out of his mind. A flash of surprise sparks through the air as Katsuki's outline visibly jolts in front of him. Izuku smiles reassuringly. I can feel you overthinking things, Kaken. It'll be okay. I'm not here to judge you for speaking your mind. It makes Katsuki's emotions spike and conflict more, but a sense of resignation smooths them over slightly. A low, mildly aggravated sigh cuts through the silence. Look, I've been doing a lot of effing thinking since you left. The blonde begins, voice rough. I realized a lot of things. Especially about myself, and how I've treated people and behaved. He pauses as if expecting Izuku to say something, but he simply waits with a patient smile. Katsuki huffs, his entire demeanor radiating discomfort mixed with a resolute determination. I realized I was a real but these past, 10 years now? F-I-N-G hell. I know it's not going to take away all I did to you before, but the outline of his head and shoulders tips forward in an awkward and shallow but sincere half-bow. I'm sorry. For a lot of things. I'm really effing sorry, Izuku. That is a nickname Izuku hasn't heard in a long time. He genuinely can't remember the last time Katsuki called him that. The realization chokes him up a little. He's been too afraid to think about it very much after Salamander's attack, but, despite everything, he missed his old friend so much. He tries to swallow past the lump in his throat, but it's so hard, especially when he's starting to find it a little difficult to breathe, and oh no, he's crying. I don't expect you to forgive me, Katsuki continues, still in his half-bow and unaware of the silent tears now pouring down Izuku's face. But you deserve at least this much, and I'm gonna do my damnedest to be better, especially to you. Izuku can't stop a choked sob from tearing from his throat, and Katsuki immediately snaps to attention, his emotions instantly replaced with startled panic. Shizuku? He swears loudly, jolting towards the crying teen with his hands hovering on either side of Izuku's arms. Oi, what's wrong? Did I say something bad? I shoulda Kakakin, Izuku sniffles, trying to wipe the tears away even though it's always a useless effort once he gets started. I'm not mad at you, He has to pause as another shaking sob tears through his body. Katsuki hesitates, thinking something over, before he slowly shuffles closer and wraps his arms around him. Izuku is quick to lean into the comfort, his eyes squeezing shut. The scent of caramel and smoke surrounds him along with a distinct warmth, both of which belongs to Katsuki. The recognition of the sensations is like unearthing a treasure that's been buried for years and was found again by chance. The sheer wave of relief that crashes over Izuku is overwhelmingly visceral, bordering on the zone of too much, but he clutches the front of the blonde's uniform and sobs, body trembling violently. I missed you, Kakin. I missed you so much, he chokes. I was so lonely when you got your quirk. Then Mom was gone and... He can't get any more words out past that. Katsuki gently shushes him, murmuring something into his hair. Izuku can't hear a word of it, but his rough voice is low and soothing. It takes longer than he likes, but eventually Izuku gets himself under control. His eyes and head hurt from crying so hard, but he feels lighter, almost. You okay? Katsuki asks as Izuku pulls back to wipe at his face sheepishly. He feels bad about getting the blonde's uniform covered in tears, but he doesn't say a word about it, so Izuku doesn't either. Why? I'm okay. He sniffles. There are a few awkward moments of silence where neither are sure what to do as Izuku keeps rubbing at his face, until Katsuki reaches into his pocket and pulls out a handkerchief, handing it to Izuku. He giggles. Why do you, of all people, have one of these? He asks, wiping at his cheeks. It's way more effective than his hands are. Katsuki scoffs. For situations like this. He states as if it's obvious. Here's a better FING question. Why don't you have one, you nerd? We both know you cry enough for 5 people. Ah, well, Izuku shrugs, sheepish. I haven't had to use one in a long time. Guess I fell out of the habit of taking one with me everywhere. The admission evidently upsets Katsuki somehow. A spike of something cold and sharp slices through the air, quick and strong, but it's gone faster than it. For a moment Izuku wonders if he imagined it, but Katsuki continues before he can think about it for too long. Good thing you got me then, huh? He says, smirk clear in his voice. Izuku playfully shoves at his shoulder but doesn't respond, choosing to ignore the snicker it earns him. They sit in far more comfortable silence after that. Izuku dropped the activation of his quirk from his eyes since he started crying, but he doesn't feel the need to turn it back on. He's safe here. I don't think I was ever mad at you, Katsuki. Izuku says quietly after a while. The other teen's emotions jolt for a second as if he flinched. I don't know if I can forgive you yet, another flinch, stronger this time, because you did hurt me a lot back then, but I accept your apology. Katsuki's emotions swirl and conflict too much for Izuku to make sense of, but he doesn't really need his quirk to tell him that the blonde is battling with guilt and any number of other feelings. I cried earlier because I was happy? Relieved, maybe. I can't remember the last time you called me Zoo. He turns to blindly direct a wide, if wobbly, smile at Katsuki. Even if it takes me a while to forgive you, I still really want to be friends with you again, Kakin. Katsuki swallows audibly before responding. Okay. I can accept that. Me too. I really want to be friends with you again too, Izuku. Izuku feels another wave of happiness and relief. He can't stop himself from pulling Katsuki into another hug. The blonde huffs and grumbles under his breath as if annoyed, but he clearly doesn't mind if the way he half returns the gesture in a side hug is any indication. There are still things they have to figure out. There's so much of their past standing between them and plenty of emotions to sort through both together and on their own, but Izuku is content with the start they've gotten. He hadn't gone into this conversation expecting any of what ended up happening, but he's glad it did. This is just the beginning of an unknown path, but they will push through it together. Day 1 of UA had been eventful. By all means, Shudo expects that attending such a reputable hero school will involve some amount of interesting situations often enough, but he hadn't expected drama right off the bat. And of course it involves Midoriya. Shudo has a feeling that won't be a one-time thing. The boy with the explosion quirk, Bakugo if he remembers correctly, spent pretty much the whole day either glancing or staring at Midoriya, a completely unreadable expression on his face. There's clearly a history between him and Midoriya, but Shudo isn't especially interested in adding that to his own family issues. He'd watched as the two walked off together after class with a vague sense of curiosity, but that was it. Day 2 comes by with the absence of Mineta, and a really weird tension in the air. Usually he's painfully oblivious to social cues, but even he can tell that there are some people in their class that are going to be the main source of gossip. As is natural with outgoing teens like them, they've already seemed to make friends with each other and are huddled in a group chatting quietly, sneaking glances at the door every so often. It's clear they're waiting to see if there will be another argument between Bakugo and Midoriya. Shudo sometimes wishes more people would mind their own business, but enough people turn a blind eye to his own home situation that he really doesn't know what to wish for nowadays. Bakugo walks in about 5 minutes before homeroom starts, and the whole class goes silent. He stops at the door and stares back for a few seconds before scowling. "What do you want, extras?" he snaps, clearly annoyed. The girl with pink hair and skin opens her mouth, ready to retort if the expression on her face is any indication, but a second voice pipes up from behind Bakugo. "Really, Kaken, you're still calling people extras?" Shudo blinks as Midoriya steps in, dark bandana secure over his face, bright pink hair clips holding back some of his bangs, and a cheerful smile on his face. Bakugo clicks his tongue but grabs at the teen's wrist to tug him over to their adjacent desks. If Shudo doesn't know any better, he'd have said that Bakugo's pouting as Midoriya giggles at him. Most of the class is gaping openly at the two, wondering what could have possibly happened between yesterday and now to cause this drastic of a change, but Shudo doesn't really see a problem. It's just less drama to have to deal with after all. Homeroom is rather uneventful apart from that, and the class goes about their usual schedule. Shudo spends most of that time ignoring pretty much everyone, focusing entirely on what is being taught and tuning out the needless chatter as the class waits for their next teacher. Lunch is similarly uneventful. Then comes their first heroics class. Even Shudo has to admit that he's excited when All Might bursts through the door with his signature catchphrase. It's even better when they're directed to change into their hero costumes and gather in one of the training grounds for a battle exercise. Contrary to what people often say about him, Shudo likes using his quirk, at least the ice-generating aspects of it. He just wishes his old man would stop beating him down over and over again day after day, just to turn around and call it training, as if that makes everything he's done to them okay. As if that excuses what he did to Tuya all those years ago. Well, he'll just have to show Endeavor that he doesn't need anything the man gave him. The class makes their way to the changing rooms, cases in hand, with Midoriya and Bakugo talking quietly under their breath towards the back. Shudo expects some of the other teens to approach the duo and satisfy their curiosity, but whenever anyone so much as begins to get closer to them, Bakugo directs burning red eyes at them with the hints of a warning snarl. It deters them quickly enough. Shudo isn't about to approach them regardless, he really doesn't care, but he figures it will be wise to give them a wide berth for now. Despite those thoughts, there's still that little seed of curiosity that had taken root ever since he'd first met Midoriya in the recommendation exams. His eyes follow his thoughts as they change into their costumes, settling on the teen who is in the middle of pulling on a pair of fingerless gloves, already clad in a deep green jumpsuit with equally dark boots. A paler grayish utility belt with forest green pouches is clasped around his waist, and a deep gray visor takes the place of his bandana, held secure around the back of his head and obscured by his ruffled hair. Midoriya pauses as his fingers brush over a final dark piece of cloth, frowning slightly. "Hey Kaken," he calls to the ashen blonde changing beside him. Said teen grunts in acknowledgement. "Can you help me put this on? I don't want to get it inside out the first time." Bakugo wordlessly takes the fabric from Midoriya's hands, shaking it out slightly and lifting an eyebrow. "This a hood or something? I hope it is, otherwise I need to have some words with my Jima-sensei." Midoriya replies, a playful grin on his face. Bakugo snorts with a similar grin, and Shudo gets the distinct impression he's missing some important context. Regardless, he turns back to his own costume, feeling vaguely disappointed. He isn't sure what he'd been looking for in the first place, but the plain dark uniform isn't really it. In fact, Midoriya probably has the least flashy costume out of everyone, even of the girls' costumes once they gather together in ground beta for their first mock battle. It's clear the dark colors are meant to keep attention away from Midoriya, but the irony of how out of place he looks in the midst of a multitude of bright, in one case sparkly, costumes isn't lost on him. To his credit though, the one with the raven head has an even darker cloak than Midoriya. When it comes to the exercise itself, All Might explains that they would be fighting against each other in teams of 2. One team will go into the building as villains to protect a fake bomb, while a second pair of heroes will enter after them to either capture both villains or touch the bomb. It's almost laughably easy for Shudo no matter what side he ends up on or who he ends up against. All he has to do is freeze the building and, subsequently, those inside it. Lots are drawn for random pairings. A boy called Ida questions if it's wise to go about the assignment in this manner, but Midoriya is quick to point out that random team-ups happen all the time, and he ends up in a pair with one of the quieter boys, who has a mutation quirk that gives him 6 arms. They give each other a nod of acknowledgement but say nothing to each other. Shudo notices Bakugo and Midoriya give each other a high five, sporting. Matching grins. They must have been partnered up. Good for them. Then his group gets paired against Midoriya's, with Shudo and Shuji as villains, and the others as heroes. Alright, that's slightly annoying, but it'll be fine. It takes Shudo an embarrassingly long time to remember what Midoriya's quirk is capable of. His mind flashes to glowing toxic eyes and gentle emerald fingertips, and by then he and Shuji are standing beside the bomb waiting for the hero's planning time slot to end. This is going to turn out much more problematic than he initially anticipated, especially considering who Midoriya is partnered with. "What is your quirk?" Shudo asks, turning to his partner for the exercise. Shuji has several of his arms extended out, an ear attached to the end of each. One of the arms closest to Shuto shifts closer to him, then the ear suddenly turns into a mouth. "It's called dupli arms," Shuji says from his mouth. "I can turn any of my arms into other organs, and if need be I can make more arms branching from the main ones." Shudo nods. "A quirk like that is useful for recon and stealth. I can create ice from my right side. I was planning on freezing the building over so they would get stuck and we can capture them, but Midoriya's quirk in combination with Bakugo's could prove problematic." Shuji waits for a second, as if waiting for something to happen, before speaking again. "What is Midoriya's quirk, do you think? I don't believe he's explained it to everyone yet." "He calls it soul sight. I don't know everything he can do with it, but he will most definitely be borrowing Bakugo's power, especially if they are truly on good terms now." Shudo explains. Shuji hesitates like he has more questions but nods without voicing any of them. "Alright, do you have any other ideas?" he says. Shudo frowns but doesn't respond, which apparently says enough for him. "Well, if it's not too taxing for you, you could always lead with that move. We might still get at least one of them that way, then one of us can stay here to watch the bomb while the other searches for the second one." Shudo nods. It's a sound plan with the information they have on hand. "I'll stay and protect the bomb. I think you'd be better at searching for them, especially in a building like this." The alarm blares before anything else can be said, All Might's voice following it to declare that the hero's planning time is up. As planned, Shudo makes sure both feet are secure on the ground before ice begins rapidly forming on the floor with his right foot as the source. His left sizzles slightly in an attempt to compensate for the sudden drop in his internal body temperature, but he forces the heat down as far as he can and embraces the chilling cold settling into his bones. Fractals of ice spiderweb rapidly across the floor and up the walls, but he's making an effort to direct it down, since they're located on the highest floor of the building. This up until a slight tremble begins to take over his right side, and he halts the output with an exhale that clouds the air in front of his face. He could have kept going, continuing to build up more and more ice, but he knows better than to cripple himself this early on. Shuji gives him a wordless nod before carefully leaving the room, steps a little unbalanced on the ice. Shudo watches him go, then shifts so he has an eye on both entrances at once, alert for any kind of noise or movement. Minutes tick by. He hears nothing from Shuji through their earpieces, and there is no activity around him. It's quiet. Far too quiet, especially for his liking. Then there's a sizzling buzz before the lights cut out. A sudden sense of dread settles over Shudo, freezing the blood in his veins more than his quirk ever has before. They've made a mistake. They shouldn't have split up. Whatever Midoriya's team has planned, they wouldn't make themselves blind if they don't have a way to counteract it. One of his hands instantly goes to his ear, ready to tell Shuji to come back to the bomb, but there's a sudden explosion from somewhere below him, the force of which rattles the whole building. The ice at his feet, starting to warm from exposure to the air and sun streaming through the one window in the room, splinters in several places with loud cracking noises. There is a static crackling noise in his ear before Shuji's voice cuts through with a low curse. I've been cornered by Bakugo. I don't have eyes on Midoriya, and Bakugo's explosions are making it hard to hear where he is. He reports. A second explosion echoes through the halls, which causes even more static through his earpiece and more of the ice to crack. I won't be able to safely return unless I capture Bakugo. Will you be okay? Yes, I haven't seen or heard Midoriya yet. Just make sure you don't get captured. I'm going to freeze the doorways over. Shudo replies. It's hard to see without the lights working, the only source of it coming from the single window behind him to his left, but he makes quick work on his promise and stomps the ground with his right foot, which is accompanied by the crunch of slightly melting ice. A fresh wave covers the floor and crawls up the walls, then builds up across the doorways. Soon they're each sealed with a thick sheet, the light from the window becoming scattered on the iced-over floor. The room is sealed. He still has eyes on both entrances, and his vision has more or less adjusted to the lack of light. There are still explosions sporadically shaking the floor from below, but it's otherwise silent and still. So why does he feel like he's being watched? The room gets darker suddenly, and a second too late, Shudo realizes it's because something is blocking the window. A deceptively light and airy giggle makes a spike of fear spear through his lungs, and he spins around hurriedly in response, almost falling over on his own ice. The sight he's greeted with makes him shiver involuntarily, and it has nothing to do with the overuse of his quirk. A figure in a dark hood crouches on a box in front of the frosted glass. His brain supplies him with the realization that he's looking at Midoriya, but every other thought is pinned in place by the glowing emerald eyes staring him down. He remembers them having a much more gentle glow when he first saw the teen use his quirk, but here, his face is cast in deep shadows due to the darkness of the room combined with the hood pulled up around his head, the visor likely flipped up underneath the fabric. Shudo feels like, at that moment, he's staring into the eyes of a wolf poised and ready to pounce. It makes him feel both exposed and claustrophobic, pinned in a tiny space but too vulnerable to do anything but stare and accept his fate. Ah, Todoroki-kun, Midoriya giggles, a slight glint of teeth betraying a grin. If you wanted to get me alone with you so badly, all you had to do was ask. Shudo's brain stalls at the unexpected tease, his mouth opening and closing a few times as he attempts to scramble for a response. The flirtation, he's pretty sure it's flirting, is such a startling contrast from the fierce gaze he's still pinned under that he can't grasp onto any coherent thoughts fast enough to give them any kind of meaning. From what he can see of Midoriya's face, he looks far too amused at his incoherency. It takes a moment, But Shudo finally gets a hold of himself and immediately sends a barrage of icy spikes at the smirking teen. Midoriya leaps over them, toward Shudo, who is just in time to lift an arm and block a surprisingly vicious kick to the side of his head. The momentum enables Midoriya to keep going past him, flipping and landing with oddly sure footing behind him considering the whole floor is still covered in ice. Shudo spins around and advances on Midoriya while his back is turned, hoping to freeze him in place. That is not what happens. Instead of turning around like he expected, which would have given him ample time to grab and cover him in ice, Midoriya first leaps away as far as he can, skidding only slightly on the ice covering the floor but remaining upright, then turns to face Shudo. It's even harder to see Midoriya's face with the boy deeper into the darkened room, but Shudo gets the distinct sense he's being grinned at. And now that there's hardly any other source of light near him, besides those bright green eyes, Shudo notices a thin, wispy thread of green energy leading from Midoriya's chest and towards the floor. Shudo's eyes widen at the sudden realization. Of course. Bakugo. They've probably been connected the whole time. Almost as soon as he comes to the realization, Midoriya takes advantage of his momentary distraction and lunges. This time, his gloveless, when had he taken them off. Hands are outstretched on either side of himself and crackling with tiny green explosions of light. Shudo is ashamed to admit that he panics. He just sees the endless green eyes of the predator rushing at him, the explosive, sharp claws and fangs extending out to take a swipe at him, and he swears there is the image of a giant green wolf following Midoriya's path with its jaws wide open, and it keeps getting closer and closer and closer, and he's going to get ensnared amongst the razor-sharp teeth, and he needs to get away now. He can't stop the ice and fire that erupts from him, if only for a moment, temporarily blinding himself in. The process with the sudden flare of light and driving Midoriya away as well. Had Shudo been of more sound mind, and could still see, he'd have noticed the flash of fear the sight of his flames caused in Midoriya, but as it is he's too busy blinking bright spots from his eyes and trying not to slip and fall over on his own ice. They're both unbalanced for a few seconds, but Midoriya recovers just a bit faster than Shudo. He's just lifted his head to direct a furious glare at the other teen for daring to force him to use Endeavor's fire like this, but instead he's met with a pair of outstretched hands, palms facing together as more explosions pop and crackle between them. Then they gradually got more numerous, and louder, and brighter, and Shudo has to squeeze his eyes shut because it's too much when they've been acclimated to near-complete darkness for so long. By the time he realizes he's essentially had the quirked equivalent of a flashbang used on him, Shudo is already face down in his own ice with his wrists tied behind his back using the capture tape. He watches in disbelief as Midoriya strides confidently over to the bomb, explosions from below still rattling the floor with their force, and triumphantly places a hand on its surface. Midoriya has successfully captured the bomb. The hero team wins. All Might's voice announces. Shudo continues to stare as Midoriya's vague silhouette does a fist bump with the air, a quiet yes accompanying it. Tell Katsuki whatever you want, but there is nothing that beats the high he feels while he's locked in battle. Especially with a tough, worthy opponent like Arms. He feels alive and free in a way he's never experienced before. If Katsuki wasn't sure before, he's convinced now. He definitely wants to be a hero. And it's somehow even better knowing that Izuku will be with him on that journey after all. He has enough self-awareness to realize that he wouldn't be happy being on any kind of team if he hadn't kicked himself into shape 5 years ago, but he's particularly glad he gets to be paired up with Izuku pretty much immediately. Katsuki may not have been a huge nerd for quirks, not to the extent Izuku is, but he loves them too, enough to recognize that Izuku's new quirk is strong. Mental and empath quirks tend to get looked over a lot, but he's done research on them before, and the implications of the kind of power those kinds of quirks have is honestly a little terrifying. To think Izuku ended up with what is, to his understanding, essentially a mix of both. Well, he's glad for Izuku's endlessly caring and forgiving personality. Actually, on second thought, he kind of wishes Izuku punched him or something when Katsuki apologized earlier that week. He still feels so much guilt and self-loathing over how he treated Izuku, and the easy acceptance of his apology doesn't feel earned to him, but at least he'll make Katsuki work for his forgiveness. As long as he has a goal to work towards, you can bet he'll achieve it, one way or another. It's just a shame he has no idea where to even begin, but he'll think about that later. Right now, he's feeling absolutely ecstatic as he aims explosive blows at arms over and over, flashes of light bathing the darkened halls in bright heat for mere fractions of a second. The link Izuku made with him before they walked into the frozen building still hums under his skin and between his lungs like electricity, a staticky force buzzing with restrained, restless energy. He can feel little sensations of Izuku's emotions alongside him, the phantom skitters of excitement only amplifying his own. Katsuki can't tell if it's his imagination or not, but it feels like his blows are hitting harder, his explosions burning brighter and hotter, his reaction time quicker than usual. Until something freezing cold almost douses his proverbial flames completely, the sensation so unexpected and sudden that he actually stumbles. Something in his unconscious mind supplies him with the memory of Izuku's voice from yesterday saying, "Fear is more like shards of ice pelting on my skin." Izuku is terrified of something, and the force of the sensations even through his weaker perception to the other's emotions is enough to send fear-induced adrenaline pumping through his veins, causing his blood to roar in his ears as his heart kicks into overdrive. The sensation is suddenly gone entirely a moment later, but the leftover effects linger as Katsuki is just in time to twist out of harm's way as the larger teen attempts to grapple him. Jesus Christ, Katsuki thinks in disbelief, how the hell does Izuku deal with this every day of his life? How does he cope in crowds? Katsuki had known, functionally, how empath quirks work since he knew they existed. But the true implications of what having an empath quirk actually means didn't hit him until now. He's going to have a lot more respect for empath quirk users now, Izuku included. Regardless, whatever's happening on Izuku's end must have turned out fine, for All Might's voice, All Might. The All Might announces Candy Cane's defeat swiftly followed by the bomb's capture. They won. Though Katsuki is a little sad his fight with arms has to be cut short, he still offers a respectful nod to the multi-armed teen. He gave Katsuki a good fight, after all. It would be rude not to acknowledge that, and preens when it's returned. If he'd known how good it feels to have actual respect all those years ago, Katsuki would have probably straightened out his attitude ages before Izuku stopped coming to school. That gesture alone is so much better than having those lame extras following him around mindlessly praising his quirk every day. Katsuki has mixed feelings about his mother finally making him take anger management counseling. On the one hand, he absolutely hates it and he leaves almost every session feeling drained and exposed, but on the other hand he understands a lot more things about himself than he would have figured out on his own. He definitely would not have been able to give Izuku a sincere apology without it. If he continues getting good results like this, then he can see why so many people talk about how good therapy can be. He shakes his head as he waits at the entrance of the building with arms for Izuku and Candy Cane. He'll think about all that later. Izuku is practically skipping as he leaves the building, completely unbothered by the ice lingering on its every surface and visor secure around his face, unlike when they walked in, where he'd lifted it underneath his hood once the lights went out. It took a moment for Candy Cane to follow, and he's as blank-faced as ever, but he has an intense stare directed at the back of Izuku's, now unhooded, head. Katsuki easily accepts his friend's enthusiastic high-five, then directs a warning glare at Candy Cane. Izuku hasn't said anything about it, but Katsuki can tell he's been on edge since day one, and despite his cheerful front, there's a tense line to his shoulders that implies he knows he's being stared at. Katsuki wouldn't put it past him, empath quirks could be pretty weird. So, no matter the reason, Candy Cane can afford to back off for now. He abandoned his brother in all but blood for too long. Now he's going to step up and do what he's meant to do, and that's to help protect Izuku. He can't be sure, but Izuku gives him a smile that seems grateful as they head back to the observation room, so he counts that as a win. They're almost at their destination when Katsuki notices that Izuku's hands are shaking slightly. He frowns for a few moments, wondering what the issue is, then mentally facepalms when he realizes the cause. Katsuki vaguely remembers the days when he really started training his quirk, how even his own skin resistant to heat and fire stung with every crackle of nitroglycerin-fueled explosions. He had to wrap his hands in fire-resistant materials the first few months. And Izuku used that quirk without even wearing his gloves. "Oi, Izuku, you aren't seriously gonna ignore that, are you?" he says. Katsuki knows what Izuku is going to say, but he's hoping that surely he knows better than to avoid medical attention. "HM? Ignore what?" Izuku responds, voice light and innocent, but he can't hide the twitch of his fingers at the reminder of the pain he must be feeling. "Don't pull that with me, Izuku," Katsuki snaps. "Without heat. Oi, arms." He turns to Shuji. The teen blinks at the nickname but nods without comment. "I'm taking Izuku to the nurse. Tell All Might not to wait up for us." With that, Katsuki snatches up Izuku's wrist and begins dragging him to the main building on campus, completely ignoring his half-hearted protests. "Kaken, I'm fine, let go. I want to ask people about their quirks, and talk to Shuji-kun because I never even saw him when we were fighting and dash." "Izuku, don't be stupid." Katsuki deadpants. He'd started to wonder if Izuku's rambling and muttering habits weren't a thing anymore, like how apparently his waterworks had been dried up significantly before they talked, but honestly he's glad that little parts of his childhood friends still shine through here and there. "You're gonna be dealing with all these extras, dash. Stop calling people extras. For the next 3 years, if you still don't know about their quirks by the end of the week, then I'll eat my shoe." "That's why your shoe?" "Come on, Izuku, you know it's a figure of speech." There's an exaggerated gasp. "Kaken knows what those are?" "Oi." Katsuki scowls without heat and lightly yanks on Izuku's wrist so they're walking together instead of dragging the other around. "That's just rude." Izuku's responding smile and tone are completely unapologetic as he falls into step at his side. "Sorry, Kaken." The blonde digs his knuckles into the top of Izuku's head in retaliation, smirking at the loud, exaggerated complaints it earns him. Now that he knows Izuku lives with a person like Yamada-sensei, a lot of his sudden dramatics and sass makes a lot more sense. They reach the medical wing of UA's main building in short order, at which point Izuku actually starts leading the way even though there's no telltale glow signifying the use of his quirk. Honestly, if Izuku hadn't told him outright that he's blind and hadn't shown him the scars that were the cause, he probably would have doubted his initial thoughts pointing that way. The nurse's office is in a small room off to the side of the main medical bay, a sign on the door reading Shizenji Chio, a second one beneath it declaring the title Recovery Girl, followed by UA Nurse. Katsuki isn't sure why he's surprised when Izuku opens the door and waltzes in without even knocking. The blonde follows him, shutting the door as he goes. "Hi, Chio-san." Izuku chirps, flipping his visor up to reveal his glowing green eyes. "Hello, Izuku." The short old lady sitting at her desk turns to face them, and surprisingly enough, Aizawa-sensei's there too. They were evidently in the middle of a discussion before the two teens interrupted them. It's still really weird to think that the ragged-haired man and his childhood friend are related by blood, and that he's now living with two pro-heroes. Aizawa-sensei takes one glance at them and immediately sighs deeply. "Already, problem child? What did you do this time?" "Hi, Dad. I'm doing well, Dad. My day's going great, thanks, Dad." Izuku snarks in response almost immediately. Recovery Girl shakes her head while Katsuki lifts an eyebrow. "Dad? Isn't he his uncle?" "He'll ask about that later. Izuku used my quirk and didn't wear his gloves or have any heat-resistant material around his hands, so they're probably a little burnt. And if he used the move I think he did, then his wrists are probably strained too." He was about to go back to the observation room without even mentioning it. Katsuki interrupts. Izuku sends him a mildly betrayed stare. His puppy eyes are still as potent as ever even with his scars, but that's too bad for him. Katsuki had 10 years of bullying and abuse and regret to make up for. He isn't about to turn a blind eye when his friend needs anything, not anymore, because then he'd be no different than before. Recovery Girl tuts and leads Izuku onto one of the empty beds, scolding him for not being more careful. Aizawa-sensei levels him with an unreadable stare, a single eyebrow lifted. Katsuki has no idea what he's expected to take from that look, but the underground hero says nothing and turns away a few moments later. "Weird. How about you, dearie?" Recovery Girl turns to him next, pointing her syringe cane thing at him. You two were both in the exercise together, yes? Did you sustain any injuries? Katsuki shrugs, watching Izuku slip over to Aizawa-sensei and start talking quietly with him. Not really, just a few bruises probably, he says gruffly. And they truly aren't that bad. Sure, they ache a little, but it's certainly bearable. So he's surprised when she beckons him over to plant a Quirk-powered kiss on his arm. He feels a slight drain to his stamina, but the slight aches tingle before fading almost immediately. He grumbles a thanks as she presses a few gummies into his hand and waves him away. Hey, Kaken. Izuku calls, smiling over at him with glowing eyes. They have an almost eerie quality to them, but he doesn't feel unnerved or put off looking at them directly. Yeah, Izuku? He replies as he walks over to stand beside the shorter boy. Aizawa-sensei gives him another unreadable stare. Is it at the nickname or something? But still says nothing. Do you want to come over after school tomorrow? Izuku asks hopefully. Katsuki blinks down at him, gaze darting between him and his uncle. Sure. He replies. Izuku beams as if Katsuki had just offered to make him Katsudon. And he isn't exactly bragging, alright, he is just a little bit, but Katsuki has always been really talented when it comes to cooking, and he can make a DMN good bowl of Katsudon. Izuku turns back to Aizawa-sensei. Do you think he and Bean would get along? Katsuki has no idea what that's supposed to mean, but he's evidently just missing context, because Aizawa-sensei immediately scoffs. You mean your Hellion cat? Not a chance. I swear you're the only person he'll ever tolerate. He deadpants. Anyway, you two are fixed up now, so go. Back to class for the rest of the day. I still have some things to discuss with Recovery Girl, then I have to talk to Power Loader. Zashi will drive you home today. The last part is directed at Izuku, who nods with a curious tilt of his head. Katsuki's pretty sure he wants to ask about what he'll be talking to Power Loader about, but he doesn't say anything. They turn to do as they were told and exit the office, Izuku beginning to ramble as they walk back together, shoulders brushing occasionally. Well, Katsuki thinks as they near their destination, I guess I'm going to hang out with Izuku for the first time in 10 years. Jade Green stares into Ruby Red. This is new. Bean hasn't seen a new human enter his human's home in a very long time. At first he's worried he's an intruder, but a single glance at his favorite kit and his relaxed body language keeps him from leaping at the face of this new human and clawing his eyes out. Izuku! New human says, gaze staying focused on Bean the whole time. Good, he knows to be wary. No one steps into Bean's den without his XPLCT approval. Should I be worried one of your cats is staring at me? Bean's favorite kit. He named him Stars for the dark spots covering unscarred skin like constellations, and the sometimes otherworldly presence he holds turns to the two, his weird cloth thing down around his neck and eyes glowing. Oh, you mean Bean? Don't worry about him too much. Familiar hands gently scoop him up, and Bean settles into Star's arms. He can be a huge grump at first, but he'll warm up to you quickly. This new human looks unconvinced but nods slowly. One of Bean's other humans, tired, shuffles in behind the kits with a scoff. You say that to everyone, yet you're the only one who can touch him without even being growled at. Tired responds. Stars pouts at that, which Bean is quick to soothe with a nuzzle to his chin after hissing at Tired for making his favorite kit sad. See? Guarantee he's gonna scratch you if you try to pet him. New human, Bean really needs a name for him, glances between the three of them as Tired pads into the food room, steps silent. Stars shakes his head and turns to his nest room. Ignore him. He's just salty that Bean is always irritated at him because he doesn't sleep enough. He explains to New Human. Now that Bean thinks about it, New Human smells kind of like candy. What is Star's favorite again? Caramel? Yes, caramel. Stars seems to like this human, and while Bean has yet to make a decision on his own stance towards him, he'll name this sweet-smelling human after Star's favorite treat and for the sweet, slightly burnt smell he emanates. Bean purrs as he's gently lowered onto the fresh-smelling sheets of Star's nest, the two kits taking a spot on either side of him. Stars begins rubbing behind his ears, and Bean still has no idea how he keeps finding just the right spot, but he isn't about to complain. Caramel looks between the two hesitantly, but doesn't make any move to touch him. Alright, Caramel gets points for not touching him without his permission. The number of humans that take one look at him and immediately go for ear rubs without warning is astonishing, in Bean's opinion. It's like they want to get scratched or something. Bean checks out for a few moments, simply enjoying the ear rubs from his favorite kit and giving his knee an occasional but of his head to return the affection. He's glad that Stars is such a kind kit, welcoming Bean into his clan despite his old age and initial hostility. It's hard to trust at first when one lives in unforgiving streets and alleys for so long, but now Bean is living comfortably with his favorite kit, Tired, Loud, and the other two cats, and he can't think of any way he can be any happier. He'll stick around for as long as he can to make sure Stars is safe and as happy as he's made Bean. After all, his humans might not know, but he has the power to back up his desires. Katsuki gives the clearly ancient Tom cuddling up to Izuku a wary glance as they make themselves comfortable in his room. He's never really had pets, much less cats, but he's pretty sure the forest jade eyes staring him down as soon as he stepped into the house means he's already on some kind of thin ice with the animal. It's honestly a little terrifying to watch how quickly the cat, Izuku calls him, Bean, hisses at his homeroom teacher, then immediately turns and snuggles up to Izuku, purring deeply. Yeah, he isn't touching Bean unless the cat approaches him first. Somehow he gets the sense that the old Tom appreciates it. Izuku stretches with a content hum after a few moments, untying the plain black bandana from around his neck and placing it carefully on his nightstand. There are a few knickknacks scattered on its surface, namely, a currently unsolved Rubik's Cube with distinctly shaped raised faces instead of colored panels, an action figure of Present Mike that's clearly high quality and probably limited edition or even unreleased considering Katsuki has never seen it before, as well as a couple small plushies of several animals. One is a black puppy, the second is a calico cat, and the third is a cockatiel. A glance at the rest of the room reveals more action figures, a couple for All Might, more of Present Mike, and a collection of other high-ranking Public Eye heroes. There's a surprising lack of anything Endeavor-related, though. He spots a single figure of Eraserhead. It's still so weird to think the man is both their homeroom teacher and Izuku's family, and one other hero he doesn't recognize. The lack of posters is a little strange to look at, or not look at, but unsurprising. There's no point having any if he can't see what they represent. Hey Izuku, Katsuki calls, glancing at the other teen in time to see him look up from reaching into his bag for something. Who's that supposed to be? He points at the unfamiliar figure. Izuku's eyes, still glowing gently, drift over to the indicated figure and glint with recognition. Oh, he's another underground hero called Shadow. He was tailing Salamander while Shoyuda went into the apartment to rescue me. Katsuki blinks at the casual mention of the traumatic event but doesn't comment. It's a good thing that Izuku is comfortable enough to think about it in the first place. What's his quirk? He asks, curious. Maybe it has something to do with the wispy, purple-gray smoke surrounding his action figure? It's called shadow smoke. He can turn his body into smoke-like particles as long as it's dark enough. Izuku explains. I met him properly a couple years ago, but he got called out for an emergency before I could ask him anything about his quirk. It seems really interesting. He laments, pulling out a notebook, some kind of recording device Katsuki had seen him use in place of taking notes in class, and a pen-like device with a needle for a nib from his backpack. Katsuki digs into his own bag for his notes. You know, I don't think I really knew about underground heroes before your uncle. The blonde admits. How many have you met? Izuku offers a wry smile as he opens one of his notebooks that are void of any visible writing. Are those raised dots on the cover? And grabs the recording device. Just Shoyuda and Shadow. I know Shadow works for an agency made primarily of other underground heroes, though. I hope I can work or at least intern there one day. Dad said really good things about them, and it's hard to have him openly praise anything like that. There it is again. Why hasn't Izuku said anything about Hisashi? As far as Katsuki knows, the man had just been working in America for longer than he can remember. Now that he thinks about it, why hadn't Izuku been sent to live with him instead of his uncles? Did something happen to him too? The questions are right there on the tip of his tongue, but he hesitates to ask them. Usually he'll just say what's on his mind, but something tells him he shouldn't bring it up. The reason could be simple, but Katsuki knows he's only been told a small part of everything that's happened to Izuku the past 5 years, and there's a tiny part of him that worries Hisashi is another piece of it all. As if sensing his distress, he can actually sense that stuff now, Katsuki remembers suddenly. Izuku's head tilts in his direction. Is something wrong, Kaken? Katsuki had been so lost in thought that he hadn't realized Izuku started to play the recording he'd made of the math lecture that day, puncturing little dots into the pages of his notebook in patterns he recognizes as Braille, even though he can't read it. Nothing. Katsuki mumbles, placing his own notebook in front of him. Bean gives it a curious sniff before settling back at Izuku's knee and reaches back into his bag for a pen. He can tell Izuku doesn't believe him, brows furrowed and lips pursed in thought. His glowing green eyes drift and focus on something beside the blonde that he can't see, before he seems to come to a realization. You know, I don't mind if you ask about that day. I know you have questions. He says. Katsuki scoffs. I'm not so much of an but any more that I'll pry into your past trauma. He snaps. It's nothing anyway. We both know you don't think it's nothing. Izuku huffs. And I really appreciate that you're thinking of my emotions like that, but I promise it's okay. I used to handle the whole thing a lot worse, but I'm much better now. Katsuki still isn't convinced. What if I ask you a question you don't want to answer? He pushes, clenching the pen in his hand tightly. Izuku gives him a look that practically screams that he thinks Katsuki is being stupid. And maybe that's the case, but that's just rude. Seriously? He sighs. Then I'll tell you as much and won't answer, simple. As long as you don't push for more than I'm willing to give, then it's fine. Katsuki doesn't understand why Izuku doesn't understand. It isn't his place to ask stuff like this. Not now, when he still has to earn his place as his friend. But Katsuki. That's the second time in a week that Izuku interrupted him, and it's still far more effective than he expects at shutting him up. Izuku never sounded so firm and confident when they were kids. He releases a sigh that's both fond and exasperated. Look, I know we still have to get used to each other as we are now, but you don't have to act like you're walking on glass, even with my trauma. He assures, blunt and straightforward. I've had 5 years of time, support, and therapy that's helped me come to terms with everything. All things considered, I'm actually pretty comfortable talking about it, at least with people I trust. You're included on that list, you know. Fine. Katsuki grumbles, only because he knows Izuku isn't going to let it go otherwise at this rate. I was just wondering why you call your uncle Dad sometimes, and why you didn't get sent to your actual dad. There's a pause where Izuku fiddles with his needle pen thing. Ah. Well, what does that mean? Katsuki resists the urge to scowl. So, that a no-go or dash? Well, Izuku interrupts, wincing. It's not. I mean, he cuts himself off to sigh heavily. Hisashi was never in America. Katsuki frowns. That isn't what he expected. What does that mean? Izuku frowns nervously, fiddling with his pen thing again. I saw Salamander up close before he... A hand gestures at the mask-like burn scars covering his face. So, I saw his face. Katsuki knows he's missing something. His eyes narrow in thought. How do those have anything to do with each dash? He pauses, eyes widening. F dash. He's Salamander, isn't he? Izuku nods, lips twisting in a repressed frown and glowing eyes lowering to his hands. Bean, almost like he's attuned to the teen's distress, lets out a deep, rumbling meow and climbs into his lap, nuzzling his stomach. The frown lightens slightly as Izuku runs a gentle but firm hand down the cat's back. Yeah. Salamander is Hisashi Midoriya. He's responsible for the fact that Mom. The unspoken implication is clear to both of them. So, he's not much of a dad as far as I'm concerned. Sho and Zashi, on the other hand, both take care of me like I'm their own son, so they're basically my dads. I just call Sho Dad and Zashi Pops. Katsuki nods. That's fair, he'd probably feel the same if he was in Izuku's shoes. So, you were talking about that shadow dude in his agency, yeah? He says. The blonde doesn't really know how to navigate stuff like this yet, and he has a feeling Izuku will appreciate a change in subject for now. He knows he needs it, and his assumption is right when an excited smile spreads over Izuku's face. Yeah. So, Shadow's really cool on his own, but should has told me about some of the other heroes he's worked with there, and dash. The duo promptly abandon their notebooks as Izuku launches into a rant about the various pros he's heard of and researched, and it takes a while for Katsuki to notice his lap is now occupied by Bean, who is purring loudly. He blinks dumbly down at the cat. When did that happen? He hadn't even noticed the cat move. And what changed in the few minutes he took his attention off of him? Not even an hour ago the old tabby had hissed and glared almost as much as Katsuki himself at anyone who isn't Izuku, and now he's just cuddling up to him. Oh, see, I told you he'd warm up to you. Izuku exclaims, smiling wide and his eyes emitting a soft glow as he takes in the sight. Guess so? Katsuki replies as he very carefully lays one of his hands on top of Bean's head. He doesn't get bitten or scratched, so he counts it as a win. Then, very suddenly, Aizawa-sensei's voice says strongly from the doorway to the bedroom, "What the F dashed?" Izuku frowns playfully. "Dad, no swearing around guests." Katsuki scoffs at that. He swears enough for 3 people. He couldn't care less if anyone else swore, but the raven-haired man doesn't even acknowledge the jab. Instead he's staring at Bean in Katsuki's lap with the most open betrayal he's ever seen, which is saying something considering the underground hero largely adopts an apathetic or generally neutral front. Izuku, that cat makes no sense. I swear he's doing that to spite me. I've never had a cat act like this towards me. Izuku tilts his head, genuinely confused. He's not doing it to spite you? He just wants you to get more sleep. I'll sleep when I have free time. Should I even justify that with a response? Absolutely not. Katsuki snorts. You two are effing dorks. Izuku splutters and bursts into raucous laughter, falling back on his bed and clutching his stomach helplessly. Aizawa's dark eyes narrow dangerously, and Katsuki almost gets the feeling he's effed up really bad, but there's a tiny twitch of the man's lip that gives him away. He takes a gamble and openly smirks, daring him to argue. It doesn't, instead rolling his eyes and shuffling away, muttering something about problem children everywhere. Well, he didn't get murdered for that, so it's definitely a win. The high five Izuku gives him once he stops laughing is a bonus. Yeah, Katsuki's glad he pulled his ego back to the ground and made up with Izuku. He can't remember the last time he's felt so light. He can get used to this. Shoyuta sips his fresh cup of coffee as he takes a seat in his office, powering up his laptop and preparing to review the battle trial footage. He's going to scour through each one and find everything his students did well and what they could improve on to help flesh out his training plans. I still can't believe that Hellcat cuddled up to Bakugo like that. He muses, navigating to the video files and starting up the first one. To his surprise, Izuku is one of the first, paired with Bakugo while opposing Todoroki and Shuji. Interesting plan, but it makes sense that Izuku would try and take advantage of the fact that the dark doesn't bother him at all. Shuda's mind wanders when he notices how close the 2 boys on the hero team are as they plan and navigate darkened halls. He usually wouldn't care much if Izuku is willingly close to other kids his age, but Izuku doesn't just get cuddly with people he doesn't know, much less allow such easy banter and affectionate nicknames. Shoyuta had never even heard Bakugo's name until he got the year's roster. It doesn't make sense. They clearly know each other from before you, so why has Izuku never mentioned him in the 5 years he's lived with them? I'll have to investigate that when I get a chance. He focuses back on the battle recording, taking in the way Bakugo and Shuji trade heavy blows, then focuses on Izuku just as he slips into the room Todoroki's in. That's not good. I always took Todoroki for being far more situationally aware than that. He sighs mentally. The Izuku on screen slinks along the walls silently as the two-tone teen explains his plan to Shuji, then seals the doorways with ice, a little too late. There are a few moments as Izuku continues to creep along the wall, green eyes glowing slightly. Then he intentionally makes Todoroki notice his presence. It seems Izuku got more dramatic flair from Hisashi and Nomuri than he thought. He takes another sip of his coffee as Todoroki on screen spins around, clearly surprised and unbalanced. Then Izuku giggles and opens his mouth and, Todoroki, if you wanted me alone with you so badly, all you had to do was ask. Shoyuta almost spews his coffee all over the screen at the uncharacteristically lilting tone Izuku used, and in the middle of trying to swallow it down, he almost chokes on it instead. He stares blankly as the Izuku on screen proceeds to take down Todoroki. He's so proud of his son, and wins his group the round. He continues staring for a good minute even after the recording ends, his coffee cooling at his elbow, before he abruptly stands up and exits his office. Then, as soon as he steps into the doorway to Izuku's bedroom, Bean is still in Bakuga's lap. What the hell? He immediately says, Izuku, you're not allowed to spend time with Zashi and Nomuri anymore. Bakuga jumps in surprise slightly, jolting Bean and causing the old cat to growl quietly in protest. Izuku tilts his head, brows furrowed in confusion. Why? I just watched the footage of your battle trial with Todoroki. Shoyuta deadpants. He can see the moment Izuku realizes what he's talking about, his face steadily starting to turn pink as his eyes widen almost comically. Bakuga looks between the two, taking in Izuku's silent embarrassment, then lifts an eyebrow. What the hell did you do, Zuku? Shoyuta feels a smirk spread over his face. It isn't often he gets a chance to tease his son, and this is the perfect time. He ignores Izuku's horrified, pleading gaze as he realizes what's about to happen. How did you phrase it, Izuku? He hums casually, gleefully watching Izuku's face flush even more, to the point he's starting to look like a strawberry. If you wanted me alone with you so badly, all you had to do was ask? Bakuga stares for a second, then takes one look at Izuku before bursting into loud laughter. Kakin, Izuku whines, one hand covering his face and the other half-heartedly hitting at Bakuga's shoulder. Stup. Izuku, didn't think you were the playboy type. Bakuga cackles, taking a similar joy as Shoyuta in Izuku's mortification. So, you got the hots for candy cane? Izuku squeals loudly, his second hand slapping over his increasingly red face. No, he wails, I didn't mean to say it. It just came out. Shoyuta and Bakuga snort at the same time, and they share a surprised glance before Bakuga shakes his head and turns back to Izuku. Yeah, and you totally accidentally flirt with me all the time. Apparently that's the moment Izuku realizes trying to defend himself is absolutely futile and instead turns to flop over into his pillow, muffling another squeal into it. Shoyuta won't admit it, but as he watches Izuku and Bakuga banter for a few moments before returning to his office after reminding them to take breaks for water, there's a warmth in his chest that makes him feel a little tingly. He's so proud of his son, and he can't wait to see what he'll grow up to become. Soul Seer Squad. Panther, Zashi and Nomuri are banned from seeing Izuku for at least a week. Horned Lizard. What did they corrupt Izuku with this time? Cougar. What? Cougar. You're not allowed to keep my adorable nephew from me, Shoyuta. Cockatoo. What Nemi said, but I'm also curious what exactly he did. Cockatoo. Bet it's gonna make me the proudest papa in the world if it made Sho threaten to keep him from us. Panther. He flirted with a classmate. Cougar. Okay? Cougar. That's hardly a bad thing, Sho. He's allowed to pursue romantic partners. Horned Lizard. I'll have to agree with Nomuri for once. Panther. You don't understand, Seiki. Panther. He was in the middle of a battle simulation and he flirted with his opponent. Cougar. Holy shit. Cockatoo. I was right, I'm so proud. Cougar. I need details, Sho. Who did he flirt with? What did he say? Did I actually teach him some pickup lines? Horned Lizard. I didn't think he had it in him. Panther. Todoroki, and I'm not describing it. You all have access to the recordings. Cockatoo. DMN. He doesn't aim low, does he? Cockatoo. I'm so proud. Cockatoo. Also, I'm watching that video right now. Cougar. I'm already there, and it's actually adorable how flustered the poor kid got. Elmea. Cougar. Izuku's getting a trip to his favorite Katsudon place for that. I'm so proud of him. Panther, absolutely not. Don't reward this. Cockatoo, it's okay, show, you can say you're proud of him too. Panther is offline. Cougar, as if he's fooling any of us. Cockatoo, so, wanna meet up and get Izuku that Katsudon on Saturday? Cougar, as if that's even a question, of course. Mole, have fun with all that. Mole, oh, and tell Izuku I said, well done. Cockatoo, consider it done, winky face. Izuku knows pretty much from the second day of school that his classmates want to approach him and Katsuki. It's hard to ignore the constant bubbling of curiosity in the air whenever he's so much as in the same room as them. As such, he's also very aware that Katsuki is the only thing keeping them at bay for the first week. He has to give them credit for braving the waters the next Monday during lunch. He can tell it starts happening before Katsuki even notices from the waves of determined intent approaching their otherwise empty table. At his left side, Katsuki's steady presence spikes with irritation as he notices the incoming group and growls at them, but Izuku elbows him firmly. Be nice to our classmates, Kaken. He scolds in a low voice. The explosive teen huffs but doesn't protest as several trays are placed on their table. Hey guys, mind if we join ya? A male voice asks. Based on the electric crackling of his presence and the info he's gotten about his classmates' quirks and names, it's probably Kaminari. Izuku elbows Katsuki in the ribs before he can bark out something probably rude and/or insulting, directing a polite smile at him. Of course, there's plenty of room. They seem surprised, as if expecting him to be similarly aggressive or cold as Katsuki, but quickly fill the empty spots regardless. Kaminari takes a seat to Izuku's right, while a firm, solid presence slides in next to Katsuki, who he's pretty sure is Kirishima. Uraraka's airy aura takes a spot directly in front of him, while the last three join her on either side. Izuku can't really pick out their individual presences very well, so he'll have to wait until they introduce themselves. He offers a smile and a wave in Uraraka's direction before continuing to eat his rice. He has no idea if she returns the gesture, but she seems to be the type who would. So you two are Bakugo and Midoriya, right? Kaminari begins. It's a little strange sitting next to someone who makes him feel static along his skin without it truly happening, but not especially uncomfortable. Yeah, that's us. Izuku nods. Sweet. Kaminari exclaims. I just wanted to say that battle simulation last week was epic. You two make an awesome pair. Fuff. Katsuki grumbles. Izuku elbows him again, ignoring his offended grunt. That's Kaken speak for, thank you. He says. You're Kaminari-kun, right? There's a ripple of surprise from everyone except Katsuki. Yeah, but how'd you know? Your presence feels like standing next to a field of static, and as far as I'm aware you're the only one in our class with an electricity quirk. Izuku explains. That's so manly. Kirishima pipes up. Oh, but we never introduced ourselves properly. I'm Kirishima Aijuru. And they go around the table like that. Kirishima is followed by Hagakure Toru, then Ashido Mina, Uraraka Ochako, Shiro Hanta, and Kaminari Denki. I'm Midoriya Izuku, he introduces, and this is Bakugo Katsuki. I can introduce myself, Zuku. Katsuki protests. Can you do it without insults? Izuku shoots back. The answering grumble is enough confirmation. Feeling a little bad, he gives the other teen a gentle nudge with his arm and a small smile. Katsuki seems appeased at the action. Your quirks are so cool. One of the girls, Ashido, this time exclaims. You can make explosions and you can copy quirks? She trails off, uncertain. What actually is your quirk? Everyone's gazes turn to him as Katsuki grumbles but continues eating. Being able to mimic quirks is more a side effect than my actual quirk. Izuku explains. It's called soul sight. In short, I can see and interact with the souls of people around me. Part of being able to interact with them means I can mimic the quirks of people I link with. Oh, so that's what happened in the ball throw? Uraraka asks, to which he nods. Wow. It felt kinda weird. Izuku chuckles. Yeah, that's the usual response when I use it on someone for the first time. So does your quirk impede your normal sight or something? Shiro interjects. He's clearly referring to the bandana, which Katsuki is quick to realize if the way he stiffens is any indication. Izuku brushes his hand against the teen's arm reassuringly. He knows people will ask. They always do, eventually. He can handle himself. No, in fact my quirk enhances my vision in a few ways. He replies. It's partially to do with restricting sensory input. I already get a lot of it just from feeling everyone's presence and emotions all the time, so adding a lot of visual input on top of that can be overwhelming. Especially in crowded places like this. He gestures at the cafeteria hall around them. It isn't a lie, restricting his visual input does help him handle crowds without getting too stressed, but it isn't the whole truth, and they don't have to know he can turn his vision on and off basically at will. Oh, that makes sense. Shiro agrees. So it can enhance your sight then? Does that include night vision or something? Hagakure asks, clearly referring to the fact Izuku wanted to do the combat simulations in the dark when usually no one would really want to be under those conditions. Izuku smiles to himself. Something like that. Was that meant to sound weirdly cryptic? Ashido deadpants. Katsuki growls in irritation. Shut the F up and stop prying. He snaps. If he doesn't want to say, he doesn't have to FING tell you. Izuku sighs quietly but says nothing, even when a few of the other teens protest at Katsuki's hostile language. Okay, but you don't have to be rude about it, dude. Kaminari complains. Shut up, Sparky, I can speak how I want. You're so manly. Let's be friends. Izuku hides a smile at the little waves of warmth Katsuki exudes at Kirishima's declaration even as he shouts, F off, shitty hair, at him. It's even better that the teen doesn't seem the least bit bothered by Katsuki's coarse language or even his attitude. Oh, by the way. Uraraka pipes up suddenly. I've been meaning to ask, who did you all vote for in the student council president thing today? I voted for Yaoyorozu. Izuku replies easily. She's proven herself as smart and reliable, at least for me, but I've also known her the longest besides Kaken. I suppose Ida is an equally good candidate, though, so I don't personally mind that she got the vice position in the end. Then why didn't you vote for me, shitty nerd? Katsuki playfully, if a little roughly, ruffles his hair. We both know the answer to that, Kaken. Besides, I know for a fact you didn't vote for yourself either. FING touché. Izuku smirks. Thought so. Wait, you knew Yaoyorozu before you Midoriya? Ashido interrupts. Aren't she and Todoroki recommendation students from well-known families? Yes and yes. Izuku nods with no elaboration at all. Zuku's a recommendation student too, you shitty extras. Katsuki deadpants. What? Izuku winces at the collective shout. Come on, Kaken, there's a reason I didn't tell people that. A piercing alarm makes him flinch before anyone can interrogate him further, and a cold spike of fear lances through his lungs, both of his own making and from the crowd of students surrounding them. There's a muddle of confusion and rising panic from everyone around him, mingling with and amplifying his own apprehension as he drops his chopsticks and shoots to his feet. Midoriya? What's dash? This is a level 3 alarm. Someone broke onto campus. He breathes in a rush. Shuda's voice in his head reminds him to stay calm, to approach the situation rationally and figure out the best course of action, and most importantly to keep himself from succumbing to the fear and letting it consume him. He's really trying, but as he and his classmates get swept along in the waves of other students as they push and shove in an attempt to leave as fast as they can, the fear surrounding him in a piercing blanket of ice is suffocating. Kaken. He manages to choke out, realizing he can't sense his familiar presence anymore with a rush of panic that chills his lungs. He's already completely disoriented at this point, but someone bumps into him from behind, nearly knocking him over, then shoves him into a wall and shoulders past him. The action makes his bandana get caught on something and it's yanked off his face before he even realizes it's gone. No. His mind chants on an endless loop as he drops onto his knees against the wall, slapping his hands over his face. He feels like his lungs are seizing from the icy cold fingers spreading through his organs as his skin simultaneously flushes with an incredibly uncomfortable heat, like he's feverish. He doesn't know what to do with himself when all he can think about is the fear surrounding him and clamoring for his attention, and it's getting hard to breathe, like that apartment fire, and he's so cold yet so hot and he can't breathe. Instead of doing anything Shoyuta told him to do in situations like this, something rational and calm as is appropriate, he ends up curled into as small a ball as he can make himself against the wall he's shoved into, trying and failing to get his breathing under control. His ears start to ring with his thundering pulse, his heart working painful overtime in his chest but doing nothing to stem the chill that settles like a block of ice there, taking up space in his chest and restricting the amount he can physically breathe in. He can barely register anything else through his panic and fear. Breathe, just breathe, why can't I do it? Please just breathe, please dash. Izuku, oh Izuku, it's okay. A gentle, feminine voice calls. He can barely hear her, but careful fingers run through his messy hair as he's pulled away from the cold, hard wall and into a warm, comforting chest. He practically melts in relief when he finally recognizes the soothing rose lavender scent he always detects from Nemuri no matter what perfume she uses, and it takes everything in him not to start bawling in the middle of the hallway. The ringing in his ears begins to fade at this point, and he starts to take note of his surroundings as he muffles shuddering breaths into Nemuri's collarbone. It's silent and still in the hallway now, and mostly empty. He has no idea how long he just spent hyperventilating and unresponsive to everything before Nemuri found him. To Izuku's right is Katsuki's presence, hovering as close as he dares with apprehension emitting from him in waves. To his left is the calm, steady presence of Momo, underlaid with worry, as well as a presence that smells of a weird mix of metal and citrus. Is it? Ida? You back with us, Izuku? Nemuri murmurs, leaning back a little to presumably get a better look at him. He feels a spike of panic. When cool air brushes at his overheated skin and scars, and he hurriedly covers them with a hand while nodding wordlessly. He's afraid that speaking will break his already brittle composure. There's a shifting to his left and the minute flare of a quirk being used before Momo approaches them. Izuku, I'm not sure what happened to yours, but I have a bandana for you. She says, something soft brushing his arm. Thank you. He croaks, only now realizing how much his throat hurts. Oh, he really hopes he hadn't screamed or anything. He already feels incredibly humiliated overreacting to the situation, and in front of so many people. Izuku gratefully takes the fabric from Momo, it's really soft, and feels nice on his skin, to quickly tie it around his face, uncaring of how neat it looks for the moment. Nemuri tuts in disapproval and adjusts it for him so it's settled more comfortably over his cheeks and nose, then gives his hair a gentle ruffle. There we go. She says affectionately. Go with Ida to Recovery Girl, okay? But, let me dash, Katsuki begins to protest. Okugu, I only let you stay because you're his friend and there were more important things to worry about. The hero interrupts firmly but not unkindly. He'll be okay, but you need to rejoin the rest of your classmates. Katsuki very clearly would rather do anything else as long as he can stay with Izuku, but he eventually relents and stalks away. Yaoyorozu, you head to class too, we'll be fine from here. Thank you for your help. Nemuri continues. The teen murmurs a thanks before doing as she's told, but not without a lingering glance at Izuku that leaves a cool tingling along the side of his face. He feels bad for making her worry. Midnight Sensei, shall I take Midoriya-kun to Recovery Girl now? Ida speaks up. Yes, thank you. I'll let your teacher know what you're doing. She replies. Izuku, for his part, wants to complain over how he's getting no say in this, but he's so tired. It's honestly incredible he hasn't already passed out, but doing that sounds like a great idea right now. Alright, Izuku, up you get. Nemuri prompts, getting to her feet and gently pulling him up beside her. I have to go back to my own class, but let any of us know if you need anything, okay? Izuku nods with a painful swallow but says nothing. It's evidently enough, for she gives his shoulder a quick squeeze before leaving him with Ida. The other teen clears his throat. Let's go, Midoriya-kun. Izuku nods with a raspy hum and follows Ida's presence and footsteps as they begin walking. Izuku feels lethargic, more than usual after the last few panic attacks he's had, and every step feels like he's dragging along blocks of lead. His head and face hurts, a product of having all his muscles tense too hard for too long and from crying so hard. The throbbing at his temples pounds painfully in time with his pulse, making him feel irritable alongside his shame, and it doesn't help that Ida just keeps staring at him. The tingling awareness keeps clashing uncomfortably at the base of his skull with his headache, and after another lingering glance he finally snaps, "Stop staring at me." The other boy has the gall to be surprised, and Izuku hates how much his emotions are taking control of him right now, but he's so tired. "You can tell?" Ida asks. "Yes, I can tell. Did you not hear me talking to my Netta on day one?" Izuku deadpans. "I didn't realize who it was at first, but I know you keep staring at me like you can't decide if I'm a troublemaker or not. I tolerated it before, but I'm not in the F&G mood to be stared at right now." Ida splutters for a few seconds, clearly caught off guard. "Midoriya-kun, that language is incredibly unbecoming of Dash." Izuku rounds on him with a snarl. "Did you not just hear me, Ida?" He almost shouts. "I just had a panic attack, and one worse than I've had in at least 4 years. Don't get on my effing case for my language." He hardly realizes he's shaking by the time he's done. His shame and irritation clashes with guilt, and for the first time in years Izuku doesn't know what to do with himself. He feels like he's been thrown into the ocean without any kind of lifeline, flailing for footholds where there are none. There's a tense silence where Izuku tightens his hands into fists and turns his head away. He hates this, he hates how the trauma lingers, he hates how it sneaks up on him for what seems like no reason, and worst of all he hates how others, strangers especially, take one look at that part of him and pities him. And now Ida has seen him break down, has seen that raw and exposed part of him, and he'll think Izuku is the poor blind kid, and I apologize, Midoriya-kun. As much as I disagree with the use of language, I do agree the reprimand was uncalled for considering the situation. That he can't wait what? Izuku would have blinked if his eyes weren't covered. Instead he lifts his head in Ida's direction again, slightly incredulous. "Huh." He blurts, then quickly shakes his head. Dash." He pauses to clear his throat and get some semblance of composure together. "Thank you. I'm sorry too. For snapping." "It's quite all right," Ida assures, then continues walking. Izuku falls into step somewhere at his side. "I can't say I understand what the experience is like, but I can certainly make an effort to at least be sympathetic." Izuku nods with an appreciative hum. They walk in silence for a few moments, and Izuku could start to feel Chiyo's cool, calming aura in her office. "It's really scary," he says. Ida glances at him but waits for him to continue. "Panic attacks, I was aware it was happening and that the best thing to do was get my breathing under control, but I just couldn't. And that's scary." Ida spends a few moments in silent consideration. "Thinking back, I remember seeing my brother in the middle of a panic attack, but I was too young at the time to realize what was happening," he admits. Izuku jolts at the reminder of the existence of a sibling. "That's right, Ida. Your brother is in Genium, right? Ida Tensei?" "Yes. Shoyuda and Hizashi are good friends with Tensei, and Izuku's even met him a couple times, but between all their jobs as heroes and Shoyuda and Hizashi's additional jobs on top of taking care of him, they hadn't gotten many opportunities to meet." Warm pride washes over Izuku's skin. "Yes, he is my older brother," the other teen exclaims. The admiration is clear in his voice. "Dad and Pops mention him a lot." Izuku muses idly. Ida pauses, just a slight falter in his steady stride, and his aura becomes thoughtful. "Are your parents familiar with him?" he asks, which makes Izuku tense. "Sheet. I didn't mean to say that. Curse these panic attacks for loosening my tongue." Yes sure, but would you look at that, we're almost there," Izuku exclaims, voice raised a few octaves as he ups his pace to a not-quite jog in the direction of Chiyo's office. He pointedly ignores the confused, "But you can't see?" that Ida quietly murmurs. Katsuki is someone Izuku trusts not to raise a fuss over theoretical favoritism due to familial connections. Only Zashi is actually guilty of that, but he doesn't really count. But Izuku really doesn't know if Ida would both believe there's no favoritism, at least where it matters, and wouldn't accidentally tell everyone else about his relationship with basically all of their teachers. Ida radiates bewilderment but doesn't comment further as Izuku reaches the door and opens it. "Hi, Chio-san." He greets, stepping inside with Ida close behind him. "Hello, sweetie. Are you too injured? I was told everyone made it through this fiasco relatively unharmed," she says, getting up from her desk as her soothing, slightly chilly presence approaches them. "We are unharmed, but Midnight-sensei asked me to guide Midoriya-kun here," Ida reports. Chio's gaze lingers on Izuku at the information, knowing something had happened and likely having a good guess what it was but waiting for him to confirm it. "Panic attack," he affirms quietly. "Ah, I see. Well, thank you for keeping an eye on him, dear," she says to Ida as Izuku is guided to the nearest bed. He does as directed and sits on its edge, then hesitates for a moment before pulling his bandana off. Ida had clearly been there to see most of his panic attack. At this rate, Izuku figures that seeing his scars won't make much of a difference. The other teen's wordless shock at the sight of them is stronger than Katsuki's, but otherwise about what he expects. Chio begins to tilt his face side to side, her analyzing gaze sweeping over his features. "You can go ahead and return to your classmates, dearie," she says to Ida. "Thank you for your help." Ida jolts like he's been shaken out of a trance. "Oh, of course," he says briskly. "Get well soon, Midoriya-kun." Out of curiosity, and despite his headache, Izuku turns on his quirk and focuses on Ida's aura as the boy leaves the room. The figure of a large, sturdy-framed cheetah with navy blue fur and angular black spots and stripes covering its body and face turns and pads out of the room alongside Ida's retreating outline. The door closes behind them, cutting off his view. I guess that makes sense with a speed quirk. I wonder if the unusual color of the fur is what Ida's hair color looks like. "All right, Izuku, you seem all right now," Chio hums, pulling him from his thoughts. The old woman's soul, a large seahorse, drifts past him and pauses to briefly curl its tail around his arm before continuing on. "How are you feeling?" "I have a headache, everything feels sore and I'm tired, but otherwise I'm okay now," he says. "So, the expected symptoms," she replies. Izuku watches her take out a bottle and a cup before turning to him. "Try not to use your quirk too much, okay? It might aggravate your headache. Here are some painkillers." Izuku holds out his hand to accept the pills and waits for the nurse to fill the cup, closing his eyes and deactivating his quirk in the process. The filled cup is gently pressed into his free hand, and he quickly downs the pills and the water, returning the cup when he's done. "Thank you, Chio-san," he says gratefully. Chio chuckles. "Anytime, Izuku. Have some gummies." A handful of the squishy candy is placed into his hand. "Now, I want you to go to the teacher's lounge and get some rest." Izuku jolted. "What? But I have class dash. Your health is more important right now. Besides, if I remember your schedule correctly, you'd be having English right now, and we all know you're fluent." She interrupts, scolding. Izuku fidgets. "Well, today I'd actually be having my first lesson with Nedzu. Whatever he's planning on teaching me." Chio sighs, exasperated. Of course he would. "Well, I'll be telling him he gets to wait. You need to get some rest, young man, and I'll make Aizawa force you to do so if I need to." Izuku pouts and crosses his arms but doesn't protest further. He's tried to escape orders to rest and nap, and none of those attempts worked, ever. "Fine," he mutters. Chio gives him a pat on the head and an approving hum. "Good. Now, if you're good making your way there yourself, you're cleared to go. Remember to relax," she orders. "Yes, Chio-san." Izuku chirps playfully as he sticks one of the gummies in his mouth and gets up from the bed. Chio chuckles and goes back to her desk. Izuku makes his way to the teacher's lounge after tying his bandana back around his head. There are a few teachers there, most of them away handling their classes in the aftermath of the break-in. Shuda's familiar aura pings noticeably with awareness as he enters the lounge, and a brush of fur on his arm tells Izuku that his soul wasted no time reaching him. Izuku, the underground hero's voice calls not even a second later, "Are you all right?" Now that Izuku is in the presence of someone he trusts unconditionally, he finally lets himself feel just how truly exhausted and frazzled he is. "No, not really," he admits quietly. There's a second of shuffling before the man's presence nears, and a pair of warm, gentle hands settles on his shoulders. "Izuku, what happened?" he asks quietly. Izuku sighs and lets himself lean forward to rest his forehead on Shuta's chest. The worry flitting through the air strengthens the longer he doesn't provide an answer. "Panic attack," he mumbles, Shuta's chest tensing under his skin. "Worse than before." In the hallway, Deno, who saw, sides Kaken, Momo, and Nita dash. He squeaks when he's lifted into Shuta's arms in the next moment, and the distant purring of his soul begins to rumble soothingly through his headache that the painkillers are only just starting to relieve. "I'm guessing Shizenji made you come here then?" Shoyuta prompts. Izuku hums and nods, relaxing into his arms as he's carried further into the lounge. "Threatened to call you if I didn't." "Good. But I have classes." "Nope, not after a panic attack you don't." Deowad. Izuku's protests are thoroughly ignored as he's lowered onto the couch and enveloped in the well-worn material of Shuta's sleeping bag. The warm, familiar sensation makes Izuku relax even further, and he doesn't feel much like arguing anymore. He pulls the bandana off and blinks his eyes open, turning on his quirk as he does so despite Chiyo's orders not to. The outline of Shoyuta settles by Izuku's feet, a stack of papers in his hands and a pen tucked behind his ear. The Black Panther representing his soul sits at the man's feet, a quiet rumble still vibrating through his head faintly, and his own soul curls up next to it on the floor. "Sho?" Izuku calls hesitantly. "Yes. Can I pet your soul?" Izuku isn't entirely sure why he still gets nervous asking to touch someone's soul, even though he's touched both Shoyuta and Zashi's souls plenty of times in the past. The action always feels, not quite NTMT, not really, but like he's laying his hand somewhere he shouldn't. The sensation is strong sometimes and barely there others. It's difficult to describe, especially when he barely understands it himself. "Now that I think about it, I hardly even thought about reaching for Katsuki's soul," he muses. "I wonder why." "Of course you can, Izuku," Shoyuta replies. As if to reinforce the affirmation, Izuku watches the panther jump up onto the couch with him and curl up on his legs and torso. He doesn't feel any weight. He usually doesn't when it involves souls, but the areas it touches his skin tingle warmly and his nerves replicate the sensation of fur brushing across his skin. The purring is louder and stronger now, rumbling through his torso as well as his head. It's soothing and safe. His eyes droop, Quirk dimming slightly and dulling his sense of everyone's presences in the room with him, and he would have dozed off like that if he hadn't suddenly felt a white-hot spike of pain followed by someone coughing heavily outside. Izuku jolts at the sudden conflicting sensations, eyes snapping to the door as he hurries to get himself focused enough to see if the person is someone he recognized. The door swings open as the coughs abate, and Izuku stares with wide eyes at the tall, frail man that steps through, followed by a lion that he imagines once looked tall and strong with gleaming golden fur, but instead looks emaciated and dull. It reveals the left side of its midsection to him a moment later, and he barely manages to stifle a gasp at the black scarring that practically engulfs that side of its torso like a crater, black cracks spiderwebbing out from the epicenter. The scarring indents slightly, like a chunk had been taken out of its side and couldn't be put back before it healed. And Izuku can only stare, because that is the presence of All Might. Shoyuta realizes a second too late what Izuku likely just realized as a deflated All Might walks into the lounge. Then comes the realization that he hasn't explained anything regarding the number 1 pros, situation, because he knows something like this would happen eventually. I knew that I was forgetting something. Izuku must sense something in his emotions, and turns to him with wide, glowing green eyes. He looks so small and lost in that instant, and Shoyuta feels really bad for keeping the information from him, no matter how unintentional it is. Yagi, for his part, has just noticed Izuku's presence and blinks in confusion at him and Shoyuta. Aye. What's dash? Izuku manages to choke out before a small, confused noise crawls up his throat. Shuta's chest constricts upon hearing it. He hates seeing what is practically his own son look so scared, in an image frighteningly close to when he first started living with him and Hisashi. He opens his mouth to respond, to offer some kind of explanation, but Yagi, eternally oblivious, speaks before he can. Aizawa-kun? What is young Midoriya doing here? The older hero means well, Shuta's sure, but the still wide-eyed glance that Izuku directs at him paired with his paler than before complexion should clue him into the fact that something is amiss and it would be wiser to stay quiet. Shoyuta knew the second Izuku walked through the door that something was wrong. He'd looked worryingly pale and unsure on his own feet, in a way he hasn't seen since Izuku was 10, maybe 11. His mind instantly goes to the conclusion of a panic attack, hoping he's wrong but having it confirmed moments later, and he realizes that the dim but persistent waves of anxiety he'd felt while confronting the media during the break-in had come from Izuku. It doesn't happen very often, but if Izuku is feeling something powerfully enough, then others will start to feel those emotions too. They have yet to figure out if it's a general effect on the area around him or if only people he's close to feels it, but regardless, Shoyuta should have followed his gut telling him something was wrong when he was feeling anxiety instead of irritation when dealing with that crowd of reporters. Well, too late now. At the moment, Izuku has just come from a worse panic attack than he's had in years, and is suddenly looking right at a secret that Shoyuta had wanted to break to him gently, not like this. He's here because he needs somewhere quiet to rest per recovery girl's orders. Shoyuta says, barely keeping a sigh out of his voice. Izuku levels him with a stare, then flicks his glowing eyes to Yagi before settling back on him. The questions are clear in his gaze. Is it really who I think it is? Am I supposed to know this? What is this? Yagi smiles down at Izuku, somehow still oblivious to the teen's evident internal turmoil. Or maybe it's only obvious to Shoyuta, both because he's been trained to notice subtle cues and because he's spent so much time with Izuku that they know how to read each other at a glance. Oh, I see. I hope you feel better soon. The tall, currently spindly blonde says. My name is Yagi Tashinori, and I work for Dash. Don't bother, Shoyuta interrupts before the older hero could give his cover story. He knew who you were as soon as you walked through the door. Yagi freezes while Izuku's eyes somehow widen even further. He's really Dash? Yes, Izuku. Shoyuta murmurs, trying for his best comforting voice. I'm sorry you found out like this. Izuku says nothing, but his eyes drift back to Yagi, who looks the very image of a deer caught in headlights. How? He manages, looking almost like he's terrified of the tiny green-haired teen. Understandable considering all he did to figure it out was look at him in both forms. Izuku is starting to look worryingly pale again, especially when his gaze focuses on something Shoyuta can't see, and it doesn't look like he'll be coherently answering anything anytime soon, so Shoyuta is the one who answers. It's his quirk. He can sense souls and auras and the like. He explains, then takes a long sip of his coffee. It was inevitable once he saw you in both forms, and it's not really something we can prevent. He pauses and considers what Yagi is most likely worried about in this situation. Don't worry about him telling anyone. That seems to soothe the blonde slightly, but he still glances at Izuku as if for confirmation. He shifts and clears his throat, still staring at a spot by Yagi's side. He must have noticed something on his soul. Shoyuta realizes. Maybe an injury? Izuku's voice cracks slightly, and he pauses to swallow heavily before trying again. I won't tell anyone, of course. He finally tears his eyes away and directs them at his lap, fiddling nervously with his fingers. I see a lot of things I shouldn't, so I know the importance of keeping secrets. That must be enough. Yagi gives Izuku a warm, albeit apologetic smile and gently ruffles his hair a little. Thank you, my boy. He rumbles, then glances at Shoyuta curiously, who lifts an eyebrow in response. You two seem very familiar with each other. He observes, the unspoken question obvious. Oh, Izuku stammers. Shoulda is my uncle by blood, but my parents aren't in the picture. The underground hero suppresses a wince at the reminder. Inko's death still hurts sometimes. He wonders if there's ever a time that it won't. So, Shoyuta is my parent now. And Zashi. Yagi's gaze focuses on the underground hero for a second, curiosity still the prevalent emotion in his piercing blue eyes. Shoyuta shakes his head. It won't do any good to have Izuku discuss his trauma when he's just had a panic attack that's likely already making him remember too much about that time. I see. Yagi hums, understanding enough to refrain from pushing the subject to satisfy his curiosity. Shoyuta has many gripes about the man for any number of reasons, but he has to admit he's the #1 hero for a reason. He's more observant than he lets on. You have good parents. Izuku's mossy hair is lightly ruffled again. Thank you. Izuku murmurs, eyes drifting to Yagi's side again and focusing on a point in that space. All Might Dash? He begins haltingly. Please, call me Yagi when I'm like this. Oh, Yagi-san, Izuku continues. What happened to? He trails off and instead gestures at the left side of his own torso. Yagi's eyes widen minutely as Shoyuta watches in vague interest. You can tell. The older hero whispers. Izuku nods with a wince. They tend to reflect the person they represent. Physical aspects. He gestures to his own scars covering his face. Izuku must have seen some scars, Shoyuta realizes. He's almost forgotten just how much information Izuku can glean from only a glance, especially with the analysis skills he already has. Shuta's constantly grateful that such a potentially dangerous power had gone to such a kind, gentle kid, but other times he wishes that Izuku doesn't have to worry about keeping secrets like this. It can be a lot of pressure, especially for someone who isn't even an adult yet. Regardless, Yagi seems to understand and nods shallowly. One of his hands lifts and clutches at his shirt over his own torso, mirroring the area Izuku gestured at himself. It was from a fight many years ago. The blonde explains quietly. It did a lot of damage. Izuku winces in sympathy, glancing at Yagi's side again. At this point Shuta's certain that's where the man's soul is located, whatever it looks like to Izuku. Toxic chainsaw? Izuku guesses. Yagi chuckles, and his smile seems more genuine than Shoyuta has ever seen it so far, especially in his deflated form. Dedicated fan, I see, he hums, but no. This was from a fight I asked not to be made public. I would appreciate it staying that way. Izuku's quick to nod in agreement. Of course, he assures. Yagi smiles again. Thank you. Midoriya. I have some paperwork to attend to, but I'll see you at our next heroics class. Izuku nods silently, watching the blonde head for his desk before dropping his head into his hands with a groan, and the telltale glow of his eyes fades. Izuku? Shoyuta calls gently, feeling all too empathetic for what he must be feeling after the day he's just had. Head hurts. Izuku mumbles, curling into himself slightly. Shoyuta winces and gently cards his fingers through the boy's wild green curls. Did Shizenji give you painkillers already? Izuku nods, dull eyes closing. Shoyuta continues to run his fingers along his scalp. He's been informed it helps with his headaches. Dad? Izuku whispers, sounding too small and too vulnerable, like he would fly apart into tiny little pieces at any moment. Yes, Izuku? Can we go home? Shuta's heart tightens painfully in his chest. Of course. He hums, getting up to place his papers somewhere he can get back to them some other time. He barely remembers to take the pen out from behind his ear and sets it down beside the papers. He turns back around in time to watch Izuku blindly wiggle around, still enveloped in his yellow sleeping bag. He manages to get one leg out before he loses balance and half falls off the couch. Shoyuta stifles a chuckle at the startled squeak the teen lets out, but he knows by now he can't hide very much from Izuku. The indignant pout directed his way is proof of that. Come on. Shoyuta huffs, grabbing Izuku's arms to pull him upright and help him the rest of the way out of the sleeping bag. I'll have Zashi grab your bag before he leaves for the day. Okay. Izuku nods once he's steady on his feet. Thanks. Shoyuta smiles and squeezes Izuku's shoulder gently. Anytime, Izuku. Monday had been rough, but Izuku's ready to put it behind him. Sure, he had a pretty rough panic attack, then inadvertently saw something he's sure is a closely kept secret, but it's fine, he can handle it. He's dealt with both of these things before, a couple more to the pile isn't a big deal. What he's a little more concerned over is the field trip a few days later on Thursday. Even he doesn't know much about what the trip entails, just that it's off campus in one of their larger facilities and that 13 is going to be teaching them. It's an all-day event, so once homeroom's over, Shoyuta directs everyone to change into their hero costumes and meet outside the building as soon as possible. Needless to say, with all the excitement buzzing through the air and tickling his skin like electricity, Izuku isn't surprised when everyone rushes out as soon as they can. His hero costume remains largely unchanged since the battle trial, except he had his gloves remade with fireproof material. It's why he took them off in the battle trial last week, because he was worried they'd catch fire if he used Katsuki's quirk with them on. He actually wants to make his whole costume fireproof, but it would take some time for that to be made, so he only has the gloves for now. There isn't a lot of chatter as they change, at least, not a lot when it comes to some of his classmates, but the bus is ready and waiting for them to gather nearby once they're done. Shoyuta is already standing by it, and they're still waiting for some of their other classmates with more intricate costumes to put on, so Izuku turns to Katsuki. Where do you think we're going, Kaken? How do you expect me to know? You live with teachers, you'd know sooner than I would. Fair. Izuku relents with a giggle, but don't you have any guesses? Katsuki scoffs. No point in guessing when we're about to be there, Izuku. Izuku hums neutrally, turning slightly when he feels Shuta's awareness shift towards them. Since everyone is here now, get on the bus. We leave as soon as you're all settled. He says. Sensei. Ida exclaims loudly somewhere to Izuku's left. Shall I get everyone in seating order before we board? Do what you want. Just hurry up. We don't have all day. Ida proceeds to try and herd everyone in seating order, getting them lined up in front of the bus in some kind of arrangement Izuku can't figure out. He isn't paying much attention anyway, instead trying to figure out which aura belongs to who. Those he's met before, outside of mingling in a cramped classroom, are easier to pick out. Katsuki, of course, stands right beside him, acting as a warm and steady constant. Momo's calm presence is positioned somewhere ahead of him, followed closely by Todoroki's unmistakable, fluctuating aura of heat being replaced almost immediately with frost, then back to heat again. It's honestly really distracting. His presence is so obvious and in his face that it's sometimes hard to sense anything else when they're in the same room together. I wonder if I'll ever have to learn to ignore distracting auras like that. Izuku muses. Might be safe to figure out if it's possible even if I never need to utilize it. He can also pick out the auras of the group that sat with him and Katsuki earlier that week, but it's still hard to do, the air muddied by everyone's presences mixing and clashing with each other. He still can't get a good grasp on those he hasn't interacted with very much. A sudden spike of disappointment pulls his attention back to his surroundings, surprised at how dejected Ida's aura felt. What happened? He really has to stop zoning out. Katsuki is snickering as they board the bus, which means it probably isn't anything serious. Probably. The blonde in question wordlessly grabs his arm as they step up onto the vehicle, guiding Izuku a few steps in before letting go. There's a shuffle and a huff as Katsuki takes a seat. Izuku assumes he's been guided in front of one for himself to use, so he subtly nudges his leg towards it to get a feel for where it actually is relative to himself. Once he's sure he won't make a fool of himself and do something dumb like miss the seat, he settles into it. Izuku would have been happy to sit there quietly and fiddle with his gloves while listening in to the surrounding chatter, but apparently said chatter makes him the subject pretty quickly. Say, Midoriya, Kaminari calls, how long have you and Bakugo known each other? Since we were kids. He replies with a shrug. Shoyuta, half dozing and half eavesdropping at the front of the bus, perks up at the information. Oh, right, I never even told him about Katsuki, didn't I? Oops. I think we basically knew each other since we were born. Wow, really? Ashido exclaims. That explains a lot. So are you dating? Katsuki snorts at his side, and he agrees, but that's just rude. Hell no. Zuka's not my type. Ah, the pout is clear in Ashido's voice. Boo. Boring. Izuku holds back a laugh at the exasperation that Katsuki radiates at the comment. Shut up, raccoon eyes. He snaps. Anyway, Siro continues, ignoring the blonde, I was gonna ask, is that visor, like, a one-way thing? No, Izuku admits. It's completely opaque no matter which way you look through it. Huh. Kirishima blurts. Then why have it at all? Ooh, is it like your bandana? To keep visual input from overwhelming you. Uraraka pipes up. That is one reason, yes. Midoriya, ripped, I can be quite blunt. A vaguely familiar voice speaks up. Izuku is pretty sure she and Uraraka talk to each other a lot. May I ask you something? Well, based on the slightly croaky voice, it's probably Azui-san. Of course, Azuzen, right? He replies. Call me Tsu. She says, almost as if it's a reflex upon hearing her family name. You said blocking visual input is one reason for having the visor. What are the others? Ribbit. Izuku shifts, uncomfortable at the sudden curious attention on him at the question, and a little surprised at how straightforward she is about it. Though, she had just admitted she's blunt, so he isn't sure why. Katsuki bristles at his side, evidently ready to jump to his defense, so Izuku gives him a gentle nudge before he can bark out something rude. I have my reasons that I'd rather keep to myself for now. He replies as politely as he can. You'll all probably find out sooner or later anyways. There's a few murmurs of confusion, but before anyone can ask any more questions, Shoyuta speaks up from the front of the bus. Quiet down. We're here. Almost instantly, everyone's attention is directed away from Izuku, and the confused curiosity in the air turns back into that buzzing excitement from earlier. He doesn't quite sigh in relief out loud, but it's a close thing. The bus rolls to a stop, and for the second time that morning there's a scramble of action as everyone rushes to leave at once. Katsuki grasps his arm once more and he's gently but firmly guided onto solid ground. The distinct, familiar presence of 13 approaches the class as Shoyuta walks over to stand at their side. Izuku smiles at Uraraka's excitement, prominent above the general hum of it from everyone else, as she rambles about the rescue hero's reputation. He's known of 13 and their achievements long before he was adopted by Shoyuta and Zashi, and he had been so excited to meet them in person. They're every bit as kind and thoughtful as he heard from forum posts and interviews from those they'd saved, but at some point he'd also gotten a serious, needed talk from them about the dangers of misusing quirks, the same talk they were about to give to his classmates now. Izuku has been well aware even in the early days after his quirk manifested that he has the potential to do serious, possibly lethal damage just by being able to touch others' souls. It's never something he thinks about consciously, more of a new but deeply ingrained instinct always ensuring he's as careful as he can be when so much as touching any soul. He never truly gave it any thought until 13 asked him about it. That day put many things into perspective for him, especially when it comes to how society as a whole tends to determine who becomes a hero and who becomes a villain. 13 could have easily become a terrifying villain. In fact, they were often picked on and bullied for something they couldn't control, told over and over that they were too dangerous to be a hero, not human enough for the job, that they'd be better off running away and becoming a villain. They openly admitted that it was thanks to their family's support and the few friends they had at the time that 13 the rescue hero exists at all. The thought is still a little chilling, even years after that talk. With that in mind, Izuku isn't especially surprised when Katsuki goes stiff at his side when the hero talks about the difference between using their quirks to hurt and using them to save. He knows the blonde is thinking about how he'd behaved before Izuku left when they were kids, and he reaches out to give his arm a light squeeze. Several of his other classmates seem to take it seriously, too, which is a good sign. Dangerous quirks in careless hands, especially physical-based ones, can cause a lot of damage after all. They're led inside afterwards, the teachers pausing several feet from the door to converse quietly. Izuku has no idea what they're talking about, but whatever it is causes Shuta's usually calm aura to prickle with irritation. It doesn't seem serious, but he wonders what the cause is. Regardless, the underground hero begins to give them instructions, but in that moment a low, humming buzz begins to fill the air alongside his voice. It's quiet at first, barely even a noise, but then it slowly gets louder and louder, and he begins to feel it vibrating through his skull and crawling intrusively along his skin like thousands of ants covering his body and stinging him over and over again. Izuku has no idea if he makes any noise or not, but evidently his distress is visible enough, for Katsuki's warm hand firmly grips his shoulder a moment later, his voice cutting through the buzzing filling his ears. "Oku? Zuku!" he calls firmly. Izuku manages to make a noise of acknowledgement, but he's having a hard time getting words out. He doesn't know why, but he's afraid. "Zuku, what's wrong?" Katsuki repeats, voice gentler than he's ever heard it. "Kakakin," he chokes, something's wrong dash. The buzzing suddenly reaches a crescendo in his head, his ears starting to ring painfully, and he claps his hands over them with a cry. It doesn't help, especially when his quirk starts to pick up the sudden presence of hundreds of souls. A large group appears ahead of them, and several more scattered in areas around the facility. The sudden influx of information is overwhelming, crashing over him in a wave. He can't think clearly past his futile attempt to process it all, can't hear past the insistent buzzing in his ears that sounds like it's trying to form words, but still comes out indecipherable. As such, he only realizes exactly what's happening when Shoyuta is suddenly rapidly approaching the waves of murderous intent coming from the group in front of them, and 13 is ushering them back to the entrance. Everything is happening in a blur. He can't get his bearings, can't cling to anything for long enough to reorient himself. There's too much going on for him to process. The buzzing thankfully abates enough a moment later that he can hear what's happening. We are the League of Villains. And when did a villain get between them and the door? There was no one following them before. Does this villain have a warping or teleporting quirk of some kind? "Forgive us for our intrusion," a deep, staticky voice rumbles, hardly sounding apologetic, "but we were under the impression that All Might would be here today. Were we mistaken?" A cold spike of fear shoots through Izuku's chest. What do they want from All Might? Truly a shame All Might can't be here today. But it looks like our secondary target is here. The voice sounds mildly pleased. The prickling awareness that comes from being stared at crawls up Izuku's neck. He's talking about me? Why me specifically? Well, regardless, you shall all be scattered. The staticky buzz surges suddenly, less noise this time and more sensation, and a deep, prickling chill washes over Izuku's whole body. There are several yells, and Katsuki's distinct voice calling his name, before Izuku suddenly isn't standing on solid ground anymore. He yelps and reaches out, flailing for something to grab onto, but he's quickly ejected from the piercing cold void and dumped unceremoniously on hard concrete. And now, instead of being surrounded by chilling ice and buzzing, he's now smothered in blazing heat and the loud roar of what can only be burning flames. And he's surrounded by it. Being disoriented and overwhelmed is bad enough. Now his mind's eye is conjuring blurred but no less intense memories of Salamander, jeering down at him, teeth bared as flames burn around him, as the skin on his face burns and blisters and his eyes lose their vision forever. Phantom pains skitter across his face, neck, and arms, and his skin flushes with an unbearable heat that has nothing to do with the fire surrounding him. Distantly, he remembers how similarly he's reacting now to how he did earlier in the week, but he quickly redirects his attention to doing what he can to suppress a quickly mounting panic attack in what is easily his worst nightmare. Focus, 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 you aren't burning, there's no fire directly near you. Izuku tells himself, pushing his visor up his face and getting to his feet. It's difficult with his knees shaking as hard as they are, but he manages. Survey your surroundings. He continues, trying, and somewhat failing, to keep his breathing measured, even though each inhale stings with the heat and smoke from the fire. He channels his quirk to his eyes, white lines filling his vision and forming the image of a desolate street framed on either side with crumbling buildings. Fire always interacts a little weirdly with his quirk. He can't really see fire like he can physical objects, but something about his quirk knows when there's fire and fills in his visual input with strange, fluctuating patterns. Okay. Looks really run down, but nothing seems immediately unstable, so the damage is probably intentional. He surmises from a quick glance around himself. Am I still in the USJ? Maybe this is one of the zones? What about everyone else? Well. An unfortunately familiar voice purrs. Look at my little runt, all grown up and strong. Izuku freezes. That's Salamander's voice. He spins around just in time for a hand to grab his face and slam him back on the ground. He lands awkwardly on his elbows, and he winces at the force that the back of his skull meets the pavement with. His vision blurs at the harsh impact before refocusing on the image of Salamander's smirking face looming over him, lips pulling into a near snarl and teeth bared to expose sharp canines. So you did get a quirk? Glowing eyes doesn't seem all that impressive, though. He sneers. Shame. You were already useless before, now you're just disappointingly average. How'd you manage to get into the hero course, then? Izuku isn't sure if Salamander is actually looking for any answers, but he's so terrified at this point that he isn't sure he'd be able to answer him anyway. Even scarier is the fact that there's a strange, tingling pressure building up right in the center of his chest, spreading through his limbs, looking for an out. The dire wolf that represents his soul is usually silent even when he's distressed, but he can hear it snarling and howling with a force he's never heard before, like it wanted an out too. He just doesn't know how to make that happen, or what will happen when it does. Salamander chuckles, smug. Well, doesn't matter. I had orders to see if you were hot stuff now and bring you back, but no one needs dead weight. Izuku panics when the statement is followed by a long, deep inhale, the man clearly preparing to use his quirk. No. Say good riddance to your mother for me, runt. Something in Izuku's brain clicks into place, like a cog he never noticed before fitting into a hidden slot. With his terror and desperation fueling him, he lets go of all his restraints. He screams and his quirk explodes. Shuda's in the middle of cursing himself out for letting one of the lead villains out of his sight for even a moment. He can do nothing but keep fighting and hope that 13 will be able to pull through for his lapse in concentration. One of the other lead villains, the one with shaggy slate hair, just stares and observes, standing next to the bulky beak-faced villain, who hovers beside the first like a statue-still bodyguard. Shoyuta wishes the villain covered in disembodied hands would stop staring so much, but he's too occupied to deal with it for the moment. He's just kicking in the face of a villain that tries to sneak up on him from behind when he feels an unfamiliar, tingling pressure on his skin. It isn't unlike the feeling of standing in charged air just before the start of a thunderstorm. Sheet, who's doing that? What does this feeling mean? Did I look away from the wrong person? What's it going to dash? Boom. All combat in the plaza ceases as everyone simultaneously looks towards the conflagration zone, where a shockwave of eerie green energy speeds through the facility, followed by the echoing, haunting howl of a wolf. Shoyuta realizes who caused it not even a second later. Izuku. Dread and fear that isn't entirely his own curls into a cold coil in his gut as he watches tens of green tendrils form through the air in thin, wispy arcs, concentrated on a spot somewhere in the middle of the conflagration zone, and he knows with a strange certainty that something has just gone very, very wrong. Shudo's day is not going well. It started subpar at best. He'd been woken by his father that day, as abruptly as he usually does when Shudo is involved. Then he had to sit through a bland breakfast of cereal as he was once again reminded that he's the number 2 hero's greatest masterpiece, and that he is to assert his place as the strongest amongst the drivel. He'd been very tempted to either claw his hair out in frustration and anger or yank his ears off so he wouldn't have to listen to anything his father says anymore. Especially because Endeavor keeps talking as if he thinks Shudo would ever agree with him. So, nothing out of the ordinary for him, but God, he wishes he could just shut him up for once. It's only the fact that he's still weak and therefore no match for Endeavor that keeps him from acting on his desires. And those desires are numerous, to say the least. Stand up, Shudo. His father's voice taunts, even when the man isn't anywhere near him. You should be stronger than this. This how you'll act when you run into a villain. Shut up. His own voice spits back in reflex. The internal retort is hollow and lacks emotion nowadays, but even though it's entirely in his head, it's all Shudo can truly do to stand up for himself anymore. Anything he actually physically or verbally does is usually futile. Regardless, he leaves the house that morning in a foul mood. Every glance at his hair and scar from curious onlookers is simultaneously more irritating than usual and makes him want to crawl into a hole and pick at his marred skin in a futile effort to peel it off himself. He tried that when his scar was freshly healed. It hadn't worked. Made the scarring worse in some areas, and made Endeavor especially angry with him since it extended his recovery PRD, but that's besides the point. It's been a long time since he's succumbed to that urge, but it's a close thing, especially when he gets startled awake from twisted memories taking the form of nightmares. He's lost count of the number of sleepless nights spent curled up in his futon, shivering with phantom aches prickling at his skin and willing his fingers away from his left eye. Homeroom isn't terrible, but even with the general excitement of the field trip, it doesn't do anything good for his mood either. He's torn between irritation at the elevated noise levels and exhaustion at the thought of dealing with the day's events. Alas, he has a duty to himself to become the strongest without using his father's power. So, as he's trained himself to do soon after he lost his mother, he crumples every emotion into a little ball, both good and bad, shoves the ball somewhere deep in his chest, and locks them safely out of reach. There are usually repercussions when he does that, but it's something future Shudo can worry about. The bus ride is spent staring out the window and half listening to the gossip. Shudo pays closer attention when they start talking with Midoriya, a tiny spark of curiosity lighting within him as it usually does whenever the green-haired teen comes up. He's just so strange. So alike Shudo himself in many ways, and yet so different. He wants to know so much more about the other teen, but neither of them have so much as spoken more than passing greetings since the recommendation exam. Shudo actually almost pulled together enough courage to find him after school on Monday and, well, he didn't know what he would do, but that thought was thoroughly dashed when he spotted Midoriya crumpled on the floor through the panic of the break-in. He knows from personal experience that the other teen wouldn't want anyone looking for and bothering him that day. Then comes USJ. The facility itself is impressive, he'll give 13 that much credit, but he can't bring himself to be excited like his classmates. Everywhere he looks, he keeps thinking about how this has nothing to do with what he's training to be a hero for. He has to be strong, not waste time running. Through mock disaster scenarios. Shudo is one of the first to notice the change in the air once they're inside, right alongside Midoriya, who looks to be in physical pain because of whatever is taking place, and Aizawa-sensei. And of course, it's villains. Just his luck with the day he's having. Shudo finds himself sprinting through burning streets after being warped there, a few villains hot on his heels with jeers and insults and threats. It's annoying that he ended up in the one zone where his ice is least effective, but he isn't completely helpless. He trains almost daily against Endeavor, after all. Shudo skids around a corner and spins around without hesitation to slam his right foot against the hot asphalt. All four villains chasing him find themselves encased in a glacier of ice a fraction of a second later, and though the size means it won't melt too quickly, each villain possesses a quirk that benefits them in this environment. Well, as long as they can't move, they'll be stuck there for a while. Shudo is about ready to take this chance to try and interrogate the captured villains for insight into their plans and motivations, but static pressure overtakes his senses in that moment, followed quickly by the echoing boom of an explosion. That was very close to here. Shudo spins around in time to watch a shockwave of green energy speed past him, and it tingles on his skin as it goes through him, which is followed up by a hollow, ghostly howl that seems to echo directly in his skull then in his ears several times over before fading. He then watches in astonishment as a thin green tendril starts to trail from the center of his chest, and the villains, he notices with a glance, and arcs high into the air before converging in the direction the shockwave came from. There was only one person he knows with a quirk that does this, but not to this scale. Dread curls in his stomach, intense and unfamiliar, and he soon finds himself sprinting in that direction. The lack of action as he runs is concerning, if Shudo's being honest. The number of villains in the plaza alone had been numerous, It only makes sense that with this much preparation they would have similar groups in each zone. There's a yell and a clatter somewhere ahead. Shudo tenses in anticipation for another confrontation as a villain scrambles out of a building, yelling something along the lines of, "I did not sign up for this sheet," and clearly panicked as he goes, but doesn't even glance at Shudo as he hurries past. Odd. He pushes on despite the strange encounter, and watches as several villains follow the first with the same panicked urgency. Shudo notices that each one has that same green trail connecting their chests to a single source a few blocks away. He's getting closer. The already unusual situation turns even weirder the closer Shudo gets to his destination. Instead of running like the rest so far, he's now seeing multiple villains cowering in the corners of crumbled buildings and alleys, trembling and staring with wide eyes like they've seen ghosts. Several look to be nursing wounds, but Shudo sees no blood. Odd indeed. He's about a block away from where the green energy is converging when he hears another echoing howl, this one rattling his ears, followed by the most savage, animalistic snarl he's ever heard. Yet another villain runs past him, but they're whimpering and limping as they flee, hardly even acknowledging him. And to Shudo's shock, right on the villain's heels is the glowing, slightly translucent form of a dog, a terrier of some sort, he thinks, looking equally as terrified as the one it's following, tail between its legs. The dog is limping too, the same as the villain, but this one has visible wounds. Scratches mar its sides, but what look like deep bite marks have pierced into its thigh, and high-pitched whimpers of its own reach his ears every time it has to put pressure on its injured leg. Shudo has no idea what to think. He stares openly as they pass him. It can't be what he thinks it is. Maybe that villain has a familiar summoning quirk or something. That has to be it. A second snarl echoing in his ears tells him otherwise. When Shudo finally reaches his goal, it's nothing but chaos. Maybe not the kind of chaos where there's too much happening to properly process, but more the kind of chaos where the few things that are taking place is too much to process. Scattered along the desolate streets are at least a dozen villains that have passed out, though each still has a green tendril of energy emerging from the center of their torsos. Next to each villain, formed still but glowing in the dim light of the surrounding flames, is an assortment of animals and creatures. Shudo isn't sure he can even name some of them. They're all as unconscious as the villains they lay by, and injured in various areas with bites and scratches. In the middle of it all is Midoriya. More specifically, the large green wolf with black markings covering its face and neck in a near-perfect mirror of the scars on Midoriya's body. Shudo is sure it isn't a coincidence. He watches in a morbid combination of horror and curiosity as the wolf, lips pulled back in a snarl to bare a row of sharp teeth and a pair of unnaturally long fangs, lunges at a disproportionately large lizard that looks not unlike a salamander. There's an unfamiliar male villain next to it, who sees the wolf move and yelps, scrambling to get out of the way. The wolf hadn't aimed for him specifically. Strong jaws close around the salamander's midsection, and it hisses loudly in pain as it's roughly shaken side to side over and over again like some kind of twisted dog toy. The villain cries out in agony and collapses as the wolf's fangs sink into the lizard's flesh, and though there's no visible blood or injuries, the man writhes and wails where he dropped as if he's being torn apart, piece by piece. It's a terrifying sight, but Shudo can't look away. He feels frozen in place, like he's watching the rapid approach of a natural disaster, beautifully destructive and inevitable in its entirety. It's a feeling that was only amplified when the man's screaming cuts off from, presumably, passing out and the wolf drops the large salamander unceremoniously onto the ground only to fix its toxic, glowing green eyes on him. Shudo knows in that instant that he's completely out of his depth. He tenses, prepared to turn and run even when a deeply buried voice screams at him to stay and help the teen currently curled into a shaking ball against a crumbling wall. The conflicting emotions are enough to make him pause, and it's in that moment that he notices something. A flash of light and movement pulls his gaze to the left. It takes a moment to register what he's actually seeing, but when he does, his eyes widen in shock. Because, across the street from him, standing tall and glowing bright amongst dull ruins and burning flames, is a dragon. Looking back, Shudo later realizes it's more than just a dragon. A better description would be that it has the head and right side of a dragon and the left side and tail of something like a phoenix, but he has far too many other things to process in the moment to be concerned with specifics. He locks eyes with the dragon in the next second. It looks almost as shocked as he feels. Everything else becomes muffled and distant as he realizes, that's my soul. That's me. Why did Midoriya look at me so strangely when we met? The sudden thought is rather embarrassing, especially when there are far more pressing matters at hand, but he can't stop it, nor can he stop the influx of endless questions taking over every thought in his head. He jumps in perfect sync with his soul when an explosion rattles a broken window several feet behind him. He has enough sense to brace himself and look back, but it's just Bakugo and Kirishima sprinting towards him and Midoriya, both with that same green tendril of energy reaching into their chests. Following them is a large, glowing tan porcupine and an even bigger red-tinted pangolin. Kirishima pauses to gape at the scene Shudo is still struggling to process as Bakugo only gives him and his soul an incredulous glance before running past him and right towards Midoriya's form. The new arrivals haven't escaped the wolf's attention. As Bakugo and the porcupine that presumably represents his soul get closer, it leaps between the blonde and Midoriya, snarling and staring him down. Shudo braces himself to prevent a repeat of the man with the soul of a salamander, said creature still lying very still and covered in deep scratches and bites all over its body, but Bakugo simply scoffs at the display. He stops running but continues approaching at a walk. Calm down, Izuku, I'm not gonna hurt you. He barks, voice firm but not unkind. Shudo and Kirishima stare in shock as the wolf instantly backs. Head bowed. It still keeps brightly glowing eyes focused on the blonde, but it makes no more aggressive moves as Bakugo crouches at Midoriya's side. Whoa! Kirishima breathes, red eyes still wide. What happened here? What is that wolf thing? It's huge. Shudo clears his throat, finally finding his voice. That is Midoriya's soul, at least as his Quirk sees it, I believe. Kirishima gapes, gaze darting from him to the dragon standing a few feet from his side, then to the pangolin looking up at the redhead. So my soul's a pangolin? Shudo isn't sure if he's really expecting an answer, but he continues with an odd, that's so manly, a moment later. Shudo shakes his head and turns back to his other two classmates. Midoriya's eyes are blinking open, bleary like he's just woken up from a fitful night of sleep. He has no idea if it's normal, but Shudo notices that the green-haired teen's eyes are already glowing brightly despite being clearly out of it earlier, when in the past Midoriya opens his eyes then activates his quirk. Bakugo murmurs something he can't hear over the roar of the flames, and Midoriya nods with his own response, eyes slowly trailing across the field of, well, carnage he left behind. His eyes settle on the salamander and the man it belongs to. For some reason, he pales and hurries to his feet with Bakugo's aid as the massive wolf growls lowly at the unconscious villain. Strange. Everything about Midoriya is just strange, in a way that catches Shudo's interest almost disturbingly easy. He isn't sure if he likes it or not. We gotta FNG go. Bakugo grunts as he and Midoriya approach them. The wolf follows its owner closely, almost hovering at his shoulder protectively. Its eyes stare at Shudo and Kirishima's souls for a moment each before seeming to accept they aren't a threat, at least for now. Shudo doesn't realize just how fluffed up its fur had been until it suddenly looks far more sleek than before as the green curls flatten closer to its body after determining that there were no immediate threats. What's wrong? Kirishima asks as they begin heading for the outskirts of the zone as a group. Shudo notices his red eyes lingering on Midoriya's scars with something like shock and sympathy in his gaze, but he says nothing about them. Midoriya himself hasn't spoken a word to anyone except Bakugo yet. Izuku says he can sense Aizawa-sensei's soul in the plaza. He's still fighting, but apparently he's in pain and starting to run on fumes. The ashen blonde explains briskly. So we're gonna go help him? Kirishima extrapolates. Heck yeah. That's a manly idea. We can't get ahead of ourselves. Midoriya cuts in at this point. His voice wavers in a way that Shudo can't identify, and he keeps glancing behind them like he's expecting someone to be following them. Shudo wordlessly begins keeping some of his own attention at their rear. If we rush and guns blazing, we'll be more of a liability to show, Aizawa-sensei than actual help, not to mention we risk becoming hostages. Shudo agrees, but he doesn't voice as much since Bakugo and Kirishima both nod with their own agreement. So, what should we do instead? The redhead prompts. They're a few blocks away from the edge of the zone, and Shudo can start to see the entrance past the burning ruins. Midoriya gets progressively more twitchy the closer they get to the massive doors. I wonder if he'll be okay. The thought is unexpected but comes naturally to him. What's even more unexpected is what Midoriya says next. I'll be fine, Todoroki-kun. We just have to be careful and make it out of here alive. He states firmly. Shudo stares at the back of his green head of hair. Midoriya, I didn't say that aloud. Glowing green eyes snap to him, and he slows to a stop. Shudo and their other two classmates do the same. What? You responded to something I thought, Midoriya? The green-haired teen gapes at him. But I heard you speak. He protests, sounding worryingly faint. Izuku, Bakugo cuts in before Shudo can respond. We'll have time for that later. We need to get out of here and help Aizawa-sensei. Midoriya's face twists like he wants to argue further, his gaze lingering on Shudo for a second, before he nods wordlessly and continues running. Well, regarding what exactly we'll do, Midoriya continues after a moment, we have to get a good grasp on the situation. I know he's still fighting, but I can't tell how many villains are left yet. He pauses and squints like he's having trouble seeing, or like he's thinking hard about something, but shakes his head a moment later. Once we get out of here, I'll have a better idea of what we're working with. Right, that makes sense. Kirishima nods, then pauses like he wants to say something else. So could you always make people's souls visible? Midoriya looks shocked for the second time in as many minutes. He doesn't stop running this time, but his wide-eyed gaze darts from Kirishima to each of their souls. He's completely silent for a second before a laugh that's just short of hysterical bursts from his chest. Great, my Quirk decides to pick now as a swell time to pull some new shit on me. He says to no one in particular. Shudo may not be especially well-versed in social cues and tone of voice, but he's familiar enough with sarcasm to know that Midoriya's statement is dripping with it. I'll take that as a no. Kirishima says, looking a bit like he's regretting opening his mouth. Midoriya ignores the comment and gives them each a hard stare. All of you listen to me. He begins, his voice more grave and serious than Shudo has ever heard it. Even Bakugo looks surprised. If your souls are tangible enough, you cannot let anyone get more than a solid hit on them. I don't know how much damage anyone without a spiritually oriented quirk can do, but I'd rather not take any chances. Do not let anyone hit your souls if you can help it. Green eyes seem to almost see through them. And I know we're talking about villains here, but try not to aim for theirs either. I'd rather not find out if people can be killed that way today. Shudo immediately thinks back to the way the dark-haired man screamed in agony as his soul was practically torn into by Midoriya's, and he has to agree. When he was younger, Endeavor tried to push his "every bad doing makes the culprit an irredeemable villain" rhetoric onto Shudo as if he isn't the biggest hypocrite in the world, but he learned how to tune him out effectively enough by then. Not to mention he already found the man's lecture ridiculous. Besides, he's done research on Endeavor's achievements, especially when it comes to his captures, and he isn't sure why the hero's clear agenda of punch torch first ask questions never surprises him. Half of his arrests are because of a minor crime at best. Shudo hates all of it. Just because someone might find themselves in a less-than-ideal situation and has to resort to dubious means, most of those cases are attempts at pulling through and surviving despite the odds stacked against them. After all, Shudo can relate to people like that. Every day for most of his life feels like a struggle to pull through until the next day, rinse and repeat over and over again. In short, he's going to take Midoriya's warning seriously. Most of the villains here seem like small-time thugs. That doesn't warrant a death sentence, even if they had been stupid or egotistical enough, or both, to outright attack a hero school. Shudo is really starting to wish that he had a chance to interrogate the ones he froze earlier, though. No amount of random thugs can pull off a plan like this without some kind of unifying force, which means they either have one or two particularly cunning, but still potentially short-sighted, leaders, or at least 2 or 3 of the villains in the facility were truly dangerous. Despite that knowledge, Shudo isn't sure if any of them know what exactly the group's objective is, only that it primarily involves All Might and secondarily involves Midoriya. He noticed the prolonged stare in the green-haired teen's direction from the villain with the warping quirk. It isn't hard to put together. It's too late now, though. They're a few paces from the exit of the zone, and it would take too much time to go back and find any villains left that are still conscious. It's time that they can't afford to waste right now. Kirishima is the first to reach the large, heavy-looking metal doors. Shudo is a little concerned about the redhead burning himself on the metal that is likely heated a fair amount from the smothering flames surrounding them, but he simply hardens his hands and forearms before heaving one of the panels open with a creak of moving metal parts. The central plaza is located in front of them from there. Shudo blinks sunspots from his eyes as they transition from dim firelit streets to the open stretch of sunlit concrete. He focuses just in time to hear a panicked cry from Midoriya as the hulking form of the bird-faced villain standing by the fountain suddenly moves. 1 second it's standing still as a statue, the next it's grabbing Aizawa-sensei's hair and smashing him into the ground with a worrying crunch of breaking bones and a splatter of crimson blood. At his side, Midoriya makes a choked noise from somewhere deep in his throat. Then he's running full speed at the villains. Any number of thoughts could have crossed his mind, but the one that makes itself known first as Bakugu curses loudly and follows suit is, "So much for planning first.